Penguin Random House Audio presents Deep End by Allie Hazelwood. Read for you by Therese Plummer and Ben Holtzmuller. This one has to be for the Amsterdams. Dear listener, once again, thank you so much for choosing one of my books. This one might be my favorite I've ever written, and I'm so happy it's out in the world. Before you dive in, I want you to know that this work contains consensual and negotiated explorations of kink, in particular of power exchange. If you choose to listen to it, I hope you enjoy the experience. Love, Allie. Prologue. It all starts when Penelope Ross leans in over the restaurant's solid wooden table, lifts her index finger, and declares, 10th circle of hell. You find the love of your life, but the sex is intensely meh. In front of the entirety of Stanford's diving roster. At 11:15 in the morning. During my 21st birthday brunch. 4 seconds ago, we were oversharing about our digestive issues, and the whiplash is disorienting. I've been taking advantage of my newly acquired legal rights, but no amount of alcohol can prevent me from blurting out, "What?" Not my most tactful moment. Thankfully, my incredulity is drowned out by the reactions of the rest of the team. Bree's spit take, Bella's scandalized gasp, and Victoria's skeptical, "Isn't Bloomquist the love of your life?" "He sure is." Pen nods. I fill my mouth with mimosa. The taste is far worse than plain orange juice, but the buzz is very welcome. "Pen, honey." Bree wipes espresso martini off her glasses using the shirt hem of her sister Bella, who allows it. Twin stuff, I guess. "How many drinks have you had?" "Like half of that pitcher." "Ah, maybe we should, but in mimosa veritas." Pen leans forward even more. Her voice drops as she makes a sweeping gesture. I am confiding in you guys. Being vulnerable. We're having a moment. Victoria sighs. "Pen, I love you, ride or die. Would follow you into the very fires of Mordor and all that shit, but we're not having a moment." "Why?" "Because you're making shit up." "Why?" "Because Bloomquist fucks." I sit back in a semi-zonked state and force myself to think about Lucas Bloomquist. A rare occurrence for me. People assume that I'm fascinated with everything that goes on in a pool, but nope. The only sports I find remotely interesting are diving and land diving, or, as the normies call it, gymnastics. The rest is out of my purview. There's just too much stuff going on in aquatics. I can't keep track of Stanford's water polo teams, let alone the swimmers. And yet, Bloomquist is hard to ignore. Because of the truckload of medals, maybe. The world records. Plus, if the captain of my team is part of an athletics power couple, it behooves me to be aware of its other half. And Pen and Bloomquist have been dating since forever. For all I know, they were betrothed at birth to cement U.S.-Sweden diplomatic relations. I close my eyes to resurface my spotty memories of him. Black Speedos, tattoos, short, choppy brown hair, above-average wingspan, the majestic and yet improbable build of every other D1 swimmer who ever lived. Victoria is right. We can safely hazard that, yes, Bloomquist does fuck. I didn't say he doesn't. He's great. Just not... Pen winces, and it's such an odd break from her sparkling self-assurance. It slices right through my mimosa haze. The thing about Pen, she's kind of great. Aspirational. The type of person who instinctively knows how to make someone feel at ease. She'll remind you to drink water. Offer the ponytail holder on her wrist when your hair sticks to your lips. Remember your half-birthday. I could take personal development workshops till I turn 50 and let a team of data analysts reprogram me, but I still wouldn't have a third of her charm because charisma like hers sprouts from base pairs nestled in chromosomes. And now she's biting into cuticles like she just discovered social anxiety? I don't love it. Just not what I want. And honestly, vice versa. She adds in a low mumble. Which would be, oh, bless Victoria for asking what I don't have the courage to. The extroverted, filterless member every team needs. Oh my God, I just want to, sometimes Pen groans. I stiffen, suddenly alarmed. Is Bloomqvist forcing you to— No. God, no. She shakes her head. But I must look unconvinced because she continues. No, he would never. Everyone else has dropped off the conversation. The twins bickering over whose drink is whose, Victoria gesturing toward the server. Luke's not like that. Just, how do you tell a guy that you need something different? Why is she asking me? Have the lines on my forehead arranged to form the words, previously asked someone to spank her? Honestly, it would check out. Aren't Scandinavians very open-minded? Maybe? He's definitely open-minded when it comes to— but she breaks off because a small posse of out-of-tune waiters interrupt us with a string of happy birthday to yous, and many things happen at once. I blow on the single candle haphazardly plonked on top of a lava cake. A team present of new stretch cords is produced. I am briefly verklempt that someone as chronically introverted as me found people who are, God, so nice. Victoria needs to use the restroom. Pen gets a call from her aunt. Bree wants to know which classes I'll be taking in the fall. It's too much, in too little time. We never end up returning to the topic of Penelope Ross and Lucas Bloomqvist's mysteriously imperfect sex life, which is for the best. Whatever issue they're dealing with is probably trivial anyway. She doesn't like the brand of condoms he uses. He falls asleep without cuddling her. They're tired after practice and squabble over who should be on top. Not my circus and/or monkeys, so I let the matter slip out of my mind, smooth as a long-fin eel. Until a few weeks later, when everything changes. Chapter 1. The thing I dread the most about junior year begins on a Wednesday morning, a couple of weeks before the start of the autumn quarter. It's penciled into my Google Calendar for the 10 to 11 slot, a single word that weighs more than the sum of its letters. Therapy. This is somewhat unconventional, Sam tells me on our first meeting. No judgment or curiosity in her tone. She appears to have mastered neutrality in all facets of life. Her beige pantsuit, the medium grip of a handshake, an ageless, graceful look that could be anywhere between 40 and 70. Is it too early in our acquaintance for me to want to be her? I was under the impression that Stanford Athletics had its own team of licensed sports psychologists. They do, I say, letting my eyes skim over the walls of her office. Diplomas outnumber personal photos, 4-0. Sam and I may already be the same person. They're great. I did work with them for the past few months, but I shrug, hoping to broadcast that it's on me if it didn't work out. I had some issues a few years ago, unrelated to diving. At the time, cognitive behavioral therapy worked well for me. My coach and I talked it over, and since it's your specialty, I decided to try counseling services. I smile like I have full trust in this plan. If only. I see. And in the past, when you did cognitive behavioral therapy, what issues did you— Nothing sports-related. It was family stuff, my relationship with my dad, but that's all solved now. I realize that I spoke a whit too quickly and expect Sam to challenge what's obviously a half-baked, still frozen in the middle truth. But she just stares, assessing and hawkish. Lots of attention, all on me, all at once. I squirm in the chair, feeling the ache that always clings to my muscles. Her presence is not particularly calming, but I'm here to be fixed, not soothed. I see, she says eventually. Bless CBT and its lack of bullshit. There is this thing you do that's bad for you. I'll teach you to not do it. Your insurance will give me money and we'll each go our merry way. BYO trauma. Tissues are on me. And just to be clear, Scarlett, you want to be here? I nod emphatically. I may not look forward to the agony that comes with exposing the squishy bits of my soul, but I'm not some cliché detective refusing to see a shrink in an 80s crime show. Therapy is a privilege. I'm lucky to have it. Above all, I need it. I must admit I don't know much about diving. It seems like a very complex discipline. It is. Lots of competitive sports require a delicate balance of physical and psychological strength. But diving has trained long and hard to become the mind-fuckiest of them all. Would you be willing to explain? Of course. I clear my throat, glancing down at my joggers and compression shirt. Black and cardinal red. Stanford swimming and diving. Fear the tree. Whoever designs our gear clearly wants for our identity to be reduced to our athletic performance. Never forget, you are what you score. We jump off things, plunge into pools, do some acrobatics in between. I mean to make her laugh, but Sam's not prone to amusement. I'm assuming there's more? Lots of regulations. But I don't want to bore her or be a difficult client. I'm an NCAA Division I athlete. I compete in 2 events. One is from the springboard, that bouncy fiberglass board that I mimic its up and down motion with the flat of my hand. That's 3 meters high, about 10 feet. As tall as an ostrich, the voice of my first coach reminds me. What's the other event? The platform. That's 10 meters high. 33 feet. 2 giraffes. No bounce? Static. She hums. Does the scoring work like gymnastics? Pretty much. A panel of judges looks for mistakes and subtracts points accordingly. And how many dives do you perform per competition? That depends. And it's not really about how many. I bite the inside of my cheek. She lets me take my time but stays engaged. It's the group. The group? The type of dive, if you will. And how many groups are there? 6 in total. I fidget with the tip of my ponytail. Forward, backward, reverse, twist, arm stand. I see. And in your email you mentioned that you've been recovering from an injury? Therapy is a privilege. I don't like it, though. Correct. When was that? About 15 months ago, at the end of freshman year. I clench my fists under my thighs, wait for her to demand the gory details, ready to recite my list. Sam, though, spares me. Did you say that there are 6 groups of dives? Yes. I'm surprised at the topic shift and let my guard down. It's a misstep of catastrophic proportions. And this injury of yours, Scarlett, does it have anything to do with the fact that you only listed 5? Chapter 2. You fucked up, Mariam says during the first week of classes, and all I can think past the despair droning in my ears is that I deserve better from my roommate. I've helped her clean bloodstains off countless wrestling singlets. Am I really not to be afforded compassion? Or at least disapproval of the more tacit variety? I am 1/4 German. I counter. My mom was born there. I should be good at this. Your mother died when you were 2, Vandy. Your stepmommy, who raised you, is from bumfuck Mississippi. Harsh, but fair. My genetic makeup is irrelevant and does not predispose you to a passing grade in German, she says with the contempt of someone who grew up bilingual. I can't presently recall what part of the brain controls the ability to learn languages, but hers spins beautifully and turbine-like. An excellent source of renewable energy ready to power a small European country. Meanwhile, I'm not good at this stuff, I whine. Why should I be, though? It's ridiculous that med schools have foreign language requirements. It's not. What if you decide to do Doctors Without Borders and your ability to save a life depends on knowing whether the scalpel is male or female? I scratch my neck. Die Scalpelin? Bam, patient's dead. Mariam shakes her head. You fucked up, my dude. With a little help from my academic advisor. Take the pre-med courses first, he said. You'll need the knowledge to pass the medical college admission test, he added. It's the right move, he concluded. And I listened, because all I ever wanted was to be on top of shit. Because I'm a student athlete, and my schedule is a crossover between a Jenga tower and a Shibari tutorial. Spontaneity? Only if prearranged. I made a 15-year plan the day I graduated from high school and always intended to stick to it. Upwards of 1 NCAA title, med school, orthopedics, engagement and marriage, compulsory happiness. Of course, I screwed up that plan by stuffing chem and bio sequences into my freshman and sophomore years, without considering that science classes were never my weakness. Enter junior year and my GPA quakes in its boots. Psychology is distressingly vague. The German dative haunts my goriest nightmares. English composition wants me to construct cogent arguments on elusive, slippery topics. Poetry, the ethics of pest control, maximum mandates for government officials. Do people exist when we cannot see them? It's easier for me when balls fall neatly into their intended buckets. Black and white, right and wrong, carbon-based and inorganic. This year is shades of grays and marble scattered all over the floor. A German language 1 oil puddle spilled underneath. I used to be a straight-A student athlete. Used to be in control. Used to live in pursuit of excellence. At this point, I'm just trying to avoid explosive failures. Wouldn't it be lovely if I could manage not to constantly let down the people around me? Switch to another language, Mariam suggests, like I haven't already explored every escape route. Can't. It's like shingled roofing. They all overlap with something. Such as morning drills, afternoon practice, any of the other million activities for which Stanford recruited me. And this is supposed to be the year I fulfill my athletic potential. If I still have it anyway. If it was ever there. It sure felt like it back at bumfuck high school. Missouri, but I've given up on correcting Mariam. Half a dozen D1 coaches aggressively elbowed each other to lure me to their schools because I was a former junior Olympian, national team member, junior world medalist, top recruit. Every club coach I'd had since age 6 had blown smoke up my butt. You're excellent at this, Vandy. You'll do great things, Vandy. Promising young diver, Vandy. I frolicked in that smoke like a blissed-out prairie vole. Until college, when I finally stood corrected. In fact, I barely even stood. My brain must have decided to do me a solid because I have no memories of the 30 seconds that changed my life. Lucky me, the whole thing is on tape for anyone to watch, because it happened at the NCAA diving finals. It even comes pre-commentated. And that was Scarlett Vandermeer of Stanford University, junior Olympic bronze. Definitely the big breakout of the season and on the verge of a new platform record. Before this dive, that is. Yeah, she was attempting an inward dive with 2.5 somersaults in pike position that she managed flawlessly this morning at the prelims. In fact, it got her 8s and 9s. But this time something went poorly from takeoff. It's always those you trust the most. Yeah, that was definitely a failed dive. That's going to be a 0 from the judges in terms of scoring. But she also entered the water at the wrong angle, so here's hoping that she isn't hurt. To which my body said, fuck hoping. It's funny, in a remarkably unfunny way. I clearly remember the anger. at the water, at myself, at my own body, but I have no recollection of the pain. In the video, the girl limping out of the pool is a doppelganger who stole my body. The long braid roping down a red swimsuit belongs to an imposter. The dimples as she strains her lips into a smile? Uncanny. And why does the little gap between her front teeth look exactly like mine? The camera follows her woozy gait mercilessly, gawking even as Coach Seema and his assistants run to help. "Vandy, are you okay?" The answer is unintelligible, but Coach loves to recount the story of how the girl said, "Yeah, but I'm going to need an Advil before my next dive." Turns out she was right. She would need an Advil before her next dive. And surgeries. And rehab. Her final tally? Concussion, ruptured eardrum, twisted neck, labral tear of the left shoulder, pulmonary contusion, sprained wrist, sprained ankle. A heavy, viscous weight lodges in my chest cavity whenever I watch the video and imagine what she must have gone through. Till I remember that the girl is me. There isn't a single guy I've matched with on dating apps who hasn't asked me, "Diving is pretty much the same thing as swimming, right?" But much like boxing, ice hockey, and lacrosse, diving is a contact sport. Every time we enter the water, the impact beats through our skeletons, muscles, internal organs. Eat your heart out, NFL. You need to prepare for the very real possibility that you won't be able to dive again. Barb told me before my surgery. So difficult to dismiss what your stepmom says as pessimistic drivel when said stepmom is a brilliant orthopedic surgeon. We just want your shoulder to regain full mobility. "I know," I said, and cried like a baby, first in her arms, then alone in my bed. But Barb was overcautious, and I was lucky. Recovery turned out to be within the realm of possibility. I red-shirted during my sophomore year, rested, took the meds, stuck to the anti-inflammatory diet, focused on the PT and the stretches and the rehab as zealously as a nun saying her nighttime prayers. I visualized my dives, cradled my aches, showed up for practice anyway, watching the rest of the team train. The smell of the chlorine clinging to my nose, the shimmery blue of the pool just feet away, yet impossibly far. Then, 2 months ago, I was cleared for training. And it has been, well, there's a reason I'm seeing a therapist. I think I have an idea to fix your foreign language problem. I glance suspiciously at Mariam, and yet lean forward, all ears and eyes and hope. You're going to tell me to take an acid bath, aren't you? Hear me out. Latin 201. I push to my feet. I have to go. Think how helpful it'll be when Doctors Without Borders sends you to ancient Rome. I slam the door behind me and leave for practice 40 minutes early just to avoid garroting my roommate. We were paired up during freshman year, and despite Mariam's unflinching meanness and my inability to timely replace empty toilet paper rolls, we have somehow become unwilling to live apart. Last year, we voluntarily moved together to a place off campus, and we just voluntarily renewed our lease, condemning ourselves to 24 more months of each other. The truth is, being together is simple and requires little emotional labor from either of us. And when you're like me, a goal-oriented, control-focused, overachieving perfectionist, finding someone like Mariam is a gift. Not a good gift, but I'll take it. The Avery Aquatic Center is the best facility I've ever trained at. It's fully outdoors, with 4 pools and a diving tower, and it's where all Stanford aquatic teams practice. Today, the women's locker room is blissfully silent. It's a rare Goldilocks zone. Swimmers are already off to practice. Divers aren't yet getting ready. Water polo players have recently been exiled to another building, and many a thankful tear was shed. I put on my swimsuit, slide a tee and shorts over it, set my alarm, and sit on the uncomfortable wooden bench, contemplating my life choices. Exactly 10 minutes later, my phone vibrates, and I stand, having achieved no clarity or inner peace. I'm walking to laundry services for a fresh towel when I hear a familiar voice. "Not okay," Penelope is saying. She stands in the hallway a few feet away but doesn't notice me. "Not at all." She continues, a curl of tears in her words. I recognize it from that dual meet in Utah when she screwed up a forward pike, belly flopped like a flying squirrel, and slid from first to ninth. "Not for us." The reply is quieter, deeper, less distressed. Lucas Bloomqvist stands in front of Penn, bare-chested and arms crossed, a pair of goggles around his neck and a cap dangling from his fingers. He must have just gotten out of practice because he's still dripping. The slight frown between his eyes is hard to interpret. Could be a glower or resting sweet face. I can't make out what he's saying, but it doesn't matter because Penn cuts him off. "There's no reason for that. If..." Another rich, low-pitched response. I retreat. This conversation is not for me. I don't need a towel that bad. It's for the best. Penn leans closer. "You know it is." Bloomqvist inhales deeply, and his glistening shoulders rise, making him look even taller. I notice the tautness in his jaw, the sudden bend of his head, the bunching of muscles in his upper arm. Menacing, threatening, scary. That's what he is. Next to him, Penn looks small and upset, and my brain clicks into a new mode. I couldn't care less whether it's my business. I stride closer, eyes narrowed on Bloomqvist. My fingers tremble, so I fist them at my sides, and even though he is probably 4 times stronger than Penn and me put together, even though it's a terrible idea, I ask, "Penn, is everything okay?" Chapter 3. My voice ricochets against the tiled floors. Penn and Lucas look at me, equally taken aback. I swallow and force myself to ask again, "Do you need anything, Penn?" "Vandy? I didn't know you were..." Her mouth curves in a puzzled tilt. Then the distrustful way I'm regarding Lucas must register because her eyes widen and her lips part. "Oh my God, no, he wasn't... We were just..." She lets out a breathy laugh and turns to her boyfriend to share her amusement at the misunderstanding. But Lucas's gaze lingers on me.
"Everything's fine, Scarlett,"
he says. I'm not exactly inclined to believe him, but he doesn't sound defensive or annoyed or even angry at my obvious assumption that he's a danger to Penn. Also, he appears to know my first name, even though I've been Vandy for the entire sports community since I was 6. Fascinating. "I didn't mean to intrude," I say, unrepentant. Maybe I'm hypersensitive when it comes to situations like this one. Okay, I'm a stack of hypersensitivities in a trench coat, but I have my reasons, and I'd rather make a fool of myself and err on the side of caution than whatever the alternative is. Just making sure that...
"I know,"
Lucas says quietly, that blue gaze still settled on mine.
"Thank you for looking out for Penn."
The soft praise in his tone has my mind shorting for a second. By the time I recover, he's giving Penn's shoulder an affectionate squeeze and brushing past me. I follow the play of muscles on his broad back until he turns the corner, the baby hair drying at his nape, the black inked outlines rippling on his left shoulder and twisting down his arm. It's a full sleeve, but I can't quite make it out. Trees, maybe? "Shit," Penn says. I glance back, find her wiping a hand down her face. I definitely overstepped. "I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be nosy. It's not you, Vandy." Her green eyes are shiny, a hairbreadth away from overflowing. I was fully willing to be Penn's meat shield if it came to that, but pulling her back from crying? I doubt I can manage that. Would you like me to call Victoria? They're both seniors, and she's Penn's closest friend on the team. Not much of a pool. The twins are very absorbed with each other, and I've barely been around. Or I could ask Lucas to come back. Call me for what? Victoria appears. Aviator sunglasses inside. Purple smoothie. That dark curly mullet, that should be an aberration. Spectacular on her. I told you, I won't be complicit in the assassination of any more spiders. What the? It all happened so fast. Penn's tears bursting free, Victoria's scandalized gasp, the voices of the water polo team filling the hallway. Before I can excuse myself from whatever the hell is going on, the three of us are barreling into an equipment room. The door firmly shuts under Victoria's back. What the hell happened? She alternates staring at Penn, with worry, and me, with murder? And I feel a sudden spark of compassion for Lucas. Maybe people shouldn't go about indiscriminately glaring at others after all. I was having a fight with Luke. Penn wipes her cheek with the back of her hand. Aw, babe. About what? I'll give you guys some privacy, I murmur, reaching for the doorknob. Penn's fingers close around my hand. No, stay. I don't want you to think that Luke could ever... She takes a deep breath. I shift on my feet and think longingly of the locker room, the Epsom salt tub, a creepy porcelain doll factory, anywhere but the here and now. He could never be violent or mean. He's the best person I've ever... We've just been in the process of... Oh, God. Is this about the whole breakup thing? Victoria asks, significantly less gently. Not my business. Not my business. Intensely not my business. But Penn nods tearily. Listen, Victoria sighs like they've been over this. Babe, honey, I get it. You and Lucas have been together since you were like 12, 15, and popped each other's cherries, and now you're wondering what would an uncircumcised dick be like? A sniffle. Actually, in Sweden, most people don't. TMI. The point is, what the fuck are you doing? I've always found Victoria's bluntness delicious, but this seems a bit harsh. And Penn might agree because the weeping fades into a scowl. You're supposed to be on my side. I am. As someone who's on your side and has been on the dating scene for the last 2 years, I'm telling you, you do not want to lose that man. There are lots of assholes out there, and Lucas is a smart, decent, hot guy who puts the toilet seat down and has yet to contract the French disease. That's much rarer than you think. But I'm not happy. And he's not getting what he wants from this relationship either. Penn, come on. If he told you he's okay with not doing that stuff, he's settling. Just like I'm settling. If we stay together, we'll get married, have a house in the suburbs, and 2.5 bilingual kids I cannot understand, and we'll always wonder what we missed out on. I won't know what being young and free feels like, and he'll be bitter because he had to give up all that kinky shit. Like spanking people and tying them up and ordering them what to do. I freeze. I should really not be here, but I can't leave because my feet weigh 1,000,000 pounds and every drop of blood in my body is flowing up to hang out on my cheeks. I get it. Victoria is exasperated. But you need to decide. A hard pounding at the door. We all jolt. Hey, is anyone in there? Victoria shouts. Yeah, just a sec. I left my gear bag in there, so if you guys could move your orgy to the showers. Victoria rolls her eyes but opens the door. We march past Gear Girl, Victoria with a defiant expression. Penn wiping residual tears, me stubbornly refusing to make eye contact. The conversation may have resumed, but the twins are coming our way. Where were you guys? Bella asks. I panic, but Victoria makes up something about a missing chamois on the fly because for her, lying doesn't require 2 to 3 business days of careful preparation, and we all go warm up like a big, happy family. I'm still flushed, aware of my pulse. Cogs turn in my skull. All I can think of is, Pen has always been so lovely to me. After my third surgery, when Barb couldn't take more than a week off without collapsing the field of medicine, Pen popped by to check on me every day. To make sure your evil roommate isn't making belts out of your skin, she'd say with a wink. But she's just a naturally caring person. And there was the time she sat down with me after my first duel meet to remind me that a few splashy entries didn't make me a bad diver. That sometimes we're just too much in our heads. That she'd been there too. That chaotic, overthinking feeling that makes the platform feel like a tightrope and turns your body into an unreliable narrator. That moment when your focus dissolves into panic and the dive is irreparably fucked before it even begins. It had meant so much to me back in the fall of freshman year. Everything was new and raw and too big. But Penelope Ross, world and Pan Am medalist, NCAA champion, held my hand and told me that she felt like I did. I think about it during Pilates and dry land training and while climbing up the infinite steps of the diving tower. I think about it as I stretch every muscle I possess, with special care for my tender, stupid shoulder, the one that all my doctors insist is healed but in my nightmares shatters like a champagne flute at least twice a week. By the time practice is over, I've made up my mind. And while the rest of the team chatters away in the locker room, I walk to her side, take a deep breath, and ask, "Could we go get coffee after this? Just you and I." Chapter 4. I thought it might be hard to say out loud, mostly because I never have, not to anyone who wasn't intimately involved in the matter. But the words flow out of me as smooth as a perfect dive. No hiccups, no stutters, just a knife-sharp slice through rippling water. I picture a panel of 7 smiling judges raising several perfect 10 boards in unison. "Full points, Ms. Vandermeer. This disclosure of your sexual history was unimpeachably executed. Now hit the showers." Not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty proud. Unfortunately, Pen isn't impressed. "You are into that?" She blinks and glances around the Coupa Cafe. Classes started this week and campus is too crowded. Backpack straps wrapped around tanned shoulders, stickered water bottles, a new cohort of freshmen that comes in 2 versions, invincible and terrified. I started out the former, but my slide to the latter was swift. Pen sets her elbows on the small wooden table, satisfied with our level of privacy. "You're into what Luke's into." "Well, I can't be sure about that. But you said there are many, many facets to kink and BDSM." "Right. I've never talked with Lucas before this morning. I have no idea what he likes." "Should I tell you?" No, that's not..." I clear my throat. Starting to have some regrets here. "That's beyond the, scope of this conversation." "Ah, you shouldn't feel like you have to explain what you guys..." "But I was there, unwillingly, when you and Victoria were discussing the matter, and she seemed to be lending a slightly less than, sympathetic ear." Hall of Fame-worthy understatement. Please, continue. "I just wanted to offer myself as a resource, as someone who has experience in this. And this would be an established relationship in which only one party is interested in kink. Figuring out something you can both enjoy and can affirmatively consent to. If that's what you want, of course," I add with a small smile. She leans back in her chair to study me, and I know what she's seeing. Damp, dark hair, guarded, dark eyes, unexpectedly dark sexual history. I've never navel-gazed too much about what turns me on. She could slap me on a microscope slide and label me sexual deviant, and I wouldn't bat an eye. Still, it's nice to see more curiosity than judgment in the tilt of her head. "Luke wants to be in charge. Is that what you want too, or..." I shake my head. "The opposite, actually." "Ah." She curls a finger in an auburn strand of hair. Penn's coloring was the first thing I noticed about her back in the varsity circuit. How strikingly beautiful she was. Generous, too. In competition, between dives, athletes usually avoid looking at each other. Not Penn, though. Always a kind smile. Never arrogant, even though she was always ahead in our age group by leaps and bounds. The flag bearer at the Junior Olympics. She'd dive with pink, then blue hair. Friendship bracelets made by her fans. Nail art. I found her impossibly cool. I'll never not be intimidated by her, at least a little bit. How did you discover it? How did I discover that you were into it? A guy who looks remarkably like Dr. Rodriguez's fascist TA, the one who docked 1 point off my Orgo final for writing the wrong date, walks by. Bet he'd love an earful. I always knew, to some degree. I mean, I wasn't browsing eBay for deals on PVC masks in middle school, but once I became aware of and interested in sex, I always had fantasies, ideas. I shrug and don't add, it felt right. It feels right. I see. Penn nods, thoughtful. And how did you end up actually, doing it? My high school boyfriend and I dated for about 3 years. I skipped the part where we were neighbors, then 7th grade best friends, then fell in love. I trusted him, and it was an easy conversation, as easy as everything else with Josh. Everything except for that phone call during freshman year. His subdued tone as he explained, "It's not just because of her, honestly. The distance is a lot, and maybe our personalities are too different for this to last." That one, it had been difficult. I told him what I was interested in. And was he interested too? I workshopped the perfect phrasing. Not in the same things. That's why I thought my experience might be relevant to you and Lucas. Because Lucas Blomqvist is kinky. Lucas, Olympic gold medalist, swim world darling, record-holding Scandinavian treasure, Blomqvist. What is life? And how did you approach the situation? I told him what I thought might be hot. Josh did the same. We cross-referenced. The resulting Venn diagram didn't include much, but still. This is so 50 Shades, Vandy. Right? Our eyes meet and we share a smile at the improbability of all of this. But she seems much more at ease. Would you be able to explain what you like about letting someone else take charge? Would I? It's lots of things garbled together. The ease of pre-negotiating a social interaction. Having, for once, specific instructions. The stable quiet in the never-ending chaos of my brain. The satisfaction of doing something right, of being told as much. Disconnecting from the rest of the world and going with the flow. And yeah, I'm not sure why I'm wired like that, but pain and pleasure have always mixed up in my head, and it feels good when someone I trust pinches my nipples. It's that simple sometimes. To me, it's about freedom. She snorts. The freedom of having someone telling you what to do? I know it sounds counterintuitive, but I'm usually overthinking something, desperately trying to avoid screwing up and working myself up to a panic. Am I taking up too much space? Boring you? Disappointing you? Would you rather be somewhere else with someone else? Overwhelmed by the burden of wondering whether I'm doing it right. Doing what right? I laugh. I'm not even sure. Sex, but also, more in general, being a human? I shrug, because that's the problem, isn't it? There is no right or wrong way to exist. Real life doesn't come with an instruction manual. Fortunately, sex can. My kind of sex. If someone I feel safe with is directing me, you like the structure. That's a good way of putting it. I smile. I can't speak for Lucas, or people on the more dominant end of it. The word oscillates bizarrely between us. Truth is, I don't feel totally comfortable doling out BDSM terms either. Like any other community, I cradle an assortment of doubts on whether I have what it takes to truly belong. Labels have to be earned, and my pockets always seem too empty to pay up. But clearly, they get something out of it. Clearly. Are you and your boyfriend still together? Her gaze sharpens. I feel like I know so little about you. What a coincidence. I, too, know very little about me. We broke up. And the guy you're seeing now? I'm not seeing anyone, that is. But that's not because of what you're into? Not really. At least not entirely. What I like to tell myself, and whoever asks, Barb, mostly, is that I'm too busy and career-driven to date. But my celibate phase has been going on so long, I'm not sure it's voluntary anymore. And I'd rather not mention that after what happened with my dad, men can be unsettling to be around. I suspect I shouldn't ask it like this, but I truly have no clue how to phrase it, so I'll just... Did your ex hurt you? During sex, I mean. I nod. Sometimes. A little. And you were okay with it? Absolutely. Everything was pre-agreed. We constantly checked in with each other and had a safe word. Oh my God, so 50 Shades. Did it ever make you feel what? Like you're flushing 70 years of feminism down the toilet? Her face scrunches in a guilty grimace, but it's nothing I haven't asked myself. For me, choosing to be sexually submissive has little to do with gender equality. And I'm not giving up my rights. Josh always stopped when I asked him to, and the other way around. I shrug again. I understand how vulnerable it can be, discussing this stuff. For you, for Lucas even. Plus, kinky people sometimes get this bad rap, like we're intrinsically aggressive or predatory. I know you aren't, she hurries out, palms wide open. I'm not a prude, I swear. I don't think Luke is twisted or disturbed for wanting this. My relief is genuine. Good. It's more that I am not into it. That is absolutely your prerogative. I scratch the back of my neck where I forgot to put on lotion before diving. Hello, chlorine rash, my old friend. And if you told Lucas that you're not interested in exploring those sexual dynamics and he's insisting on it, that's a huge red flag that's the thing. He's not. We tried. Because it was obvious that he wanted it, so I offered. She wraps her hand around her untouched iced latte, but doesn't take a sip. I just hate it, being told what to do, asking for permission. I already have Coach Seema's incessant commentary about my diving techniques buzzing in my ear. I don't want to hear you're doing this or that so well, Pen, while we're fucking. She rolls her eyes. Such paternalistic bullshit. No offense. This is perhaps the least relatable thing anyone has ever said to me. None taken. Did you tell him you didn't enjoy it? Yep. And he immediately stopped. Never brought it up again. He still wants it, though. I know he does. This conversation is taking a turn that's less Kink 101, more GQ sex advice column. I might be out of my depth. So he made the conscious decision to put his relationship with you and your well-being before his sexual preferences, which is commendable. It's stupid. The word is a sibilant, frustrated hiss. She leans closer, her eyes once again that liquid green. I love him. I really do. But a bob in her throat, her posture straightens. I want other things, too. I want to go to a party and flirt freely. I want to be hit on without feeling like I'm betraying someone. I want to have fun. A deep breath. I want to sleep with other people. See what that's like. It all sounds as fun as shaving my armpits with a can opener. But Pen is not me. Pen is outgoing and funny. Pen has work-life balance. Pen knows what to do and when to do it. Everyone likes Penn. How does Lucas feel about this? Is he angry or jealous? She rolls her eyes. Luke's too self-assured to feel anything as lowly as that. Wouldn't know what that's like. What about you? Would you be jealous if he were to sleep with other people? Not really. Lucas and I have history. We love each other. Honestly, even if we break up, I suspect that we'll find each other in the future. We're kind of meant to be. Where do these people get their bottomless reservoirs of confidence? From a pot at the end of a rainbow? Meant to be, except for the meh sex? It's not. The sex is good. For the first time in this very flush-worthy conversation, Penn flushes. Luke is, he's very single-minded. It's more that her phone buzzes, shaking the entire table. Penn glances at it once, mid-sentence, distracted. Then again, lingering. Fuck. Everything okay? My international trade study group. I forgot we're meeting. She leaps out of her chair and quickly gathers her stuff, inhales her iced latte in record-eclipsing time, and tosses the cup in the recycling bin. I'm sorry. This is so rude, unloading on you for 20 minutes, and no problem at all. Do your thing. Okay, shit. I have to run all the way to Jackie's place. Her voice fades as she dashes out of the cafe, and I'm left alone, contemplating the sheer weirdness of the afternoon. The sheer idiocy of putting myself in this situation. The sheer impenetrability of the relationship between Penelope Ross and Lucas Bloomquist. Then Penn runs back inside and stops by my chair. Hey, Vandy, I glance up. Did you forget something? I just wanted to say. Her grin broadens. It helps me realize how strained her earlier smiles have been. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. For being cool and not judgy. I'm glad you're all healed and back on the team. I barely manage a nod, and then she's sprinting out, leaving me to wonder if anyone else ever uttered the word cool in relation to me. Chapter 5. By the following week, I'm starting to see the lay of the academic land. English composition is not impossible. My professor doesn't care whether my opinions are valid, only that I argue for them with my whole chest. Psychology, not as wishy-washy as I originally thought. There is a method to the madness of human behavior. Computational biology is a piece of cake, even if Dr. Carlson's perennial glower is a little unsettling. And then there's German. A tentacled, homicidal swamp infested with sharks and tarantulas and sentient currywurst ready to mangle me. Aren't there tutoring programs for people who are less than gifted when it comes to languages? Barb asks during our weekly call, after I air out my anti-Germanic propaganda speech for 30 minutes of despair. Nothing works with my schedule. I should have booked some help sooner. Like back in the womb. But I think I'll be fine. I got a 2 out of 10 for the first assignment and a 3 for the second. Yay for upward trends. I'm sure you will, Scar. After she left Dad, after the battle royale that won her custody of me, after our lives became ours, Barb moved us to St. Louis, where she rules the Division of Orthopedic Surgery like an autocratic nation-state. Her job is incomprehensibly high stakes, pays her a semi-sickening amount of money, and keeps her so shockingly busy, one of my middle school teachers suspected I was a runaway secretly living on my own. She is, without question, the reason I want to be a physician. A bit of a cliche, I know, but it didn't come completely out of left field. I've always gravitated toward science, but it wasn't until I started doing my homework in Barb's office that I realized how admirable her work is, how she makes a difference, the breadth of her knowledge and the depth of her care. Why can't Dr. Madden or Dr. Davis take care of your patient? I once whined when she said she wouldn't be able to come to my meet. Because, she lowered her voice to a whisper, Dr. Madden is an asshole, an anus, and Dr. Davis is so spectacularly incompetent, I'm never sure whether he's rooting for the patient or the disease. Mrs. Reyes has been in pain for a long time. She deserves to be treated by someone who's not mediocre and will take her seriously. Would you agree? I was 14 at the time, but it made perfect sense. Not only was I proud of how incredibly badass Barb was, but I wanted nothing more than to be a non-mediocre physician who'd take people seriously. And now here I am, daydreaming of liver failure to escape the MCAT. By the way, Barb tells me, I met Coach Kumar the other day. I flinch. He's my high school coach. How is he? Good. He sends his love. Asked me about you. And you lied and told him that I'm a 12-time NCAA champion and Olympic hopeful? I considered that, but then I remembered that there are public records of this stuff, like online, a Google search away. I sigh. Is he mortified? Am I bestowing dishonor upon my old club? What? No. You're not a white-collar defense attorney on the Sacklers' payroll, Scarlett. You had a bad injury. Everyone's rooting for you. I cannot wait to disappoint them once again. How's the love of my life? Currently occupied with her pre-scheduled junk licking. Important business. Hang on, I think she wants to talk to you. Pipsqueak, the husky pug mix who was once up on Facebook Marketplace because of a bad temperament, falsehoods, slander, and an unbreakable scooting habit, yet to be broken, howls her love for me and tries to lick my face over Barb's phone. I baby talk at her for 15 minutes, then leave for practice. It's preseason, which means conditioning, skill refinement, takeoffs, entries, body positions, rotations, corrections, hours in the gym, the diving well, the weight room, and then more hours at home, in class, in bed. The nagging worry that all this training won't be enough, poking at the back of my skull. I'm a good athlete. I've TiVo'd my dives enough times to know that. My body is strong and healthy at last. My mind hates me sometimes, especially when I'm on a platform 10 meters above the rest of my life. Because 10 meters is high, but people don't realize how high until it takes them over 50 steps to climb a tower. They reach the top, look down, and suddenly get that queasy feeling in their stomach. It's a 3-story building, a whole McMansion stretching between you and the water. Lots of things can happen in 10 meters, including a body accelerating to 30 miles per hour and the water becoming as difficult to crack as the universe's hardest eggshell. On the platform, punishments are swift and merciless. Room for error non-existent. A bad dive is not just ungainly and humiliating. A bad dive is the end of an athlete's career. A bad dive is the last dive.
The pool closes at 8, but take your time, Vandy.
Coach Seema yells up at me. I smile, palms flush against the course edge, and slowly lift my legs in a headstand. My shoulders, core, thighs, they all ache in that good clenched way that means control. I linger there, a perfect straight line, just to prove to myself that I'm capable of it. I have what it takes. It's a relief seeing the world resized, liberating how insignificant everyone else looks from here, small and irrelevant.
No hurry at all. I'm not bored out of my mind here.
I huff and let the rest of the dive flow out of me. Pike, half twist, a somersault, another. I enter the water with just a handful of bubbles. When I resurface, Coach is crouching poolside.
Vandy.
I lift myself on the edge, clutching my shoulder. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't bleed. Still intact. Yeah?
That is NCAA material there.
I squeeze water out of my braid.
Problem is, that's not the dive I asked you to do.
I look around. Where did I throw my chamois?
Vandy, look at me.
I do. I have to.
You can keep doing your emotional support dives, yes, but we have other issues we need to be focusing on.
He taps the spot between my eyes with his knuckles like he's inspecting coconuts at the grocery store.
You have to work on what's in here.
I know.
Then do as I say and don't change the damn dive when you're up there.
He sighs and shakes his head.
It's okay, kid. We got time. Go get changed. Y'all are coming over tonight.
The cookout. Yearly team-building tradition. He winks at me, crow's feet multiplying by a factor of 10.
Ain't no party like a Coach Sema party.
Tragically true, because a Coach Sema party is compulsory. I head for the locker room, sparing one last glance at the forward tuck the twins are practicing together on the springboard. I used to do synchronized diving too, back in St. Louis. But there's only 5 of us in the Stanford team, which makes me the odd girl out. Bella and Bree compete together, 2 athletes who simultaneously perform the exact same dive and look identical. Judges eat that shit up. Penn and Victoria have been partners for 3 years and have a good thing going on. Maybe next year a new recruit will pair up with me. Or maybe I'll die alone in a veil of tears, clutching German present perfect flashcards. Who can say? I catch a ride to the Semas with Victoria, who spends it updating me on a recently confirmed human case of the bubonic plague. We're the last to get there and the only 2 losers to show up without a +1. Love this taste of what my Thanksgivings are going to be like for the next 50 years, she grumbles, pasting a smile on her face and reaching out to hug Mrs. Sema. I chat with Leo, Coach's 13-year-old son, who's about as awkward as I am, until he pretends to remember outstanding homework and ducks back into the house. Then I go in search of something to drink and run into a wall. And by wall, I mean Lucas Bloomqvist. When it comes to D1 college swimmers, he's not too much of a standout. Most of them are tall, most of them are muscular, lots of them are handsome. His proportions, broad shoulders, long arms and torso, huge hands and feet, are basically an instructional drawing. That is to say, it's not because of his looks that my thoughts swerve to a halt. Sorry, I am physically unable to produce a smile. Temporary cranial nerve 7 paresis. It's okay, though, because he doesn't smile either. His eyes pin me in place.
No problem.
He has a nice voice, deep and resonant. Familiar, but only vaguely, like an ad in the middle of a podcast. Heard it before, but tuned it out. Must be a byproduct of his orbiting the periphery of my life for the past 2 years, since the pool where the swimmers train is across from the diving well. Where did you get that? I point at a sports drink that looks oddly kid-sized in his hand. He gestures with his chin to a cooler that I could have easily located on my own. If only I wasn't an idiot. Right, thanks. Lucas nods, only once. I wonder if he came with Penn, if they ended up solving their issues, but she's nowhere in sight. He and I are, kind of hilariously, both wearing jeans and the same gray Stanford swimming and diving tees, except he's barefoot. Why is he barefoot in my coach's backyard? Also, why is he staring at me? Why am I staring back? I can't tear my gaze away. And I think it's because of his eyes. They're studious, focused, dialed in, preternaturally blue. Somewhere in the Baltic Sea, a cod splashes through a patch of water that precise color, and did Penn tell him about me? Did Penn tell him that she told me about him? Is that why Lucas looks so, I don't know, curious? Absorbed? Something. What were you saying about the Swedish Open, dear? Mrs. Sema asks. Lucas turns back to her, and I realize that I crashed right in the middle of their conversation. Or, most likely, her interrogation of Lucas. I've been on the receiving end of a few of those through the years, and they're no picnic. When is that happening?
Next year, the week after the NCAAs.
Oh, my goodness! And you'll need to attend to qualify for the Melbourne Olympics, right?
Not after the World Championship.
He has an accent, in that faint Northern European way. I'm not even sure what letters it coats, but I occasionally pick up on it. Right, earlier this year, and you won that, so you're officially going to Australia next year? He nods, indifferent, Like being an Olympian is not a big deal. His face is... That jaw has me thinking of diving cliffs, and the cleft in his chin, textbook movie star shit. He could be Captain America. Captain Sweden. Whatever. That is fantastic, dear. Now here's hoping that Penelope qualifies too. She was bronze at the Pan Am Games last summer, but with so many mistakes. Typical Mrs. Seema jab. She loves to imply that the diving team is an untalented bunch, chronically unworthy of her husband's coaching skills. I'd challenge her on this, but when it comes to me, I'm not sure she's wrong. Lucas, thankfully, has no such qualms.
She was still recovering from injury.
Oh, yes, of course. A nervous laugh. Well, still, you won all your races, didn't you? His reply is a non-committal grunt. I bet your mother's so proud of you. No reply at all, but the ink on Lucas's skin shifts like he's flexing his muscles. Maybe his relationship with his mom is as lovely and uncontentious as mine with Dad? Will she be in Melbourne too? Lucas's face could be a megalith on Easter Island. I bet she cannot wait to cheer you on. Sudden twitch in his jaw, like he's a single question away from a rampage. Come on, Mrs. Seema, read the Swede. If it was one of my children, I would take my whole extended family. By the way, Lucas, I interrupt. Pen was looking for you a minute ago. His eyes fix mine.
Was she?
He's not really asking. He knows it's a lie. Yep. Fly, little bird, be free.
Excuse me,
he says in the general direction of Mrs. Seema. I help myself to some coconut milk, but when I glance to make sure he escaped safely, his attention is once again on me, and maybe Penn did tell him about me, and that's why he's so interested. Does he want to chat with me? Vent? Find someone who'll sympathize? Does he want a heart-to-heart, kinkster to kinkster? Maybe I should become a couples counselor. Nice alternative to med school. They might waive the foreign language requirement.
First batch is ready.
Coach yells from the grilling area.
Everyone help yourself.
I eat my chicken burger slowly, quietly, while conversations flow. Penn sits in front of me, the center of attention, dispensing funny stories and warm feelings. Lucas is next to her, arms crossed on his chest, saying little, smiling rarely. He seems like a quiet, reserved guy. Together they are viciously, comprehension-defyingly good-looking. I don't consider myself ugly by any means, but I had my years of braces and constant breakouts, which are not too far off. These two were clearly never less than radiant. Hard to stomach, really. For the first time, everyone on the team is over 21. Coach hands out his home brew, muttering something about how this better be our last sip of alcohol for the season. I picture him stirring and fermenting in the same bathtub where Leo discovered masturbation, and give it a pass. Lucas and Victoria, who both drove here, stop after the first bottle. The twins have 2 each and comment on how much stronger than regular beer they are. Pen, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't either. Her laugh is a little loud, but she's still her charming self. After dinner, I move to the patio with Bree, Bella, Devin, and Dale, where I struggle not to show how mind-boggled I am that 2 monozygotic twins are dating another set of monozygotic twins. Was this pre-planned? How did they meet? Did one couple find true love, then force the other into a relationship? Is kinky stuff involved? And why am I so goddamn curious about other people's private lives? Bold of someone who enjoys being tied up like a mesh bag full of limes. It's a big relief when Penn wobbles over to steal Vandy for a sec and whispers at me, "Kinda weird, right? Twins dating twins." I was thinking the exact same and felt so bad about it. I know, me too. It's inappropriate that this even occurred to me, but if each couple has a kid, they'd be fraternal brothers. Oh my God, yes! We high-five like we cracked the human genome and end up in the back of the house toward a set of swings Coach must have installed when his kids were little. "Is everything okay?" I ask when we sit. I rock a little, testing the sturdiness of the setup. "Yup," she giggles. Her eyes are glassy. "Except that Coach's toilet beer is hitting me hard. I just need a bit of quiet. You look like you might too." When do I not? "Want me to find Lucas and ask him to take you home?" God, that's a great idea. I make to stand, but she stops me, taps at her phone. "I'll just text him. He only came because I'd already told Coach that he would anyway." "Oh, did you two end up breaking up?" "Yep, I'm free as a bird." Her words slur just a bit. She doesn't look particularly happy. "Do you want to, talk about it?" I'm not sure I'm equipped for it, but the idea of Penn wanting to confide in me is a warm, pleasant weight in my chest. Between my injury and my inability to stop working until I achieve perfection, i.e. never, I haven't made many friends in college. Or before. "Do I?" A shaky, forced laugh. Then her gaze fixes somewhere beyond me, and she repeats louder. "Do I?" I turn around. Lucas is walking toward us, and my first thought is he didn't need to come here. I was going to deliver Penn to him, in front of his car. But his barefoot stride never falters. The sun is a fuzzy halo around his short hair when he asks,
"Should I drive you home?"
Penn regards him lovingly for a long, sluggish while. So long, I start wondering whether she's much drunker than I originally believed. "Vandy, you've never formally met my ex-boyfriend, have you?" And there is my second thought. This is clearly a messy breakup, a sore one that's still being negotiated. And I want no part in it.
"She did.
Lucas's impassible gaze flits to mine.
During her recruitment trip."
No memory of it, but I nod anyway, glad I didn't stand to shake his hand. "Oh, that's cool," she shrugs. "Yeah, Luke, you can take me home." Penn stops suddenly with a gasp that turns into a smile so manic, unease slithers down my nape. "Oh my God, you guys. I just had the best idea in the fucking universe." She glances at Lucas, at me, at Lucas again. She's going to bring up something ridiculous that only sounds good to a drunk person. "Let's go to Taco Bell. Let's prank call our middle school teachers. Let's shave our eyebrows." I'm desperately looking for a gentle way to talk her out of karaoke, and then stop. Because what Penn actually says is, "You two should have sex." Chapter 6. I grip the swing's chain hard enough to permanently print it on my palm. I gawk at Penn, slack-jawed, then turn to Lucas, who seems as taken aback as me. But he recovers quickly. His arms cross on his chest, and the corner of his lip curls upward.
"Penn?"
He chides calmly, like his ex is an unruly toddler, a kitten caught breaking into the treat drawer.
"I'm taking you home."
She ignores him. No, it's genius.
"Is it?"
Yes, how do you not see it? Oh my God, of course you don't. It's because you don't know. She laughs and gestures inchoately. Her cheeks glow bright pink on her post-practice scrubbed clean face. Maybe Coach puts MDMA in his beer? Luke, please don't be mad, but I had to tell Vandy about the stuff you're into. Because it was all a mess, and I needed to talk about it with someone. I'm sorry, okay? She cries, even though Lucas doesn't seem particularly upset at the thought of me knowing his private business. Until. But here's the thing. Vandy's into the same exact stuff as you. And that's when I realize that, no. Penn had not told Lucas about me. Because he turns to me and stares infinitely, lips parted, like I've suddenly shapeshifted into something new. something instantly comprehensible to him. I stare back, unable to breathe. Even as Penn continues, "So you two should, well, no one should have sex, but since we're all single here, I thought that—" Lucas tears his eyes from mine.
Penn,
He says, firm, exuding a tolerant, condescending sort of patience.
let's go.
Her eyebrows knit. "What? I think it's a great idea."
Of course.
Lucas sounds so unperturbed it actively adds to my distress. Why is he not experiencing mortification? Am I exhausting the North American supply?
I'm taking you home.
No, Luke, she is it. She's the sandwich. He sighs. I don't follow. Ooh, then I do. Sandwich. Sub. Christ. I should not be witnessing the inside sex jokes of the golden couple of college swimming. "It makes sense," she insists, unsteady on her swing. "Think it through."
Okay, let's.
He nods like he's actually contemplating the whole thing.
You and I break up, and a week later you come to me with recommendations on who I should be fucking next.
His eyes settle on me. Cold, evaluating.
And you do the same for Scarlett, out of the kindness of your heart.
I just thought it would be nice if we could all—
Be happily paired with our government-mandated fuck buddy?
Luke, Penn bristles. As the current holder of half a dozen world records, you're a recognizable public figure who can't just make a profile on a dating app and write a bucket list of kinky stuff.
But you fixed the issue by getting wasted and offering me your teammate, who, by the way, hasn't breathed in over a minute.
He's right. I suck in some air. Come on, Luke. I know you think she's hot. You said so. Silence. And I see the way you look at her. A buzz of unease bursts in the back of my skull.
How do I look at her?
You know how. He folds his arms on his chest.
Anything else I should know about future directions of my sex life? Where are Scarlett and I going to meet? What will we do first?
Penn bolts to her feet, sways her way to Lucas to press an index finger to his pecs. Luke, if you can't understand my vision— She bursts into laughter. Whatever! Let's go home. She brushes past, but after about 50 feet, she plops on Coach's yard and lies on her back to sunbathe. You guys, I love this time of the day. Lucas shakes his head and sighs deeply, long feet peeking through the grass. And there, in the rise and fall of his shoulders, I finally see it. The strain that comes with a splintering relationship. I picture the late-night conversations, the incessant texting, the fights that led to their breakup. She shouldn't have told me about your— Not without your permission, I say. You might want to ask her to stop doing it. A bit presumptive to assume that this classically handsome athlete with citizenship in a universal healthcare country might need my advice. But I remember the way Dad used to be with Barb and me, how he'd gnaw at us and strip away even the thinnest of layers, until what we wanted was of no importance and the world revolved around him. It's not something I'll ever take for granted, the ability to say no.
I don't mind,
He says, almost reassuringly. The "don't worry" is implied. He has a steady, calming, problem-shouldering presence that tells me everything I need to know about how good he'd be at— well, all that stuff that got us in this mortifying situation to begin with. I had no idea she'd say any of this, I blurt out.
I figured. You looked about to faint.
It was a close call. We exchange a tired, soft-edged smile. Just our eyes, really.
I doubt Penn knew she'd say it either, or that she'll remember tomorrow.
Still, I'm sorry. I told Penn about my experience thinking it would help, but I didn't mean to be up in your business or— Luke! Can we go home now? She interrupts. He bites the inside of his lip, gives me one last look.
Goodbye, Scarlet.
I wave and watch him leave, his steps relaxed, his brown hair almost golden in the setting sun. Once he and Penn disappear behind the house, I tip my head back to look up at the sky. Push that where are Scarlet and I going to meet, the near-perfect pronunciation, the closed O's, the telltale S's, out of my mind. Let my heart slow to a normal speed and tell myself that decades from now, when I'm frail and prune-hearted in the retirement home and the AI nurse feeding me steamed Brussels sprouts asks, "What is the most bonkers thing that ever happened to you?" my mind will instantly zero in on this conversation. I don't even know how wrong I am. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, what was that? For every session, there are a lot of silences between Sam and me, because she asks hard questions that I cannot answer, and doesn't move on until she has received some kind of reply. I guess it's how therapy works. I said, has this ever happened to you before? And by this, you mean this block of yours? Ah, right. I shake my head. No, it hasn't. Not even at a smaller scale? Not really. She glances down at her notebook. I did some research. It appears that lost move syndrome is a typical phenomenon in athletes, a sudden inability to perform a skill you had previously mastered. She recites the last bit like it's a definition she's quoting. Her eyes find mine through horn-rimmed glasses. Does this description match what you are experiencing? I take as long as I can before nodding. Maybe the more I delay this, the less true it will become. Twisties, I say eventually. Or yips. That's what we divers call them. Chapter 8. Penelope. Funny story. Penelope. I woke up this morning with a huge headache. Couldn't figure out why. Then I remembered what happened last night and started praying for my bones to turn into lava. Penelope. I have no words for how dumb I was. I think I only had 2 drinks. I have no clue how I got that drunk. And it's not an excuse. I'm so sorry, Vandy. As she should be. Scarlet. I think Coach's homebrew might be stronger than regular beer. The twins are pretty wasted too, and I ended up driving Victoria's car back home. Penelope. Bet the NCAA would love to hear that. Scarlet. Moving forward, though, please don't blurt out facts about my sex life. Penelope. God, I promise I won't. I swear I'm not usually that shitty. And honestly, I'm your captain. What I did was totally sexual harassment, and you have every right to report me. Scarlet. It's okay. You're forgiven. This once. Plus, this whole thing will give us both an edge in future Never Have I Ever games. Penelope. LMAO. 2 truths and a lie, too. Penelope. I pee in the pool. I hate tomatoes. I once got so wasted that I tried to get my ex and my teammate to fuck each other. Scarlet. Very worried at the moment since I've seen you eat tomatoes with my own 2 eyes. Penelope. They pump so much chlorine in there. Scarlet. I'm officially making myself unknow this about you. Never mention it again. Scarlet. Is Lucas mad? Penelope. I called him this morning to grovel, but he just shrugged it off. It's impossible to make Lucas mad. He's literally the most unfazed human in the universe. A few days ago, I'd have guessed the opposite. That he'd be the silent treatment type, surly and prone to anger. But that was just a hunch, based on my general assumption that men can be scary and unpredictable. Not all men, I'm sure. Maybe not even most men. But with my past, I cannot help distrusting them until they give me reason not to. Lucas Blomqvist, though, seems fairly unobjectionable. I have no real insight into his personality, but following Coach's cookout, he becomes something of an intrusive thought for me. And I find myself taking time out of pondering the German sentence structure to gather information about him, mostly through my own recollections. Try as I might, I can't remember meeting him during my recruitment trip. There are snippets of him here and there, though, like confetti stuck to my hair after a New Year's Eve ball drop. I didn't mean to take them home, but still get to examine them, and I'm glad for that. Freshman year, Halloween, when some kids broke into the diving well to egg and toilet paper the pool. Lucas, who was already captain, volunteered the men's team to clean it up. When they started bitching, a twitch of his eyebrow was all they needed to fall quiet. Or that time some guy mistook the pool cover for pavement and fell inside, backpack and clothes and all. An image resurfaces. Lucas's inked arm fishing him out. The same arm that last year separated those two seniors who got in a fight, shoved them apart, pinned them to the wall for stern talking tos. And then the bits Penn threw out in passing. Something about how he'd been offered sponsorship deals, but declined to peddle shampoo and high-fructose corn syrup. Anniversary posts on her Instagram, photos of the two of them through the years, Lucas's serious bulk, Penn's wide smile. The careless way she mentioned never having been to Sweden to visit him. Too busy, you know? That's the extent of my memories, but it doesn't matter. Because now that Penn has tried to squish us into this odd triangle, now that I'm aware of him, I notice him everywhere. Padding over the deck, with the PTs in the recovery room, lifting truly ludicrous weights. At those annoying Saturday meetings that happen behind the diving tower, though he's quiet there. The swimmers take turns celebrating each other and announcing their weekly achievements. But Lucas Blomqvist, 5-time Olympic gold medalist, to our relays, which makes him slightly less humbling, never has anything to share. Maybe he's in a rut. Maybe he hates public speaking. Maybe it's a Swedish thing. I've never cared much about mapping the aquatic social network, but he seems to get along with his teammates. Sweetie, they call him, not Sweetie, as I originally thought. The realization hits me while doing pull-ups, and I dangle in the strength room for a few seconds, exhaling breathless chuckles until Bree asks if I'm having a mental breakdown. I catch him pushing the other Swedish guy on the team into the pool and snort when the only thing that pops out of the water is a middle finger. I see him walk around campus with 2 other seniors who are also Olympians. Hassan, a nice English guy who asked me out freshman year, and Kyle, one of the hopes and dreams of U.S. swimming, who looks like 20 stereotypical frat bros chucked in a blender and spread over a slice of Wonder Bread. I watch Lucas swim. At first, out of curiosity. Later, because I cannot stop. In utter disbelief that he and I are made of the same stuff. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and yet his body can do that. He's probably a good guy, or person, leader, swimmer, whatever's the NCAA buzzwordy pick of the day. Sometimes we'll pass each other and exchange a nod, a sardonic smile, a shared moment of, remember when your ex wanted us to fuck? Understanding. For the most part, though, he seems too focused on training to pay attention to me. And so am I. 20 hours of practice a week, plus classes, homework, MCAT prep, and this thing I've been told people should really do if their plans include staying alive for longer than a couple of months. Sleeping, Coach calls it. I hear great things. Would love to try it someday. We didn't even choose good sports, Mariam reminds me during dinner. We're staring lifelessly into our plates of spaghetti, fully aware that we have at least 3 hours of schoolwork ahead of us. Wrestling? Diving? Poorly funded and spectated. No chance at fame and glory. My fucking eyeballs hurt, and what for? At least you have the WWE option. Maybe. I'd need a pro wrestler name, though. What about The Rock? Isn't it taken? Nope. All yours. But the grind pays off. The plyometrics, the strenuous arm, ab, leg workouts, the visualization exercises. I'm in good shape, especially considering how little I dove last year. I'm really...
Are you jerking me around, Vandy?
Coach Seema asks me on Friday night, a week after his cookout. He appears out of the blue while I'm toweling off, giving me a cardiac event.
What was that last dive?
My back 2.5...
And what did I ask you to do?
I take a step back. I'm not scared of Coach Seema. He's gruff, rough-edged, but kind. I am, however, terrified of what he's about to say. Sorry? I glance away for a beat. When I look back, his eyes have softened.
How's it going with that psychologist?
I fist my towel. We're getting there. I promise. He scans my face, on the hunt for lies.
Okay.
He nods, not fully convinced.
Make sure you keep on keeping on, okay? Anything I can do, all right?
I slacken in relief when he turns to Penn and Victoria's synchro dives. Their hurdles are different heights. Their twists are poorly timed, and they're both doing whatever the opposite of nailing is to that pike.
Just to be clear, you two are attempting the same dive, right?
Coach yells. I spare myself the roast comedy, change into dry clothes, grab a protein bar from the snack shed, and go stretch. My PT gave me a list of exercises that should keep my injured shoulder from crapping on me again. 3 times a week over 1 hour. When she told me that skipping them would equal certain re-injury, I wished for a swift death. But they've grown on me. They are gentle, slow, an excuse to be kind to my body, to not push it past its physical boundaries and instead follow its lead. It's after sunset by the time I'm done. Avery is deserted, and when I swipe my ID, the locker room door won't open no matter how many times I try. And it's many times. My house keys, my laptop, my wallet are all in there. Mariam's out of town for a wrestling meet. I feel bad about calling Penn, but team captains have physical old-fashioned keys. Hey, I say when she picks up. There's noise in the background. Hopefully she's still on campus. Hey, everything okay? Kind of. I think I can hear music. The locker room door is doing that thing again, and I can't find any staff. Oh, shit. Hang on, give me a second. What comes next is muffled, like her phone mic is pressed against the fabric of her shirt. I pick up a brief exchange between Penn and a deep male voice, but only make out 2 words. Someone and else. Vandy, hey, could you call Luke or any of the other captains? We all have keys. But isn't Lucas with you? I almost ask. Before I can, everything clicks into place. Oh, I pause for too long. Sure, I will, I say, with no intention of doing so. First of all, I don't have his number. Secondly, fuck that. My non-consensual involvement in this relationship is maxed out. I'm not calling Lucas because Penn is... Actually, I'll text him your number and tell him myself, okay? Shit. I don't want to bother him. He's the captain, part of the job description. Just sit tight. He'll be there ASAP. 30 seconds later, I'm considering drowning myself in the pool when my phone pings with a text from an unsaved number. Chapter 9. Unknown.
On my way.
I stare into the abyss of those 3 words. And boy, does the abyss stare back. Does Lucas know why Penn won't come herself? I close my eyes and lean back against the wall, taking several deep breaths. This will be over soon. A pinch of discomfort is well worth the obscene amount of lo mein I'll stuff inside my face once I'm home. I can be brave. I can be anything for noodles. Lucas arrives less than 10 minutes later, damp hair falling on his forehead, a single pair of keys dangling from his index finger. He approaches with the relaxed, long-legged gait of someone who's at peace with the universe. I stare at him staring at me, not quite sure how to make myself stop. Notable fact of the day: he's wearing shoes. It occurs to me that one of us should probably say something. Hi, or how are you, or you ruined my night, shithead. But for indecipherable reasons that don't fully have to do with nerves or discomfort, neither of us speaks for too many seconds. Until...
Want to get it out of the way?
He asks. Rich. That's what I'd call his voice. Rumbly, maybe. Get what out of the way?
The elephant in the room.
I swallow. Is he referring to...
The one with the ball gag in his mouth.
Laughter pops out of me. Wow. Ball gags? He shrugs.
Not really my thing, actually.
I stop myself from saying, not mine either, because it's not like he cares. Still, the knot of tension between us loosens. Maybe the elephant's just blindfolded? He nods slowly.
And tied up?
And doing as it's told. He looks like he might find that more appealing.
What a good elephant.
Blood rushes to my cheeks. I tear myself away from the weight of his eyes. Okay, well, I'm glad we got over the awkwardness of barely having had a conversation and yet somehow knowing the kinky sex stuff the other's into.
I don't know what you're into.
He says. It almost feels like something's being withheld. Yet. But I'd like to. And unfortunately. Or it could just be his intonation. English is not his first language. I clear my throat. Thank you for coming.
No problem.
He unlocks and holds the door open for me, careful to keep his distance, which I appreciate. Deserted hallway. Big man. Whew, not a huge fan.
I'll wait till you're out.
You don't have to.
The doors have been jamming both ways.
It's okay. I'll be fine. He stares at me, doesn't move, and... Okay, fine. Thank you. Polite, decent people who care about your safety. Gotta hate them. I hurry to pick up my stuff. Dinner, I tell myself. My reward. The promised land. As it turns out, he was right. The door won't open from the inside either. I have to knock. Ask to please be let out, like he's my own personal warden. Oh, I hate this, I mutter.
I'll email maintenance again.
He says, so much more graceful than, told you so. I set my backpack on the floor to tie my hair in a ponytail, and when I lift my head, I find him staring at me, shouldering my bag. You don't have to...
Let's go.
We walk toward the exit. I'm usually comfortable with silences. Have to be, since I never really know how to break them, but this one prods at me. Maybe because I cannot stop thinking about Penn. The male voice. What Lucas might not know. I'm sorry, I would have called one of the other captains, but...
It's all right, Scarlett.
His tone is simple and firm, and doesn't brook any further genuflecting on my part. So I shut the hell up and steal a glance at his profile. The fuzz of his jaw, like he hasn't shaved in a while. Typical pre-season swimmer stuff, but instead of sloppy, it looks kind of GQ on him. And those freckles that shouldn't work, but really do. I wonder whether he's considered handsome in Sweden, or Just your run-of-the-mill ordinary guy. Is it a favorable exchange rate? A Stockholm 3 translating to a US 10?
What's wrong with your shoulder?
He asks. Nothing. It's a knee-jerk reaction. A bit of manifesting mixed with some old student-athlete denial. Calmer, I add, how can you tell that there's something wrong with it? He gives me a half-puzzled, half-contemptuous look. Then the corner of his mouth twitches.
Right. I forgot.
Forgot what?
That you have no memory of meeting me.
I flush. Was I that obvious?
I should have introduced myself.
He continues.
I'm a swimmer.
Oh, I know?
Same team as yours, actually.
I know.
One of those people with caps and Speedos.
I know. My glare doesn't faze him.
Why do you keep massaging your shoulder?
Do I?
I thought your surgeries went well and you were healed.
How does he... Penn must have told him. It did. I am. We step out of Avery and Lucas keeps his distance. Just a bit more space than is customary, like he knows that I'm easily spooked. Maybe he doesn't want me to feel threatened, out and about with a known sexual deviant past sundown. But I'm just as deviant, and the plaza teems with people strolling past us, headed for what are undoubtedly fun plans. I watch them a little enviously, but putting on makeup to drag myself to a bar sounds more exhausting than a decathlon. A normal feeling, surely appropriate for a 21-year-old. Meanwhile, Lucas could be anywhere. The world is his oyster. And I stole his Friday night pearl.
Labral tear, right?
He asks. I nod. It's mostly rehabbed. I overdid it today, though. It's hard, getting used to a new body, new limits, new rules. What about you? Any injuries?
My back, a while ago. Nothing big yet.
Yet. Like it's just a matter of time. Water's a cruel mistress and all that.
Come closer.
He orders. Lucas stopped a step behind me. I turn and frown up at him. Why?
Because I just asked you to, Scarlett.
It might seem a bit out of character, given my proclivities, but I really don't like people who order me around with no authority to do so. There's something about Lucas's serious, no-nonsense tone, though, that works on me like the opposite of a red flag. So I go for it and take a step closer. His scent envelops me, soap and chlorine and something warm. What now? His hands descend on me, one on my wrist, the other on my shoulder. They're unyielding and other things I'm not going to think about. He shuffles me with ease, turning me away from him, pinning my wrist against my lower back, gently but ruthlessly making sure that my spine stays straight, and... God, the extension feels good on my muscles. Really, really good. I close my eyes and let out a small moan. This might set a new gold standard for partner stretches, while Lucas's former partner is out there stretching with...
Why are you so nervous, Scarlett?
Me? I'm not. Lie.
Is it because you feel uncomfortable around me?
No,
Or because you think I don't know where Penn is?
My stomach plummets. I try to look at him, but his hold stays strong.
Calm down.
His voice is even-keeled.
You know you don't have to feel guilty about any of this, right? It's something you were dragged into. I'm just glad that cutting out your air supply last week didn't kill any brain cells.
A breathless laugh bursts out of me. He's just so blunt, direct. Difficult to not be direct back. Do you know where she is? I ask quietly. How did she meet the guy? We're D1 athletes, perennially exhausted, not stellar at socializing with other students. Maybe she's on dating apps? Maybe she's hooking up with other swimmers?
I didn't ask.
Lucas says. Don't you want to know?
No.
And are you okay with that?
My ex sleeping with someone else? Why should it matter whether I am okay with it?
He could stuff so much recrimination and self-pity in the words, but he's a straight arrow. I detect only genuine puzzlement. He and Penn really were perfect for each other. Extroverted and reserved, grumpy and sunshine, warm and frosty. They remind me a bit of Josh and me, except that I was the Lucas of the relationship. You just recently broke up. Are you really not jealous?
Nope.
Is it a Swedish thing?
Maybe. I'll ask my brothers. They might have some insight.
I catch a small smile with the corner of my eye, and it relaxes me just enough to ask, do you still have feelings for her? It's so not my business. He tells me, though.
Sure. We've been through a lot.
It's not really an answer, but it echoes what Penn said. I wonder what it is that ties them together. Blood packs? Body in the trunk of their car? Same sleeper cell? I should tell him that I'm better, that he can let go of me, but my shoulder is in the throes of 100 little orgasms. Which must be why I blurt out the question that has been buzzing in my head for days. If you guys hadn't broken up, would you have just gone with vanilla sex for the rest of your life? He mutters something under his breath.
Put like that, it sounds...
He exhales a laugh. His grip remains steady. Sad.
frustrating.
A pause.
But yes, I would have.
Because you love that much?
Because I made a commitment to her.
That's more stubborn than noble, I think. Or maybe I say it out loud because a soft laugh slides out of him and my cheeks burn. What I meant is, I don't think that settling for an unsatisfying sex life because you take your commitment seriously automatically makes you a better person than Penn, who...
I know what you meant, Scarlett.
His thumb digging into my trapezium feels so good. I lose track of my mortification. The thing is, I love reading mafia erotica as much as the next girl with daddy issues. And my attraction for fictional guys making scenes in iconic, over-the-top ways is among my most virulent traits. But jealousy is born less of love and more of insecurity. And it intrigues me, the way Lucas obviously cares about Penn without being possessive of her. His quiet self-assurance seems surprisingly mature. Boys around me, they feel like, well, boys. But Lucas might already be a man. So, I ask, are you going to... He finally lets go. My shoulder begs me to whine at him to continue, but I shut it up and turn to him. Start seeing other people? Ball gag them, or whatever it is that you prefer? His smile sits there, at the corner of his lip.
Still considering.
Why?
It's complicated.
You're single. Isn't it simple?
I don't know. Is it?
You can probably go to a bar tonight and find 500 options.
500?
Well, many. Several. He nods like I'm making a good point, but then asks,
What about you?
Me?
Are you seeing someone?
Oh, no.
Then you're free to fuck whoever you like.
A sparkling, unusual sort of heat drips into my stomach, spreads all over my chest. I guess I am.
You could go to a bar, find some options.
500? I smile. He doesn't.
Realistically, no. But several. Many. You could look for someone who'll give you what you need.
Drip, drip. Yeah, I could.
Will you?
It's not so...
Simple?
I face planted right into that one. I rock on my heels and try to think of a witty comeback, but my brain is a rotting wasteland. His mouth curves.
I don't think Penn's date was the real reason you were anxious.
Yeah, I think it was.
We cleared that out, and you're not any less nervous.
He cocks his head.
Is it me, or men in general?
Jesus! Does he always just say what he thinks? Narrate the world as he sees it? Shouldn't some things stay unspoken? I need to go, I say, holding my hand out until Lucas returns my backpack. But even then, I stand rooted in front of him for several beats until the realization hits me that I'm hoping he'll say something else. Ask me another question, maybe. Ask me to... Oh my God! Penn's drunken ramblings must have wormed their way into my prefrontal cortex. Thank you again. I really appreciate you coming out.
I'll walk you home.
And what? We chat amiably about the rigors of collegiate sports? I don't think that's what I want. I'd rather not think about what he wants. No, thank you. Have a good night, Lucas. I walk away, and after a few steps, I look over my shoulder, and he's still there, hands in the pockets of his jeans, haloed against the streetlights. He's invincible, and golden, and focused wholly on me. I really do hope you have a good night, I murmur. It's too low for him to hear me, but I still wish him something nice. So odd, the sense of kinship I feel toward this man with whom I've exchanged no more than a couple hundred words. I turn around, head home, fall asleep before I can eat dinner, and wake up early the following morning, ravenous, to an email delivered a little after midnight. The subject line just reads, "What you need. The body."
If you decide to go for it, I think it should be me.
Chapter 10. On Monday morning, we're tortured with strength training. Penn's giddiness hums throughout the locker room. Victoria is not an early bird, and her bad mood is an ugly, tangible thing. It's 6:15 a.m., she grunts. Let's keep unconscionable displays of happiness at a minimum. Oh, come on! It's such a good day! You mispronounced heinous. But we have synchro practice. Penn sneaks up to Victoria, pressing a surprise kiss to her cheek. I know you like it. What I like is being on the couch feeling my atoms rot as I succumb to entropy. On paper, Victoria and I are the same person. Two promising athletes who sold Coach Seema a bill of goods, then merrily proceeded to never fulfill their potential. I was injured, but Victoria's talent simply fizzled. Bad luck, competition anxiety, skills that never quite turned out right. It all conspired together, and she never qualified for the NCAA championship. Her perennially crotchety state is the mask she put on when her diving started going south. I know this because a few weeks ago I overheard her admit to Penn how much she needed a successful senior season to go out with a bang. As for Penn, she's always cheerful, but I'm not going to try to guess where today's extra spark comes from because it's none of my business. I stuffed the thought in the same corner of my head where I painstakingly shoved Lucas's email. It's a bad idea. He's my captain's ex. Maybe he just wants to get back at her, make her jealous. Bad idea. What is he into? What do I need? Bad idea. I focus on training. Field questions from Coach Seema about my issues, and his demand that I stop changing those dives at the last minute. What is this, improv class? Listen to Penn and Victoria's golden retriever and black cat banter throughout lifting and drills, marveling at their unlikely friendship. I wonder what that's like. My old synchro partner and I had a good relationship, but she was older than me. We dove together for only a year or so, and outside of that, we had little in common. I've never been bullied or maliciously isolated, and I hardly ever don't get along with people. Unfortunately, I rarely ever get along with them enough to qualify as more than an acquaintance. And, of course, my best friend, Josh, hasn't talked to me in over a year. I spend the next hour focused on my lecture, but find myself scowling at the end when Otis, Dr. Carlson's TA, returns last week's homework. Comp Bio was supposed to be my safe place this semester, but here I am leafing through the pages, finding no letter grade. I covertly eye the guy sitting in front of me, the one with the cowlick the size of an orca. D, his paper says in red ink. Below, you still have time to drop this course. AC. Orca cowlick buries his face in his hand. I frantically look for a similarly inspirational quote on my own paper and find it at the bottom of the second to last page. See me after class. AC. My entire body goes hot, then cold, then damp. Every student knows that there is only one infraction egregious enough to warrant a summons. Plagiarism, the great expellable offense. I'm about to be accused of plagiarism, which I am not guilty of, which I can prove. I still have the Word file. I can run it through the plagiarism detection software. I already would have if Dr. Ozone-hating Triassic Dinosaur Carlson didn't demand hard copies. I power walk to his office. Every door in biology is wide open, except the one of Dr. Adam J. Jackass Carlson, which is just ajar enough to not be considered closed. Clearly a department policy loophole. I knock with trembling hands, a little belligerent, mostly terrified. My diving, my other courses, my MCAT, my lack of meaningful social connections, my mean roommate, my long-distance dog, everything in my life is fucked up or painful or beyond my control except for comp fucking bio. I can't be kicked out of this class. Dr. Carlson spares me a 3-nanosecond glance and turns back to his monitor.
My office hours are Thursday from...
I'm Scarlett Vandermeer. His look is a barely disguised, and I should give a fuck because you asked me to come see you. And I should give a fuck about that because... From your computational biology class?
Ah, come in, please. Take a seat.
I don't want to be alone with this inflexible, blood-curdling man. I leave the door wide open and park my butt on a chair. I can prove it, I say.
Prove what?
That I didn't plagiarize the essay. His brow furrows.
Of course you didn't.
Oh?
I do need to know, however, if you wrote it on your own.
What do you mean?
I asked you to choose a science problem and solve it using computational biology. You proposed to classify different types of pancreatic cells using deep learning and detailed the appropriate neural networks. Was it your idea? It's a simple yes or no question. Don't waste my time.
I scowl at his audacity. Hot blood rushes to my cheeks. Of course it was my idea. Who the hell would I even ask to...
I see that it was.
He seems... pleased?
Would you be interested in pursuing it further?
What?
The deep learning algorithm. Would you like to participate in a research project?
So it's... Is this why you asked me to come here? He nods. I sink back into my chair and must spend too long savoring my relief at having escaped plagiarism jail because he prods.
The research project?
Oh, right. Would I? In my carefully and anally crafted academic plan, I was going to get some research experience next summer, just in time to ask my mentor to write me a rec letter. Med schools love that stuff. Maybe?
Maybe.
A puzzled eyebrow lifts, like he's encountering the concept of indecision for the first time. Well, I'm a student athlete, and this semester is... His eyebrow demands to know, did I ask? Nope, you did not. My bad. It would be amazing. But I'm not sure I'm quite good enough to... I drift off because he's now writing something on a Post-it, then handing it over. It's an orange square. The printed message in the top corner reads, Pumpkin Spice Life. The bottom is a smiling coffee cup, little hearts orbiting around the lid. Scribbled in the middle is an email.
If you decide you're interested, contact my colleague.
Will they know who I am?
Yes.
He says. No explanation. I have so many questions, it must take me too long to decide on which.
You may go now,
he says, sterner than a Victorian governess. I quickly scurry to the door, then stop. Dr. Carlson? He types away, giving no sign of having heard me. There was no grade on the paper. His eyes settle on me again, and he looks genuinely confused. Will I receive one?
Ms. Vandermeer, you planned a graduate-level study and extensively described its pitfalls and possible solutions, showing a command of the topic that 80% of my fellow faculty members will never achieve. Most of your peers copy-pasted their projects from Wikipedia and neglected to remove the hyperlinks. If your topic weren't much more in line with my colleague's research, and if my colleague wasn't incredibly persuasive, I would be recruiting you into my lab.
Oh. Wow. Just wow.
Believe me when I say that the grade is...
I sense despair in him. I bet he'd love to slug off the mortal coil of scoring rubrics.
irrelevant.
If you don't care either way, I'd like an A+. His mouth twitches.
I will let Otis know.
I grin. This time, Dr. Carlson nods his goodbyes. The overall effect is stilted, like he pulled an item off a how to act politely list that someone scribbled for him on an orange Post-it. But I'll take it. I'm starving. But my walk to the athlete dining hall is slow because I'm busy writing an email to one Dr. Olive Smith. Chapter 11. Let's go back for a second to that dive group you mentioned. In verse. In word? Yes. Sam sighs like she's starting to lose patience with herself for not having the lingo memorized. It's endearing, I must say. Once again, sorry. No problem. The names are weird. So when your injury occurred, you were performing an inward dive, correct? I make a deliberate effort to avoid squirming. Sam, I suspect, takes note of that kind of stuff. Correct. As I understand it, your injury is fully healed. It is. Are there any remnants of it that make inward dives particularly challenging for you? I wish I could nod. So bad. Instead, I drag out saying, no, for as long as I can, and this time I cannot help fidgeting. Chapter 12. Hated picture day in elementary school. Hate media day in college. I'm nothing if not consistent. I doubt Victoria or anyone else has ever uttered words worthier of my endorsement, even if Penn shrugs cheerfully and says, I think it's fun. It's Thursday after practice. The entire team wears black meat suits and crowds around the locker room mirror, the unflattering one that magically spotlights all our pores at the same time. We have one reflective surface, 2 harsh ceiling lamps, 3 poorly placed outlets, 4 curling irons, 5 divers, and 20 minutes to fool the world into believing we're more than chlorine-soaked hair tangles. If this is fun, I fucking hate fun, Victoria mutters. She turns to Bree and Bella, who are fighting over eyeliner techniques. Can't you two ever do your own individual thing? She snaps. The twins look so fiercely outraged, I'm surprised she doesn't collapse into a pile of elastine blend. Okay, well, what are you doing with makeup? She asks Penn and me. I have hairpins held between my teeth, but point at my mascara. I did consider all-body galaxy glitter just to see Coach's face, Penn says. But I think I'll replicate the natural look I did last weekend when I went out. Date with Bloomquist? Yup, yeah. Nice to see the end of your breakup delusions. Yeah. Penn clears her throat. Bree gasps. Hang on. Were you about to break up with Lucas? I see they went for the cat eye. I briefly considered it. Why? She shrugs. The joy of being single? The thrill of being chased? You know. Maybe in your next life you'll be a mallard duck, Victoria mutters. Quack, quack. Pen grins and sneaks a quick, secretive glance at me. She's not a particularly good liar, and I'm not sure what surprises me the most. That she's hiding something, or that the others can't tell. Truthfully, given Victoria's reaction a couple of weeks ago, I understand her choice. Plus, she and Lucas are kind of a big deal on campus. Maybe they're working their way to making an announcement. As usual, Penn manages to be the first to get ready, help everyone else with their full coverage foundation, and herd us to the media team on time. I stand between the green screen and the baking hot studio lights, palms clammy, doing as the photographer instructs. Smile, show your biceps, spread your arms, kick your legs back, jump. It'll give the underpaid social media manager something to work with if I ever win a competition. Unlikely, considering that the inward dive I attempted this morning morphed into a cannonball in midair, under Coach's displeased scowl. Maybe they'll write a human interest piece about the bucket of slop that is my athletic career. My photo will end up in one of the glossy magazines they send to all Stanford alumni to promote school spirit and solicit donations. Meet the girl who has been diagnosed with dumpster fire brain by a team of board-certified neurologists. And give us money. Even after I step out of the strobes, I still feel uncomfortably vulnerable. Most of my awake time is spent in wedgie-prone swimsuits, and self-consciousness has little space in aquatic sports, where athletes constantly pad across the deck in the bright, unforgiving sunlight, every imperfection up for inspection. But in the pool, my body is a machine. All that matters is what it can accomplish. Here, I feel almost obscenely exposed, something that could be sectioned and poked and stripped for parts. Not to mention that of late my body has accomplished very little. Being a good athlete, a good student, reaching for perfect, those were the building blocks of me. Now that I'm struggling with almost everything, do I still have a fully fleshed identity? Or am I just an assembly of meat pieces to be sold separately on clearance? Vandy? Penn's hand slides into mine, cardinal red nail polish dark against my skin. She tugs me back in front of the green screen and hands everyone on the team heart-shaped sunglasses. My pair, she slips right onto my nose. Team pics! The photographer clears his throat.
We already...
But not fun ones. He scratches his neck.
I don't think props were approved.
Penn, though, is an avalanche of charm. Hard to resist, harder to say no to. The sunglasses pics are followed by sequined hats. Charlie's Angels poses. Another one like we're a 90s boy band, please. And by the end, we're all laughing, photographer included, and I feel more at ease. If you spent more time with your friends, Barb's gentle voice echoes in my ears, you'd be less in your head about stuff. Okay, sure, fine. Vandy, want to get dinner with me after? Penn asks. They're filming captain interviews, but it'll be 15 minutes tops. Did something happen? Why? She smiles, kindly amused. Because I want to hang out? No, just, I guess that gave away the status of my social life. I have a meeting and I check my phone. Time flies when you're recreating the Abbey Road pic. I'm already late, actually. I'm genuinely disappointed to decline, but Penn's smile doesn't waver. What about tomorrow after practice? It's probably a tad pitiful how the simplest overture warms my heart. I'd love to. On the other side of the room, the men's swimming team is going through its own media ordeal. When I pass them on my way out, there's an animated scuffle going on, laughter.
You go on the right.
And...
We got him! We got him!
Lucas is in the thick of it, with 3 other swimmers trying to restrain him while a 4th holds the U.S. flag behind him. The Swedish one, bright yellow and baby blue, is on the floor. The camera clicks, and a USA chant erupts. Everyone laughs, Lucas included. A sophomore, Colby, teams up with Kyle to wrap the flag around Lucas's shoulders. More laughter, more scuffle. Rough play and loud voices can be a trigger for me, so I take a step back, a deep breath.
How much to make that disappear?
Lucas asks the photographer's assistant, freeing himself.
How much would 1 gold Olympic medal get me if I were to melt it? I don't know, man, but it's yours. Deal.
Lucas shakes his head. In the movement, the blue of his eyes catches mine. Time slows. Curious, patient. It stops. My breath lodges somewhere in my trachea. It should be me. I force a brief smile and turn around to run across campus, heart pounding from more than effort. I make it to my meeting with 2 minutes to spare, but when I peek inside the office door, the conversation is already animated. Dr. Smith, Olive, as I'll never call her despite her repeated invitations, looks not much older than me, but sounds like the repository of hundreds of years of knowledge on the biology of pancreatic cancer cells. Her office is a mix of gentle chaos and early fall scents. The same Post-its I spied on Dr. Carlson's desk stuck on most surfaces, scribbled with barely sensical handwriting. Lancet Review, Upload 405 assign, Anne baby shower, insurance paperwork, vet appointment, SBD abstract, call program officer. What if cobwebs? They must be the official stationery of the biology department. I feel like I know you already because of your paper, she says excitedly before quoting entire passages of it and introducing me to one of her grad students, Ezekiel.
If you call me anything other than Zach, I will report you to HR.
He's cheerful, easygoing, charming. Dr. Smith will guide my project, but her calendar sounds like a nightmare. So if you can't get a hold of me, Zach is here for you.
Feel free to stop by my office whenever. I'm always there. It's like I have no life.
His smile is kind. The unfamiliar man solo meeting combo is not my favorite, though. I'm a student athlete, so I'll probably do most of the work alone at night. My schedule can be a little inflexible. Dr. Smith grins. A student athlete? That makes 2 of you. I turn to Zach. Are you... The undergrad working on this project is. He's been harvesting and classifying the initial cell samples. Done some preliminary work on the algorithms, too. She cocks her head. Do you happen to be a swimmer? My stomach churns. Diver. Those are different sports, right? Oh, you two will get along great, though. He's... A single soft knock. Dr. Smith swivels her chair. Come in. The door opens, and I watch Dr. Smith's eyes rise, and rise, and rise, and rise. She grins, just as a familiar whiff of sandalwood soap and chlorine registers. Lucas, we were just talking about you. May I introduce you to Scarlett Vandermeer? Chapter 13. The hallway outside Dr. Smith's office is quiet. I shift on my feet and glance at the white walls papered in old conference posters, the corkboard pinned with study abroad opportunities and participants needed flyers. The glow of the sunset spreads over them from the closest window. All in all, the 4 of us just had a pretty good conversation. My mild, Lucas and I already know each other. His low,
Swimming and diving are the same team.
Dr. Smith's delighted. This works so well, then. Zach's amused.
Must be something in the water turning people into biologists, huh?
Chlorine-induced brain damage, I mumbled. Everyone laughed, except for Lucas, who just stared. The 3 of us linger outside for a few minutes. At first, we make plans for our first research meeting. Then it's just Zach, chit-chatting with Lucas. He reminds me of Josh, that adorable mix of good-looking and nerd, thick-rimmed glasses, Tall, wiry physique, mop of black hair, heavy, self-effacing sarcasm. He must be a handful of years older than us, but he feels like a boy next to Lucas, and none of it has to do with Lucas's size. I walk beside them, silent as they talk about some obscure sport. Lucas must notice the landscape of blurry nothingness in my eyes.
Fantasy Premier League.
He supplies. I nod, pretending the words make sense together. Then Zach leaves and we are alone. We're both in our picture day glory. Black joggers, red hoodie, Stanford tree. We're even zipped up to the same height, and I'd love to crack a joke about it, but I'm not sure even I find it funny, so I just tilt my chin up and stare at him staring at me, much longer than society rules would deem acceptable. A pleasant heat spills throughout my entire body, coalesces in my belly. Well, I say.
Well.
He repeats. So. There is amusement at the edge of his voice, in the crinkles cornering his eyes. How did we go from avoiding even the slightest passing interaction for 2 whole years to this? His presence feels so brutal. I'm not sure how to phrase it any better. He's just aggressively, unyieldingly here. A command to pay attention. Any trace of humor clears from his face.
The email I wrote.
My heart trips in my chest. It should be me.
I had no idea we'd need to collaborate on a project, or I wouldn't have sent it. If you're uncomfortable, I can pull out. We can tell Olive.
Olive? I nearly wince. He notices.
What's wrong?
Just, you said her name. A confused look. Her first name. His head tilts.
Are you planning to call her Dr. Smith for the rest of the semester?
Of course. The corner of his mouth curls like he's entertained. Me, a spectacle. What? I ask, defensive.
You really do like your authority figures, don't you?
I gasp in outrage. And then I laugh. Seriously? He shrugs, all height and mass, and rests against the wall behind him, one calf crossed comfortably over the other. The shape of his shoulders, his hands in his pockets. He's the picture of relaxation. It's almost a slouch. On my side of the hallway, I lean back, mirror his pose. It's the 3rd time we are alone together, and I think I'll graduate him to only slightly intimidating. Takes me longer, usually. So, I ask evenly. We're just doing this?
Doing what?
Openly acknowledging that we know way too much about each other's sexual preferences every time we meet?
Unless it bothers you, would you like me to pretend I don't know about your perversions?
You're just as much of a perv as I am.
Oh, no.
My eyebrow lifts.
Way more.
He adds.
I guarantee it.
I laugh, slip my hands in my joggers just like him. Our gazes catch, weighty, tethered. You know, you're right. Let's just own it.
Let's.
One of us gets off to flogs.
The other to calling people doctor.
Just 2 regular freaks.
Nothing to see here.
A small smile exchanged. Private. Maybe Penn was right, I muse.
And we're made for each other?
I nod. It's a joke, but his eyes darken.
Won't know till we try.
He says, quietly, low, and that warmth inside my belly rekindles, slinks up my spine, pinkens my cheek. It should be me. I hang my head, suddenly enraptured by my own frayed shoelaces. How long have you been doing research?
I've been working with Olive, Dr. Smith, for a couple of years.
Really? What's your major?
Human bio.
Pre-med? He nods. I'd have guessed business or accounting. It's what lots of swimmers seem to go for. An interesting Venn diagram. Me too. I volunteer. Then regret it. Is he supposed to care?
I figured.
How? Did he see me drool all over my MCAT prep text at Avery the other night? Snoring may have been involved.
Relax.
He says, reading my mind.
You took my physics class last year. Orgo, too. We were constantly in the same lectures.
Are you sure? He just smiles like he's charmed by my total lack of recollection. I didn't notice you.
I know.
A small, self-deprecating laugh. His expression softens.
You were going through it, weren't you?
What do you mean?
You were struggling.
No, I wasn't. I'm an excellent student, or I used to be. I got A's in both classes.
I'm not talking about grades, Scarlett.
I wrap my arms around my torso. I was fine. The words slip out reflexively from the part of me that can't bear to admit how many times in the past year I needed to lock myself inside bathroom stalls and just breathe. But Lucas looks at me with something that resembles understanding, like he's gone through it too and gets it. What about you? I ask. Would you feel weird working together? I'm friends with Penn, and I know of your...
Sexual deviancy?
The words sound so good, rumbling out of him. That.
Nah.
He shakes his head without having to think about it. No hesitation.
She's great, by the way.
Penn? His smile pulls at the edge of his mouth.
Her too, but I meant Olive. She's the best at what she does. Helped me quite a bit when I applied for med school.
He's a senior. Must have started the application process earlier this year. On top of the swimming, the competitions, the classes, the research project, the girlfriend. On top of being Lucas Bloomqvist, freestyle god, he's also some kind of pre-med semi-deity. How annoying of him. Where do you find the time to do all this stuff and train? I half think out loud.
Where do you?
I huff. I'm not an Olympic medalist.
Medals have little to do with how hard one trains.
Do they? It feels like they should. Like my inability to secure any can only be due to a moral failure of mine. I didn't do enough, therefore I fell short. But it's hard to ponder the matter now with him so dialed into me, gaze shifting across my face like he sees all. In the last of the day's light, we study each other, unblinking, sucked in our respective corners. A woman walks between us, muttering, "Excuse me." Our eyes don't follow her. "It's not," I say at last. Lucas swallows, straightens a little.
What?
Uncomfortable. For me. Doing the project together. If it's not too weird for you, a beat. He pushes from the wall, and I hurry to do the same.
Come on.
He says.
Let's get dinner. I'll catch you up with what I have so far.
You don't have to. I'm sure you have better things to do.
Actually...
I feel the ghost of his hand between my shoulder blades, the soft brush of his thumb at the top of my spine. It's barely there, but it guides me in the direction of the stairs, whispers at me exactly where to go.
I have absolutely nothing better to do.
Chapter 14. Stanford has a dedicated athletic dining hall, but there's enough of us that it barely matters. We're right in the middle of dinner rush, which means crowds and loud noises. Lucas, a head and some change taller than most, spots a free table, tells me to hang on to him, and leads us there, our plates and drinks stuffed on his tray. I look down at my fingers, how they fist the fabric at the hem of his hoodie for dear life. It's like we're friends, like I have the right to orbit around him. I briefly disassociate and picture myself narrating this moment to the swimming coaches at my old club. Then Lucas Bloomquist ordered stir-fry with rice, thanked the lady who gave him extra, and when the crowds parted for him like the waters of the Red Sea during the Exodus,
You okay?
he asks. I nod, taking a seat across from him and grabbing my plate. I'm a voracious eater. The alternative is not sustainable under my training regimen. But I find myself blinking at the mountain of food on his plate, then glancing away. I bet journalists ask him about his diet all the time. It must be annoying, people's curiosity about the honing and maintaining of his speed machine of a body. Intrusive at best, objectifying at worst.
You don't look okay.
He points out. I force myself to spear a few penne. What were you saying about the cell line? We talk about the project for 20 minutes. He's very passionate about it, and it's clear that it's been a labor of love for him. But it's just as clear that he's stuck, and that building algorithms is not his forte. It's because you're using a recurrent network, I tell him.
There is a sequential element.
But it's spatial data. He leans back, drumming his fingers on the table.
What would you do then?
Convolutional neural network, for sure. It'll be 1,000,000 times better.
1,000,000?
Many times better. It's feed-forward. And the filter and pooling layers would... His knit eyebrows tell me he's not following. Hang on. I fish into my belt bag for something to write with, then look around for a flyer or a scrap of paper. Find none. I consider using the back of my hand. Lucas's, though, is so much larger. Here, I reach across the table and grab his wrist. You have your input, right? I start drawing under his thumb and follow with the rest of the model. You move to your first layer, the convolutional one, that picks up spatial features. Then pooling. Then there's another. Booming voices, the rasp of scraping chairs, and I instinctively pull back. When I look up, 3 people have joined our table, and Kyle Jessup is sitting next to me.
Luke, you piece of elk shit.
He steals one of my grapes from Lucas's tray.
You left for your thing. I had to deal with Coach Urso and the lane separator saga. He told me smooth separators were a go. Well, he told you. Second you disappeared, went back on it.
Lucas massages the bridge of his nose.
I'll talk to him tomorrow. While you're at it, mention the touchpad issue.
He cuts off and turns to the swimmer who sat next to Lucas, Hunter something or other. He's coughing so loud people around us are staring.
The fuck is wrong with you, H? I drank a gallon of water during that bucket set. My tummy and my nuts hurt.
Lucas pats him forcefully on the back.
An elite athlete.
It's directed at me, a hint of complicity in his eyes, like I'm a friend he shares jokes with. It has the unfortunate side effect of making the others notice me. The shift of attention is a physical, tangible thing.
Who do we have here?
Kyle asks.
I thought you were Penn.
It's not inconceivable. She and I have similar builds. Platform divers like us tend to be on the taller, leaner side. We both have long hair. That's about it, though. I sip on my water to temporize. Over the rim, I say, surprise.
Little Scarlett Vandermeer. Long time no see.
I make myself smile. Kyle is loud, but has never been anything but nice. Hello.
How are you, Vandy? I miss those dimples.
Don't stiffen. And I miss that. I search his Midwest wholesome face for something of note. Nose? Hunter convulses into laughter.
Your fucking nose.
He claps at me and nearly rolls off his chair like I'm the gesture that keeps on giving. God, they're loud. It's all I can do not to jolt.
She meant that my nose is beautiful, you moron.
Kyle laughs too, but kicks Hunter under the table.
Dude, maybe that's why you're so slow in the water. Your nose drags. I'm faster than you. Not this morning you weren't. I've been injured. Hey.
Lucas cuts through the squabble.
Could you sad sacks go eat elsewhere?
It's phrased as a request, but he's not asking. They begin to stand, even as Kyle mutters,
Why?
Scarlett and I have stuff to talk about.
And we can't be here?
Nope.
Kyle faux pouts.
This really hurts my feelings, bro.
I'll kiss it better later, bro.
Cannot wait, bro.
What do you guys have to talk about? A female voice asks. I look up and Rachel, I believe, the third swimmer. She was sitting on the other side of Kyle. That's why I didn't notice her. I vaguely remember her from my recruiting trip. Backstroke, long distance. Used to have long blonde hair, now cut pixie style. I think she's friendly with Penn. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes.
Biology.
Lucas replies. You're doing a project together or something?
Or something.
Huh. Her eyes slide to the back of his hand, the model I drew. And where is Penn? Her tone is not quite insinuating, but it has my cheeks burning, and I pause mid-sip and open my mouth to explain myself. But before I can blurt out something socially destroying, it's not what it looks like, and even if it were, they broke up and it was Penn's idea, and also I didn't ask to be born, just leave me alone, okay? Lucas shrugs.
No idea.
Rachel wants to press it, but Kyle swings an arm over her shoulders.
Come on, we've been dismissed. See you at home, sweetie.
He leads her away. Hunter points silently at his nose, gives me an over-enthusiastic thumbs up, blows a kiss to Lucas, and goes on their heels. I swallow a sigh of relief, grip my fork. So, you and Kyle live together? I ask into my food. When Lucas doesn't reply, I glance up. He sits back, his plate forgotten, studying me. The quiet weight of his gaze is familiar. So is the curve that sets in his mouth. He's observing something, coming to conclusions. My belly feels tight and warm.
I thought it was just me.
He says.
But it's men in general, isn't it?
What?
We make you nervous.
My fork hits my plate with a clink, swallowed by the background chatter. How did you...
Earlier in the hallway, you kept putting barriers between you and Zach. Me, mostly. Then your face, with Kyle and Hunter. It's not hard to guess if one cares enough to pay attention.
My heart beats in my throat. And do you? Care? It's a fair question. He and I have had so few interactions, all of them products of force majeure, malfunctioning doors, academic coincidences. Penelope Ross. What the hell are we even doing here? Seems like something we should ask each other. Instead, to my horror, I say, I had some issues with my dad growing up. It wasn't that bad, but I suck in a deep breath. Silence the voice in my head that cringes and yells, Stop unloading on Lucas Bloomqvist. I just don't like loud noises and too crowded spaces. And it's not that women can't be noisy, but boys feel so unpredictable with their deep voices and abrupt movements and boisterous attitudes. Male athletes, on top of that, tend to take up so much space. I know it's unfair of me, but my issues are not rational. My high school therapist kept using words like trauma response and PTSD, words that feel too big, like I don't have a right to them. They belong to war reporters and ER doctors, not girls with shitty dads who bossed them around and told them they'd never amount to anything. In the end, the therapist said, the measure of whether you're doing well is your condition preventing you from living a fulfilling life? And I know the answer to that. I function fine, I say, chin tilted up, a hint of challenge. It's unnecessary.
I don't doubt it.
Okay, good. He resumes eating, quick but meticulous, but his eyes stay on me. I know it seems I start. Do I want to go there?
Seems what?
Like someone who's into what I'm into shouldn't be all fearful. It never ceased to puzzle Josh. You have issues with authoritarian aggressive men in everyday life, but you want to have authoritarian aggressive sex? He never judged me, but he did not get it. Lucas finishes chewing, wipes his mouth with a napkin.
Actually, I still don't know what you're into.
He points out. My belly swoops.
Aside from your doctor fetish, that is.
I turn away to hide my smile.
Regardless, no. I don't think it makes sense to conflate everyday violence with the kind of stuff we are into. In fact, I don't think the two things are related at all.
His gaze is steady.
What you and I want, it's all about trust. We decide to be part of it. It sounds like whatever happened to you had little to do with you making any decisions, right?
Right. That thick warmth flares up again, this time in the hollow of my chest. You get it. Thank you for getting it. And thank you for asking your friends to leave so that I wouldn't be uncomfortable. He nods, doesn't pretend that it isn't exactly what he did.
Thank you for getting Mrs. Seema off my back at the barbecue so that I wouldn't have to talk about my mother.
All about trust, he said. I won't betray his by asking why he doesn't want to do that. First exit diversion is on me, but the next will cost you. I hear his amused exhale and let a comfortable silence wrap around us for the rest of the meal. Chapter 15. That week, following the calendar guidelines kindly provided by my courageous forebears, i.e., people who got into med school and lived to tell the tale, I finished writing the first draft of my personal statement and promptly right-click it into the trash can. I also consider deep frying myself straight to the gates of hell. According to Mariam, it's that bad. I desire to follow the footsteps of my heroes, such as Hippocrates of Kos, which is how I realized that my favorite bacterium was Bordetella peripatussus. And as I looked at Queen Amidala dying on the screen, I decided that I would become a doctor to help people like her survive to see their Force-sensitive twins thrive. Mariam is bulge-eyed. Who are you? I grab a throw pillow and hand it to her. Will you please hold this against my respiratory airways for the next 60 to 90 seconds? Seriously, what is this word soup? Did you kidnap a middle school dropout and force him to write this at gunpoint? Is it AI generated? What was the prompt? What if crotch smell was an essay? I groan and let myself fall back onto the couch. Is it that hard to believe that I'm just that bad with words? You could be an illiterate praying mantis and my answer would still be a resounding yes. She scoffs. None of this is true anyway. Just be honest. Hi, my name is Vandy McVandermeer, and I'm a neurotic, perfectionist, overachieving student-athlete who memorized the workings of the musculoskeletal system by the age of 9, but is still unable to timely replace toilet paper rolls. Hobbies include staring at the A's on my student transcripts. I want to become a physician because I love my stepmommy, and because I'm a control freak and this job is as close as I'll ever get to mastering life and death. Aside from maybe holding the nuclear codes. Do you happen to know if there are any openings for that position? I could do that. I could be honest. But if I went that route, I'd have to admit to the low C I'm currently pulling in German, to how under I've been achieving, to my inability to exert control over anything. I bemoan my language constipation on Saturday on my way to practice. There are student services I could use for help, but they're for fine-tuning and wordsmithing, not the nuclear makeover I need. I should ask Barb, but she got into med school nearly 3 decades ago. Maybe Lucas would be willing to share his essay with me. I have his number, and his email, of course. It should be me. Nah, better not. Avery is larger than my entire high school used to be. 1 diving well, 3 pools, 1 million satellite structures. And today, it's packed full. I follow the cheers and music to the competition pool until I spot Coach Seema, who's glaring resentfully at the crowd. What's going on? I ask him.
Pool wars.
Oh, right. I always forgot that it's a thing.
As you should. It's damn unnecessary.
Coach's resentment for the swimming team is legendary, and mostly due to how many more resources they get compared to diving. He has a point, though. Intramural competitions are a waste of time. Is it almost done?
It's a damn pentathlon.
It means, I think, that all swimmers race 100 yards for every stroke, plus individual medleys. Not sure, though. Also, don't care. When does it end?
Day-long infestation, apparently.
I pat his shoulder. There.
The rest of the diving team is over there.
He points to under the stands.
They wanted to watch the medley race, and apparently it would be too much of a tyrant move for me to demand we begin practice on time.
He raises his voice as though anyone but me could hear him.
We'll start dry land once it's over, which cannot be soon enough.
I give him one last pat and head toward the others.
If any of you is late, I'm making y'all run laps.
He yells after me. A frequent threat with 0% follow-through. Hen is delighted to see me, in a way I'm not used to experiencing from anyone but Barb or Pipsqueak. She asks the swimmer next to her to scoot over to make space for me, then twines her arm with mine. We had dinner yesterday, just me and her. We talked for hours without mentioning diving or Lucas Bloomqvist. Nothing special, but it'll go down in my top 5 Stanford moments. Who am I kidding? Top 3. I think it's the first time I've seen you at a swim meet, Penn says. I think it's the first time I've been to one since I was in high school, and my ride home was the mom of one of the backstroke guys. She laughs. In your defense, you're always taking so many classes, and she stops as if recalling something. I heard about the project with Luke. That's going to look so nice on your CV when you apply for med school. I hope so. A pair of distrustful eyes flashes into my head. Did Rachel tell you? Rachel? Which Rachel? Hale or Adrian? Her brow furrows. Either way, Luke told me. Why do you ask? No reason, I almost say. But this is Penn, and I don't know. I trust her. It's a gut feeling. The other night, Lucas and I were together in the dining hall, and she looked at me like I was doing something wrong. Wrong in what way? Oh, Penn's eyes widen. Then she laughs. Nah, Rachel's just chilly. Freshman year, she'd treat me like I was crashing swimmers' parties or distracting Luke just by existing. She bumps her shoulder against mine. Plus, he's single. And I'm the one who got wasted and cosplayed a Tinder algorithm to set you two up. Remember? I squint. Nope, I'd forgotten. It's definitely not seared into my mind. She laughs. Don't worry about Rachel. She has no idea what's going on. A lump of tension I wasn't quite aware of dissolves. Will she, though? I remember Victoria's questions on Media Day. Are you and Lucas planning on telling people that you broke up? She sighs. For now, you're the only one who knows. We're still trying to figure out the logistics of not being a couple, you know? People have this weirdly idealized view of us, and I know they're going to make such a big fucking deal out of it. You know how invasive the gossip is in the athletic village? She rolls her eyes. Plus, our social circles overlap. We don't want to make things weird with that, especially since he and I are still best friends and together all the time. And I won't lie, it's nice being seen as Luke's girlfriend. During freshman year, before people knew about it, so many guys would hit on me and get aggressive when I rejected them. Luke's existence is like an instant repellent. I understand it would be a problem when one looks like Penn and is that widely beloved. Not to mention, she continues, he's very Swedish about this stuff. What's that? Just private. Pretty hardcore about not disclosing. Like that time an ESPN journalist asked him whether he had a girlfriend. What'd he say? He just calmly asked, "Do you have any other sports questions for me, given that you are a sports journalist?" Her impression is spot on, down to the faint accent. She knows him inside and out, and then some. He was 16, and that was the last time anyone asked him about his private life. So awkward. Appealing, too. I know Lucas is our age, but he seems to have skipped the self-doubt stage. Resolute, strong-willed, knows what and where and when he wants to be. I bet he wrote his med school essay in 20 minutes. He's a good guy, she adds, more serious, eyes toward the pool. I know he seems distant and rarely bothers to switch on the charm, but he's great. I'm not sure distant matches my impression of him, but before I can point it out, Penn adds, he deserves to live his best, sexy, depraved, dungeony life. The athletes are walking to the starting blocks, and people around us start clapping. I ask, "Are you, living your best, sexy, undepraved, above-ground life?" She turns to me, leans closer. There is this guy. A piercing whistle. Penn springs to her feet. Her screams of, "Go, Luke! Go, go, go!" fade in the cheers of the crowd. The sudden noise startles me, and I take a deep breath to collect myself. Lucas wins, though he doesn't beat Kyle by a lot. He doesn't slap the water, dance on the lane separator, or do any of the icky things that I was forced to witness in my club youth and turned me off swimmers forever. He just evades Kyle's playful attempt to drown him and slides out of the pool. Penn takes my hand to head to dryland training and, nope, we're turning for the pool deck. There he is. Penn waves a hand. "Luke!" Lucas is talking with another swimmer, but he's wrapped it up with a one-armed hug by the time we've reached him. Penn beams at him. "Congrats!" He nods. If he's happy to have won, I can't tell. "Could you stop consistently being the best at what you do?" Penn teases, lifting her arms to hug him.
I'm dripping.
"Since when do you care?" He doesn't lean down, so it's up to Penn to reach up for him. My gaze reflexively flicks away, cheeks heating. I'm intruding on this non-couple again. I shouldn't be here. Leave for practice. Penn'll be right behind you. But she brought me here, and she's my friend. And I'm doing a project with Lucas, and... No reason to be so damn weird all the time, Scarlett. I give it a couple of seconds, then glance at them again, clearly underestimating the duration of their hug. Penn's arms are looped around Lucas's neck, but he's not reciprocating. Instead, over her shoulder, I find him looking at me. There is no smile on his face. His eyes are dark and serious and heavy, and
You goddamn machine.
The men's head coach gives Lucas's shoulder a weighty slap. Penn breaks apart from him, and I exhale in relief.
Have you seen the splits? Can't believe this is unsuited. Penn, whatever you're feeding him, do more of that.
He feeds himself, Coach Urso.
I'm housebroken, too.
Lucas deadpans. I take a step back as the coach pulls out an iPad and starts critiquing every micro aspect of Lucas's stroke, not wanting to crash the conversation and take the opportunity to study Lucas, for once without being studied in return. Swimming and diving are only sister sports out of convenience. They both require pools, locker rooms, and yards of polyester. But that's where the similarities end. And all it takes to figure it out is a good look at the athletes. Diving necessitates balance and control of powerful bursts of movement. Swimming is all about reducing drag through the water to increase speed. We are all muscular, but the sports have different demands, and swimmers' bodies tend to be cut in a way divers aren't. And Lucas, well, Lucas is one of the fastest swimmers in the world. He looks the part. I know, rationally, that it's nothing to write home about. I grew up in pools, surrounded by rippling lats and arching trapezii since before I fully understood what sex was. That guy's ass in a Speedo belongs in MoMA, someone would say. And I'd nod, unimpressed, wanting the attraction but not feeling it in my stomach. But with Lucas, I think I see it. His hair tousled by the peeled-off cap, the width of his wrist as he wraps his goggles around it, the play of the tattoos on his shoulder, triceps, forearm. It's a forest, I think, stars in the night sky, snow, something flying around the hill of a biceps. No sign of 5 interlaced links, unlike 100% of the other Olympians I've met. He nods at something the head coach says, thoughtful, a palm rubbing the slope of his jaw. And yes, I really do get it. But maybe it's just this kinship I feel for him. Maybe Penn hacked my head and I'm imagining what he could use all that strength for. Maybe I finally reached puberty at the geriatric age of 21. It should be me.
Bottom line,
Coach Urso tells Penn.
this guy just shaved nearly a second off his medley best from the summer. Fastest progress he's ever made.
Penn grins without missing a beat, squeezes Lucas's arm.
What's that?
Coach Urso asks him, pointing at the back of Lucas's hand. He's a portly, middle-aged man valiantly holding on to what little hair he has left. Widely beloved and considered something of a talent-fostering genius. He is also, according to Penn, absolutely unhinged. Which must be the reason Lucas looks like he's bracing for impact. He catches the towel a sophomore tosses at him and nods his thanks.
That's my hand, Coach. Nothing to see here. No. What did you write on it? Can't recall.
It's not the model I drew, right? No, can't be. It was days ago.
Will kid try to recall?
Coach Urso insists.
This is it. It's what?
Lucas dries his midriff, puzzled. Kid, I think, bemused, noticing the V muscling down his abdomen.
The perfect circumstances. To recreate, to win. Ah, of course. Remember last season's lucky routine? You mean putting a Disney princess's Band-Aid on my toe for an entire year? It's how you won the NCAA and the World Championship. Nothing to do with training. Are you sassing me, Bloomquist? You know I can't tell. Either way, we're set. We got our lucky routine. Our work here's done. Ad majora, kid.
Coach salutes him and walks away, then turns around to finger gun him.
The hand. Make sure you take a picture.
Lucas shakes his head and dries his face with the towel. He's going to make sure you have a whole-ass painting on your hand every meet, Penn says.
Yup.
What even is it? Looks like boxes and scribbles?
Pretty much.
Oh, shit. Well, good luck with that. On her tippy toes, hand on his stomach to balance herself, she presses a kiss to his jaw. Lucas, I notice, doesn't bend down to make it easier. We gotta go, or Coach Simo's gonna get angina. Lucas nods, his eyes lift to mine.
Bye, Scarlett.
I'm flushing. Not sure why. Yeah, bye, and congrats. His smile is faint and crooked and almost intimate. Short-lived. But it sticks to me through the afternoon like adhesive tape under the sole of my shoe, and I don't want it. There's no reason for it. I try to concentrate on Penn's chatter, on warming up, on my core exercises. But I'm distracted. Dryland practice is my least favorite, and somersaults in a foam pit get old surprisingly fast. Focusing on the aerial parts of a skill definitely has benefits, but at what cost? If I'd wanted to jump off a springboard and land on my feet on top of a crash mat, I'd have become a gymnast. Victoria mumbles when I'm done with my set of reverse somersaults, nose scrunched up in disgust. At least Coach didn't bust out the spotting rope. Or the twisting belt. She makes a gagging sound and goes in for her turn. We only have 4 dive stands, which gives me a compulsory break. I sip on some water, take out my phone, write a text to an unsaved number. Scarlett, please tell me that someone else drew a convolutional neural network on your hand in the past 2 days. Immediate reply. Unknown.
Are you calling me a computational slut?
Scarlett, how has it not faded? Unknown.
Someone used indelible marker.
Shit. Unknown.
Looks like I'll need you around this year.
And fuck. Scarlett, as in I'm in charge of drawing a CNN on your hand before every meet? Unknown.
Nah.
Thank God. Unknown.
Just the international ones. And Pac-12, NCAA.
Jesus. Scarlett, do you really want to be reminded of my computational superiority that often? Unknown.
I do. I have a thing for women who are smarter than me.
My heart hiccups. Scarlett, I'm not ready for the responsibility of being part of your lucky routine. If you lose, will the King of Sweden get mad at me? Unknown.
My country is a parliamentary democracy.
Scarlett, you're a man of science. You're not really superstitious, are you? Unknown.
Maybe I am.
I sigh. Scarlett, on the one hand, I want to shame you for it. On the other, my worst dive ever happened the day after someone stole my tie-dye chamois. I'm ready to admit that as far as evidence supporting the efficacy of competition-adjacent rituals goes, it's pretty thin. Until a scream startles me. I drop my phone and run toward the sound. When I reach the portable board farthest from me, my heart drops into my stomach. Because Victoria is lying on the floor. Her eyes are full of tears, and her ankle is bent at an unnatural angle. Chapter 16. What clings to me like smoke through the next few days is something Bella says right after Coach Seema disappears inside the aquatic center, carrying a sobbing Victoria in his arms. She'd just bought that new chlorine treatment for her hair, was so excited about it not looking like hay this year. I think about it throughout my workouts, my meals, my German homework, my fight with Mariam over washer cycles. Bella's resigned, despondent tone. The way she sat on the coach's bench next to Bree, cheek on her sister's shoulder. I sat too, hugged my legs and rested my chin on top of my knees, stared at the empty diving well while the obnoxious cheers of the pool wars and the late afternoon breeze made my skin break into goosebumps. And how is she now? Sam asks on Wednesday morning. I feel guilty, filling our session with chatter of something that has nothing to do with inward dives. This is what's on my mind, though. I don't know. Her family's in town. Coach Seema has been vague. She's a senior. And that's that. Lots left unspoken behind those 4 words, most of which has to be lost on Sam, but sits heavily on the team. Yesterday in the gloom of practice, today in the too quiet locker room. Are you concerned that it might be a season-ending injury for her? I hope not. Even at her best, Victoria never excelled. She's no Penn, who will almost certainly go pro after graduation. All she could do was cling to the prospect that next season would be better. But if there's no next season... I hope not, I repeat. She's a good friend of yours? I don't know if she'd consider me a friend. I like her a lot. Sam blinks like she's putting a pin in that, a mental note of something for later. More to unpack. How excellent. How does her injury make you feel? It just sucks. It does, she agrees. But you didn't answer my question. How does it make you feel? I dislike the use your words part of therapy. A problem, since it's all of it. Sad that she might be in pain. Angry that it happened to her. Anxious for her recovery. What about fear? Of what? You have been severely injured. Now the same has happened to a friend. Does this validate your fears? Our situations are completely different. Victoria wasn't even in the pool. But doesn't this solidify that diving is inherently dangerous? Victoria tripped over a mat. The same could have happened walking over cobblestone. What you're saying is that you are not afraid of diving and the dangers it presents. I'm starting to get a little impatient with this line of questioning. Diving comes with risks. What I'm saying is I knew those risks long before my or Victoria's injury. However, before your injury, you did not have a mental block. Something must have changed between then and now. I know, but... My mouth hovers open for a few seconds and then snaps shut. I glare at Sam, tight-lipped. Ambushed, like I'm some born-yesterday Brothers Grimm orphan, led to a slaughterhouse by a trail of stale breadcrumbs. I don't dive in constant fear of injury. I say firmly, knowing it to be true. I don't doubt it, Scarlett. I believe that fear of injury is not a motivating factor in your issues. Sam cocks her head. But then I have to ask, if you're not afraid of getting hurt, what are you afraid of? Chapter 17. The first meeting for Dr. Smith's project is that night, in the Green Library. When I arrive, I pull up Lucas's emails to double-check the location, and 2 results appear. The thread we've been using to make plans with Zach, and the other.
What you need.
A hazy flush spreads over my cheeks. I haven't reread the email since it was delivered. I don't need to, because it's branded into my occipital cortex. I didn't mean to memorize it, but it was one and done. I can't revert it to unread. It would drive me bananas, as I cannot dwell in this plane of existence unless all my notifications across all my devices are cleared. I could archive it, trash it, mark it as spam. It's not like I'm ever going to reply to it. It would be so weird, and a knuckle bumps softly against the fleshy part of my arm.
Room's this way, troll,
says a deep voice above my left ear. Lucas's long legs don't slow down, and by the time we're upstairs, I'm winded and trying to figure out whether I hallucinated that last word.
Huh.
He says, holding the door open. What?
A surprising amount of panting for someone who spends her day climbing stairs.
His eyes are warm, gently teasing. Heat blooms inside me as I wave at Zach and enter the small room. It has 3 chairs, 1 desk, and 1 projector. I'm not sure what it says about the funhouse of horrors that is my social life, but the meeting that follows is the most fun I've had in a while.
You really know your neural networks,
Zach tells me during a break. It could be the glossy patina of the deep learning algorithms, but my brain has classified him as fairly unthreatening. I'm relaxed enough to kick off my shoes and genuinely laugh at his terrible non-parametric statistics joke. Lucas is at the fountain right outside, refilling our water bottles. He conspicuously left the door open, and he made sure I was aware that he could see me through the glass doors. The frazzling ordeal of being known. I took a couple of online classes. I explained to Zach, lifting my bare feet on Lucas's chair to stretch my hamstrings, and was in the bioinformatics club in high school, and went to a comp bio research camp in my junior year.
Wow, a jock and a nerd.
I laugh into my shins and deepen my stretch, closing my fingers around my toes. Collecting archetypes is my passion.
Don't stop on my account. You're clearly great at it.
He points at the whiteboard where I drew the forward and backward passes of my network.
You're a senior?
Junior.
What are your plans for after?
He laughs at my pained expression.
Are you going pro?
With diving? I don't think so. I'm trying to get into med school.
Have you taken the MCAT?
This weekend.
You're on top of it.
Not really. My essays are a shit show. And I think the German homework I've been turning in might be the written equivalent of burning a German flag. Lucas returns and hands me my water bottle.
You're taking German?
Regrettably for everyone. Before I can vacate his seat, one of his hands wraps around both my ankles. He lifts them, holds them up as he sits down, and then lowers my bare feet in his lap. I blink at him, then at his hand. His grip softens against my left calf, its circumference loose. He has short, blunt nails, long, enveloping fingers. A wave of heat irradiates up my legs.
Why?
He asks. My eyes rocket up to his. What are you doing?
Why German?
He repeats, imperturbable. My cheeks burn. Just move your legs, I order myself. He's not pinning you. He is, in fact, fully relaxed in his chair, only mildly interested in my tales of academic mistakes. The pad of a chlorine-roughened thumb unhurriedly sweeps back and forth over the ball of my ankle bone. Is he even aware of what he's doing? Med school's like foreign languages, I say. It's raspy, more of a dry-mouthed croak, really.
Do you like foreign languages?
His eyes are on me. The weight of his hand settles on my skin like it belongs there, unchallenged. I manage a fuzzy headshake. No, I don't like learning foreign languages. It is as beyond me as the cartwheel galaxy. My pulse thuds, sticky in my ears, between my legs.
Maybe you should take Norwegian.
Zach jokes. With the table between us, he can't see what's happening.
That way Lucas could help you.
Swedish, I correct reflexively. Lucas's hand wraps against the heel of my foot in a lingering caress.
Oh shit, sorry about that, man.
You're fine. Same peninsula.
His thumb presses into my arch, strong, capable. I bite my lower lip, hard. Zach, whose hobby appears to be inquiring upon the 5-year plan of everyone he meets, asks,
You going to move back there when you're done with school?
We'll see.
Your girlfriend lives here, right? Wait, weren't you dating a diver?
His eyes dart to mine.
It wasn't you, right?
No, I clear my throat. Consciously slow down my breathing as Lucas's grip trails upward under the hem of my leggings. Zach nods anyway.
Gotcha.
He laughs. And after an awkward beat,
What about you?
he points a pencil at me.
Are you dating a swimmer?
Me? Suddenly, Lucas's hand is a manacle around my ankle like I'm something for him to hold and control and restrain. My brain trips. I'm sure everyone, Lucas, Zach, the front desk librarian downstairs, can hear the erratic pound of my heart.
She's not.
Lucas replies, eyes steady, fixing mine. Voice rumbly and calm. His hand is a vice, and it's just the way I'm wired. It's written in my neurons how much I enjoy the strength behind his grip, his size, the ease with which he could overpower me. He could make me do things, and knowing that stokes a hollow ache in my abdomen. But he will not unless I give him the go-ahead. And that's the kind of belly-warming knowledge that makes that ache even sharper. It's not morally wrong. It doesn't hurt anyone. There are no victims here. But maybe it's messed up? At the very least, it's so fucking, I don't even know, heteronormative of me. Gender-conforming, regressive, stereotypical. Banal. Oh, I hate it. I love it.
A diver, then.
Zach jokes, somewhat clumsy. And I need to rethread the conversation, find its lost stitches. Whether I'm dating a swimmer or a... Nope, I say, and Zach nods, like I've given the correct answer. He excuses himself with a soft,
Be right back.
and Lucas and I are alone, his touch light again. I open my mouth to ask him what he's doing. Why now? Why here? But I haven't opened my mouth at all. I'm just staring, lungs and heart not quite steady.
He was trying to figure out if you're single.
He tells me. His casual stroking continues in small, light patterns. I swallow, collect myself. I knew that.
Did you? Really?
Truthfully, no. But it has nothing to do with me being oblivious, and everything with his hands. I'm not clueless. He hums low in his throat. By now I know him better than to believe it's an agreement.
Do you remember Kent Wu?
I don't... Wait, swimmer?
Butterfly, distance. He was a senior when you joined the team.
I think I do.
He tried to ask you out twice.
What? I frown. How would you even know that?
We were good friends, still are.
He drums his fingers over the back of my foot.
He noticed you. We talked about it.
Talked about it? What does that even mean? Lucas is probably thinking of someone else. Swimming and diving are more incestuous than we like to admit, mostly because our chaotic schedules match well enough to allow the penciling in of some fucking. You're mixing him up with Hassan. He asked me out when I was still with my ex 1,000,000 years ago.
A million?
2 years ago. I bite the inside of my mouth. You are very literal. A twitch of his lips.
And you are prone to exaggerations.
It's a rhetorical figure also known as...
Hyperbole, yes.
He thumbs my skin and I nearly shiver. He seems to weigh me like I'm a pound of meat.
Kent was after Hassan, toward the end of the season.
I don't...
Remember, because you never noticed. Don't worry, Kent's happily engaged. I just got his save the date.
I glance away. Lucas's flesh is still warm against mine, and so is that liquid feeling traveling down my spine. But the implications of what he said sit heavy in my gut. I'm not clueless. I repeat.
You're not. You just keep your head down. Focus on what you can control, and cut the rest out as much as you can without letting your world collapse, right?
I exhale. Just because Penn shared something about me she should never have, it doesn't mean that you know me. It comes out nicely firm. I'm proud of it. Except that Lucas's reaction is not contrition, but amusement. The beginning of that crooked smile on his lips, and I don't...
Ready to start again?
Zach asks. I do what I should have 5 minutes ago, pull my feet away and fold them underneath me. Yeah. I smile at Zach without glancing at Lucas or waiting for him to echo me. Chapter 18. During Thursday morning drills, after I have exhausted every other group of basic dives, I stand on the edge of the 3-meter springboard, head hanging, eyes closed, 2 words beating against the wall of my skull. Inward, tuck. Inward, tuck. It's an overcast day, a little foggy. The early breeze brushes against my 2 tight muscles and breaks me into shivers. I lift my arms above my head and let them fall again, limp as noodles. I rotate the tension out of my shoulders and, after a deep breath, I arrange myself into position again. Backward press. The number is 401C. One of the most boring, simple dives. I first learned it when I was 7 or 8, barely heavy enough to get the elevation I needed to fit my tuck in. Its degree of difficulty is low enough that I retired it from my dive sheets somewhere in high school. It'd be leaving points on the judge's table, Coach Kumar had said. And now, here I am, deltoid shaking, heart in my throat, too close to tears. If you're not afraid of getting hurt, what are you afraid of? Sam's voice is needling and insistent and so loud only one thing will shut it up. I take off, the rush of the air drowning every other sound, the waters swallowing all my doubts. When I lift myself out of the pool, Bree is there holding out my chamois. That looked great. Seriously, Scarlett, your rip entry is one of the best I've ever seen. Barely any splash. I smile as I dry my face. She's the most easygoing twin. Bella remains a shrouded, aloof mystery to me. Toes were so pointed, too. I love your back tuck. Back tuck. I almost say it. Almost admit to her that it's not the dive I was going for. There's several of us in the pool at any given time. Training is hectic, and I'm not sure whether anyone but the coaches is aware that in the 16 months since my injury, I haven't managed a single inward dive.
Vandy, come here.
Coach Seema motions for me, and I head over, bracing myself for a gentle reminder that if I don't figure out my inward dive before the season, I might as well not bother competing. I ain't trying to put pressure on you, 'cause the pressure's already there. How's that therapy going? If you're not afraid of getting hurt, what are you afraid of?
You done with drills? Come to my office for a minute.
My heart jumps in my throat. Coach is not the type to request privacy. He lives to make fun of us, put us on the spot, and watch us squirm. Every correction, criticism, conversation is public. The office is for the bad ones. I nod helplessly, wrap a towel around my body, and follow him inside, taking the chair he points at. I squeeze my eyes shut while he walks around his desk. By the time he's sitting, I'm almost collected.
Listen, Vandy, this is gonna be hard to hear.
I swallow, but my mouth is dry. I know, I say. I know, and I'm working on it. My therapist gave me some mental exercises that...
Exercises? That. No, it's fine. It's not what this is about.
I frown. What then?
Victoria's out. It's official.
I look at my lap and take a deep breath, blinking against the pressure at the back of my eyes. I knew this was a possibility, but there's something about the words being said out loud that's so devastating. I stop breathing for a handful of seconds. Is she redshirting? Coach shakes his head. I'm not surprised. Victoria could take the season off and come back for a 5th year with NCAA eligibility, but she'd have to delay graduation, and she already has a job offer from the startup where she interned in the summer.
It's a bad injury, Vandy.
It's over then. Victoria spent her entire life training, hours every day, every week, every month of every year, traveling for meets, a constantly bruised body, and early mornings, and, sorry, I cannot hang out this weekend. A damn gap between a portable board and a crash mat, and it's all over. I blink fast. I have no right to cry. It's not my injury to cry about. Do the others know?
Penn's telling the twins right now.
The twins, and that's it? Because there's only 4 of us left. Like a shark bit a limb off, I clench my jaw. It's so fucking unfair.
Language, Vandy.
He slouches back in his chair, rubbing his face with one hand, and I wonder how many other times this has happened to him. How many careers interrupted. Heartbroken divers and unfulfilled talents.
And yes, it's very fucking unfair.
I swallow and pull myself together. This is not about me. Do you know where she is? I'd love to see her.
Vandy, there's a reason I'm telling you separately. I want you to consider pairing up with Penn on the synchro.
What?
You two won't have much time to train together, but this could work. You're both stronger on the platform than on the board, and your height and body types are nearly identical. Judges love that.
My inward...
Listen,
He gives me a level stare.
if you haven't recovered your inward dives by the start of the season, we have other, more serious problems than the synchro.
He's painfully right.
You don't have to say yes. As you know, Penn is very strong in all her individual events and doesn't need to be doing synchro. But I think there is potential here.
What about... I don't like the idea of replacing Victoria.
This is not a tribute band situation. You and Penn will have your own dive sheet and partnership. You're not filling anyone's shoes. You're starting from scratch.
I rub my temple. Still, how will Victoria feel about this? His round, scraggly face curves into a small, sad smile.
It's not you or Victoria, Vandy. It's you or nobody else.
Chapter 19. On Saturday, I take the MCAT. Or maybe the MCAT takes me. I'm no linguist, but afterward I lie face down on the couch while Mariam stacks an increasingly tall pile of textbooks on my butt. Jang ass, this fall's hottest game. There seems to be little agency in what I was put through. I won't get the results for a month, but my brain zapped so many times during the test, I don't think I did well. I could retake, but med schools will still get to see my bad scores, and the next testing opportunity will be in January during the season, and why do I have no memories of my critical analysis and reasoning part? A fugue state, clearly. I blacked out and rubbed against the proctor to scrounge up a couple more points. My skull feels like oatmeal, the instant microwavable kind. And in a shocking turn of events, I have plans for the night. It's a good thing. They'll take your mind off the test, Mariam says, an evil glint in her eyes, a cackle when I scowl. She knows that compounding my academic exhaustion with social exhaustion is only going to drive me even closer to the edge of lucidity. She just wants to catch me making out with the spin mop in our closet. Why do you look like you just donated a chunk of your pancreas to the Organs Museum? Penn asks when I sit in the passenger seat of her car. That is such a good summary of what I feel like right now. She flips her hair. Why, yes, I am minoring in creative writing. We're going to the twins' birthday party, which is happening at the house of the Shapiro twins, whom they are still dating. Penn's car is a cozy mess of slushy cups, protein bar wrappers, and about 12 poorly crocheted animals hanging from the rearview mirror. My baby cousin makes them for me, and yes, I'm aware they're a driving hazard. Luke has been very vocal about it. She grins at me over the warm beats of a K-pop playlist. Are you sick? Nope, just took the MCAT. What's the... Hang on, is that the 7-hour test for med schools? Yep. Oh my God. Lucas took it last year. She pulls out of the parking lot. He was toast after that. I'm starting to suspect it's part of a big pharma conspiracy to force us to seek psychiatric care. I sink back against the headrest and have no reason to ask, but still do. Did Lucas do well? I think so. She glances at the directions. He was satisfied, which is unheard of. I think the score was 525. I almost choke on my tongue. Screw Lucas Bloomqvist and his 525. Is it too much to ask for a bilingual Olympic gold medalist to not be in the 99th percentile for the test I've bombed? Actually, I'm sure that's what it was, because we celebrated and, Hershey's syrup was involved. My idea, of course. She shoots me a proud side look, and I cannot help huffing out a laugh, even as my insides twist at something I can't quite name. A primordial, swampy blend of academic jealousy, vague horniness, wistfulness at the memory of having someone to share victories with. Hey, can I tell you something? If she's going to detail her threesome with Lucas and Sunday ingredients, I might have to ask her to pull over. Synchro partner to synchro partner, she adds. Ah, right. I now have a new item to add to my bulleted list titled Things I'll Probably Fail At. I feel like a total imposter, but still nod. I have a date, she tells me. Her fingers drum excitedly against the wheel. Tomorrow. With this guy I know from my advanced microeconomics class. He's a NARP. The acronym takes a second to click. Non-athletic regular person. First date? Her lips pressed together. We've been seeing each other, actually. Mostly as friends. Off campus. I'm trying to, be a little circumspect. To avoid your and Lucas's friends? That too. She fidgets a little with her hair. Is he a senior? Her silence stretches so long, I half wonder whether she didn't hear me. I'm about to repeat my question when she says, he was actually my TA. She rushes to add, but he's a PhD student and only 3 years older, and that class is over, and he's really cute and has a man bun, which is totally my weakness for some reason that I cannot even fathom, and she stops and gives me a pleading look as if expecting me to tell her that it's not a big deal. I remain quiet. Pick up her phone. Fandy, please say something. I don't. Instead, I scroll down her Spotify app. I don't think I'm doing anything unethical. Her voice is unusually high-pitched. I've always liked him. I approached him. It's not like I'm milking him for better grades, or I set the phone down just as the drums of Hot for Teacher by Van Halen fill the cabin. Oh my God, she turns to me, exhaling an outraged laugh. Vandy, I hate you so much. I pout. Is it because I cannot grade your macroeconomics homework? It's micro, and she slaps me on the arm. Oh my God! I sigh dramatically and tap my chin. Maybe I should give Mrs. Seema a heads up. About what? Your insatiable hunger for older pedagogues, of course. She shouts a new peal of laughter. And by the time we make it to the party, the song has played twice, and we both have tears rolling from our eyes. Chapter 20. Some student-athletes are able to have high GPAs, sport their little hearts out, and maintain fulfilling and exciting social calendars that yield solid lifelong friendships. I am not one of them. In high school, my catchphrase was, "Sorry, I'm busy," to the point that a bunch of people in Josh's friend group gasped when I showed up for prom with him. I still remember the icy slither in my stomach when I overheard them from the bathroom stall. Something giggled like, did she not have to throw herself from a cliff tonight? I didn't take it personally. Josh was outgoing and kind and had lots of buddies I never bothered to get to know. They probably thought I was just another athlete with a God complex. And maybe they weren't wrong. At the time, I felt invincible. Like all I had to do was put in the work and I'd reap the rewards. I felt in control, tungsten-coated, and the people making fun of my dedication to diving or studying or overachieving were never going to scratch my shell. But that armor is long gone, stripped off by time, injury, and the painful realization that deserving and obtaining are two vastly different things. When I trail after Penn inside the Shapiro's hallway and Kyle's eyes widen in shock, I feel a little tender.
Scarvan?
He booms over the generic pop music.
Showing up for a party?
He sounds like a children's librarian seeing Judy Blume show up unannounced. Happy, but nonetheless baffled. Is that a thing people call me? I murmur in Penn's ear. People? No. Kyle? I was Penro for half of sophomore year. Don't let him see that you don't like it, or it'll stick forever and he'll use it at your eulogy. At which, yes, he'll manage to book a speaking engagement. He's that good. I take that advice to heart and produce my most unbothered smile. Hey, Kyle.
Look at you!
His eyes travel down my sweater and shorts.
Haven't seen you in civilian clothes in years.
She was observing the period of mourning that is customary for her religion. Penn says solemnly. Kyle lifts a hand to his nape, taken aback.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. Who did you, lose, if I may?
No, you may not. Penn scolds. He winces, steals an unopened can of Budweiser from a passing freshman, and presses it into my hand.
Here, feel better, Scarvan.
Don't laugh, Penn mutters in my ear, pinching my hip. Kyle, where's Luke?
He and Hassan are talking about football, somewhere in the living room. It's so European in there. I had to get out before my dick turned into a bidet.
See you later, Kai Jess. Penn takes my hand and drags me deeper into the house. There must be 30 or 40 people here, and while I'd probably be able to name only a fifth, most faces are familiar. All the swimmers came, she tells me with a smile, like it's a good thing. And it is, I guess. They're tight-knit, hang out every preseason weekend. It's nice, just... There's Luke, she adds, pulling me through the throng of two hot bodies. He's on the couch with Rachel and a few others, fingers closed around a dark glass bottle, wholly focused on what Hassan is saying. He laughs and shakes his head, gesturing as he explains something. The memory of his hand on me is so visceral, my heart explodes in my stomach. Restroom, I tell Penn. Be right back. I'm just not in the mood for this. And by this, I mean the way Lucas looks at me. Like he can see the little crumpled up piece of paper tucked in a corner of my head, the one where I wrote down my secrets. Like he could easily flatten it and read every last word. He's unnerving, and other things I'd rather not deal with. I wander into the kitchen. Lots of swimmers smile and say hi, but I can tell that they either can't fully place me or they're surprised to see me. I sip on my beer, trying to avoid creating fan fiction of people's smallest facial expressions until I'm certain that they despise me. If only Googling whether someone hates me were a possibility. When was the last house party I went to? Maybe on my recruitment trip when an upperclassman shoved a White Claw in my hands and left me terrified, half that someone would snitch to the coaches that I'd drunk it, half that they'd still snitch to them that I was too lame to drink. Bree finds me a minute later, and I wish her a happy birthday, clumsily returning her hug. I'm so happy you came, she tells me. Bella's devastated that Victoria won't. I'm so happy to be here, too. It's not true, but spending the next 20 minutes chatting with her helps. For the following 15, it's a swimmer who shadowed me in a chem class last year during his recruitment trip. But he's clearly looking to hook up with another guy on the team, and when it becomes obvious that I'm in their way, I whip out another restroom excuse. Upstairs, I find a small sunroom and slump on an IKEA Poang chair, the exact copy of the one Mariam and I assembled last year during a macabre comedy of errors that nearly became a fatal mutual murder. Can't believe we managed to move past that one. I check my phone, and boy, it's a mistake. Herr Karl Heinz's social life must be as active as mine because 4 minutes ago he posted the results of our latest German test. I know better than to check, but I do just that and ruin what's left of my day. Because it's a C with a message.
Scarlett, may I call you Shakla? Let me know if you'd like to talk about ways to improve your performance. I'd love to see you succeed, and there is no shame in asking for help. Viel Glück.
I cross my legs on Poang and sink my face into my hands. Once upon a time, not so long ago, I didn't need help. I was a competent diver. I had a boyfriend and good grades. Once upon a time, I had shit under control. And then I must have pulled the wrong book from the Jang-ass tower because everything is collapsing and...
Not a good night?
I don't need to look up to know it's Lucas. But I do it anyway, hating the flush that immediately hits my cheek. He fills the doorframe in a way I struggle to comprehend. Ominous, backlit, the strong lines of his face destructively handsome. His muscular arms hold both jams, and he's once again barefoot, even though no such request was made of guests upon arrival. That's good. His eyebrow lifts, inquisitive, and I fall quiet.
Pen was looking for you.
He says, "Oh, are we leaving?"
Just checking in.
His lips curve a little.
She's protective of you.
She has been lovely, really, taking me under her wing. I'm wondering why Lucas came to find me. But as usual, he's reading my mind.
Just trying to escape being offered coke for the third time.
The doping officers would love that.
I considered doing a line just to give them something to talk about.
I laugh quietly. Some of the tension relaxes. I was going to return downstairs in a minute. I'm tired, I think.
MCAT'll do that to you.
How does he... Did Penn tell you?
You did.
When? Oh, on Wednesday. The day of the touch. It's so barbaric.
Yup.
I feel like I could sleep for 100 hours.
Hyperbole?
I snort. Not this time.
I figured. You think you did well?
I think I'd rather carve out my liver like Prometheus than retake it, so I better have. But I doubt it. And then I got a C on my German test. I add, even though I shouldn't, because he didn't ask. I try to sound self-deprecating, like I don't care too much about my recently developed inability to function. Of course, he reads right through it.
Lots of med schools don't have foreign language requirements, Scarlett.
So unnervingly compelling, the way my name is distorted through his accent, inside his mouth. It looks good, though.
So does a near-perfect GPA.
I don't have...
Yes, you do.
I pinch my lips. How do you even...
I don't, but you're not the type to leave that to chance.
I nod, wishing he left or came all the way in. It's confounding the way he's just on the edge. He is confounding. Why did you do that? On Wednesday. As far as questions go, this is the Budweiser's more than mine. But once it floats between us, I realize how much I need to know. If he pretends not to understand what I mean, I will scream. Something wild and vicious will come out of my throat, and it'll have every single person in this house stop by the knife block and then stampede upstairs. It will be so liberating. Lucas, though, doesn't give me the satisfaction.
Because you seemed touch-starved.
I blink at him once, maybe twice.
And lonely.
He pushes away from the frame, finally inside. My brain hums, then blanks.
A little hungry, too.
He's not talking about food. I shake my head. Where is his filter? Was he born without one? How did Penn ever get used to this? You don't even know me.
I don't. But no one else here does either, which proves my point.
He stops a few feet from me, and the room shrinks to half its original size. I'm at a bit of a bifurcation. I could play the outraged, derisive, who the fuck do you think you are card, and it would be wholly within my rights. As tired as I am, though, I just want to understand him. The way you're acting with me. What you did on Wednesday. Is it some kind of game? I can't figure out if you're hitting on me or just... Is it because I didn't take you up on your offer when you emailed? Are you trying to convince me that I made a mistake?
I have no interest in that.
I must look skeptical because he continues.
What I want from you requires enthusiastic consent, not convincing.
I rub my thumb against my eyes, trying to untangle this mess. Are you trying to use me to get back at Penn for breaking up with you? He seems amused.
It would be a very ineffective way to go about it, since she's the one who first suggested we do this.
Is it an ego thing, then? Am I the first person to ever reject you? I know that with all the medals and the way you look, but the thing is, not every girl is attracted to you.
You are, though.
This time, an affronted gasp makes its way out of me.
Come on.
His smile is faint.
You're always flushing or fidgeting. You either do your best to not look at me, or you stare.
I'm just a generally awkward person who...
You are. You're also uncomfortable with men. This, though, is different. It doesn't take a stratospheric ego to figure it out, not when your face is... You're not good at hiding anything, Scarlett. I could tell when you didn't know I existed, and I could tell when you became aware of me.
My stomach sinks, and I want to deny it so bad. My throat itches. Instead, I bury my face in my hands and pretend that the last 2 weeks, the last 2 years, didn't happen. I'm going to fall asleep here, cradled within Poang's loving embrace, and wake up as a freshman on the day of the NCAA finals. A redo. I won't mess up that N-word, get those unmanageable curtain bangs, or ever acknowledge the existence of Lucas Bloomquist, who's currently taking my wrists and pulling my hands down. He kneels in front of me, still managing to be imposing. I'm not a thin-boned bird-like creature, but his hands swallow my entire forearms, and liquid heat crawls up my spine. It gets worse when he transfers his hold to the right, and the knuckle of his free index finger slides to tilt up my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. I expect triumph, maybe some gloating. Not a genuinely puzzled.
Why are you embarrassed about this?
I groan. Maybe I just don't want to shovel more fuel into some guy's already overactive hubris furnace.
That's not it.
I squeeze my eyes shut. It's just never happened to me.
What has never happened?
I swallow. This whole conversation is so bearing. I've just never been attracted to someone that nearly everyone else in the universe seems to be attracted to.
You think I care whether people are attracted to me?
He sounds almost offended at the idea. But, yes?
Why would I?
Because?
No, seriously.
His accent seems to be a little thicker.
Why would I care about everyone in the universe being attracted to me? What would I get from that?
The certainty that the sack of skin and meat you're saddled with as you walk God's green earth is pleasing to them, and that they will, I don't know, have sex with you if you want? His palm shifts upward, gripping the side of my face, the hinge of my jaw. His thumb rests right below my lower lip.
Come on, Scarlett.
His mouth twitches.
You know who I want to have sex with.
His low voice makes my entire body spark and brooks no misunderstanding.
Look at you.
His expression softens to something almost tender.
Is it so hard to believe that I saw you and thought that you needed touching?
I cannot breathe. How?
I have no idea. But I saw you and you made sense to me. And the more I looked, the more I knew how hard you work, how it paid off until it didn't. How little you like chaos. You want to maintain control in every aspect of your life, and yet you are unraveling. And that was before I knew that you're kinky as shit.
The pad of his thumb presses against my bottom lip, a shock of heat to my system. I inhale, sandalwood and chlorine and beer flooding my lungs and my brain.
You know what fucks with my head?
It must be a rhetorical question because he continues.
You're at ease with me. I don't think you realize it, but you tend to move closer when others are around. Sometimes you look to me for reassurance, maybe. And we're alone right now, and there are no signs of distress, and at some point you chose to trust me. And you get why that gets me going so hard, right?
His voice is a slow roll that starts in his chest, travels through our limbs, ends in the red of my cheeks, the spill between my legs. For people like me, like him, like us, trust is the real currency. I nod, hazy.
Thank fuck.
He exhales, and my lips part against his thumb without meaning to. It gives him an idea. Or maybe it was his plan all along. His finger slips inside, hooks just behind my teeth, hot and big and salty over the flat of my tongue. I let out a choked gasp and feel it inside me, electric, syrupy. Lucas could do whatever he wants to me, and I'd welcome it. Push the pad of his thumb deeper inside my mouth, stand, undo his belt and his pants, grab the back of my head, and he pulls back, and it's like the first dive of every morning practice. Freezing water slapping against my skin, jerking me awake. He stands and walks away, leaning against the doorframe. His arms fold on his chest, casual, unaffected. I was, maybe still am, ready to do pretty unspeakable things for him. In an open room, with 30 to 40 people downstairs. If only he were to ask. The shame eats at the arousal in my belly. I guess I'm that desperate. I guess I could walk myself into interstate traffic.
Okay.
Lucas's voice snaps me out of my self-flagellating party. He looks authoritative, making decisions, laying out timelines.
We have to... This is what we're going to do. You have two options. Say nothing, and I won't ever bring up anything like this again. You and I meet at Avery. We work together on Olive's projects. Whatever you want. But this conversation and the ones before never happened. Penn never got drunk, never told me about you. I never noticed you. I never touched you.
Anything like this, he said. This. So vague, I understand exactly what he's talking about. The alternative? I ask, surprised at how firm my voice is.
Say the word, and...
His jaw tightens. I marvel at the play of lights on the hollow of his cheekbones.
We're going to find a time and place to meet.
It's a subtle shift, but his fist tightens under the elbow, knuckles bleeding white. It's a sign, a promise. Goosebumps chill my skin.
And we're going to negotiate.
He gives me all the time I need to reply and then some. He slouches, lazy, composed, and I'm struck by how much I want to say something, by how difficult it is. I can't think clearly around the pounding of my heart, around the odd mix of fear of making a mistake, fear of not making a mistake, and just pure fear lodged behind my sternum. He gives me all the time I need, and when I stare in helpless silence, he's true to his word. There is a moment of twitching tension, but it fades immediately. His smile is warm.
I'll see you around, Scarlett.
Then he's gone, padding away barefoot, as confident as when he arrived. I, however, am a coward. I beat myself up about it for 5 minutes, and it takes me 10 more to collect myself enough to return downstairs. The lights have dimmed, and the party has gathered in the living room around a sheet cake decorated with too many lit candles.
The thought process behind it?
Someone is asking.
I don't know, since Bree's turning 22 and Bella's turning 22. You put 44 candles on their cake? That's just not how it goddamn works, Devin.
Kyle pats Devin on the back.
Come on, Dale. Let the kid show off his math.
Is it time to cut into that amazing cake yet? A girl next to me yells. There aren't enough seats for everybody, and Penn is perched on one of Lucas's legs, leaning forward as she chats with Rachel. Behind, Lucas is once again talking with Hassan. It's like he never left. Stupid, I tell myself. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
There's actually a surprise we've been working on for a while.
Devin clears out some space at the center of the room and looks at Kyle, whose phone is at the ready.
We have a choreography for you.
Dale declares. The room fills. Cheers, groans, whistles, claps. Bree shoots to her feet, almost flipping the cake over. Oh my God! Is it BTS? More excited screams.
Can't wait for when Coach asks me how they pulled a quad and are out for the season.
Lucas says.
Just don't drag BTS into this.
Hassan suggests.
Say they were giving a lap dance.
Shut up, you losers, Penn commands. This is gonna be the best.
Thank you, Penn.
Dale salutes her.
For your support and for helping us refine this over countless sessions. You're a true friend, unlike your boyfriend and his boyfriend.
You guys, it was my pleasure. Lucas and Hassan exchange amused headshakes, and I'm always on the sidelines, always detached from what's happening around me. I never mind. But tonight, watching Lucas laugh with others, something greedy opens up in my stomach. A little hungry, too, he said upstairs. But I think it's more than a little. I think I might be ravenous. The music starts, and so do some questionable body rolls. Laughter. Nearly everyone takes their phones out, and I do the same. Except I'm not filming. I'm not even watching. Instead, I pull up an old email, type 3 words, and hit reply. When and where? Devin and Dale gyrate their hips. Lucas's phone lights up on the coffee table. I see him glance at it once, distractedly. Then again when the message registers. He doesn't even have to search the crowd. His eyes lift up to meet mine, and when he nods, I finally manage a true, genuine smile. Chapter 21. Monday mornings at the pool are usually relaxed, full of athletes slowly rebooting after their day off. This Monday morning, however, the atmosphere around the aquatic center is thicker than the fog. Cuts for the swim team, Bree tells me, pale face scrunched together as she wraps tape around her wrist. They're finalizing the roster. Already? Creeps up on me every year, too. In the locker room, the swimmers' cheerfulness feels forced, and I wonder how they cope. Am I the only one who cries in the shower and can never find enough air to properly breathe and opens the fridge hoping to discover a magic portal leading to a Narnia-like society in which competitive sports have been banned? German, too. On my way to breakfast, I hear...
Scarlett, a minute?
It's Lucas. Of course it is. No one else calls me by my name. I pause in the Avery lobby and try not to blush, or to remember how many times I checked my phone, email, and physical mailbox yesterday, waiting for him to contact me. Mariam asked me if I was high on glue, which led to a 20-minute fight over whether the USA Anti-Doping Agency would find that objectionable. I could pretend that in the 24 hours he spent ignoring me, I changed my mind, but it would probably just give him a chuckle. Sure, I walk over, take in his hair, still wet from practice, the freckles hugging his nose and cheekbones. The compression shirt he's wearing does great things for his thick arms and even more for his chest. Everything okay?
Have you met Johan?
He points at the guy next to him, whom I recognize as the other Swede. He looks like he could be Lucas's cousin, just blonde. I'm Scarlett. Nice to meet you. I smile and hold out my hand, which he takes even as he says,
It's also very nice to see you, but we already met.
Shit. Oh, right, of course,
Don't take it personally, Johan. She didn't remember meeting me either.
Lucas's smile, somewhere between teasing and tender, has me flushing. He and Johan have a brief Swedish conversation that ends with Johan nodding and then smiling at me like we're more than two-time acquaintances. Like he knows things about me. I look up at them, neck craning. They could be talking about the stock market economies, their favorite dactylic pentameters, or the size of my boobs. I have no way of telling. Did I hear the word troll? What was that? I ask Lucas after Johan leaves.
He asked me if we're together.
Does he know Lucas broke up with Penn? And what did you say?
The truth.
Which is? I'm beginning to suspect that a conversation is over when Lucas Blomqvist decides he's had enough, because he doesn't reply. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and hands me a sheet of paper, folded once and then again. I open it out and... oh my God! Cheeks on fire, I hug it to my chest, where my heart is racing against my ribs.
You know what that is?
He asks casually, like he's talking about calculating a molecular orbital and not...
Bye, Luke!
A small group of swimmers walks by us.
See you later, sweetie!
Another adds, trailing behind him.
Great job today, everyone.
Lucas says, then still looking at his teammates, but lower.
Breathe, Scarlett.
I'm trying, but it's not easy.
We're going to need to work on this.
He says. On what? I scrape out.
Your tendency to let your vital organs shut down whenever something unexpected happens. Your neurons can only take so many anoxic events.
We're in the middle of the lobby of our place of employment. Lucas's voice is low and warm, and in my hand, there is a list of the filthiest things two people can do to each other.
Do you know what that is?
He repeats, patient. I nod, forcing myself to inhale deeply. Here, brain, have some oxygen and glucose and... porn? I am familiar, yes. It just caught me by surprise. And it's not my fault if the first thing I read on it was come play. It's a dramatic sea change from talking about sex in the vaguest of terms to holding a piece of paper that proudly proclaims DDLG.
Ever used one of these?
Not really. Truthfully, I researched them. And I read them through. And I debated showing them to Josh. And then I realized someone who balked at the idea of nipple clamps would probably not enjoy reading a BDSM checklist that included stuff like anal fisting, cross-mounting, and chastity gear. No.
Are you okay with using it now?
Yes, I am. Very 50 Shades, Penn would say with a smirk. Penn, oh God, will sober Penn still be okay with this?
Text me when you're done filling it in.
He says, all business. What about yours?
I'm done with mine.
Can I see it? One of those crooked smiles.
Are you trying to copy my homework?
Well, it would help.
And it would save you the ordeal of having to admit to your own wants, wouldn't it?
He's absolutely right. And I am mortified that I even asked. Okay, Thank you for giving this to me. I'll let you know when I'm done. I make to leave, but a finger slides in the belt loop of my jeans and pulls me back, close.
Hey.
He says, soft.
I need to know what you need, Scarlett, and whether I can provide it for you.
It should be me. What if...
Listen.
His thumb and forefinger find my chin and lift it. His eyes are a level, impossibly pretty blue.
I spent the last few years with someone who had no interest in any of this, and have lots of experience with mismatched sex drives. I can handle you not wanting the same things as I do, and I'll never judge you for what you're into. Fuck, some of the things that I want.
His laugh is an amused huff. His hand runs through his hair, tousling it a little. It occurs to me that maybe it's hard for him, too. coming clean about this. That we both have some baggage when it comes to being honest about what turns us on. And more importantly, that I want to know everything about his desires, and it's natural for him to want the same. Okay. My smile is small but sincere. I'll do it as soon as possible.
Take your time. Think it through.
I snort. I feel like the weak link in a group project. Last to do her part.
That's not incorrect.
I poke at him. My index finger finds the side of his stomach, and for a moment I cannot process the everything of what I'm feeling. The solid muscle of his obliques, the lack of yield, the shock of warmth. Because he may have touched me, but I never touched him before. And he knows that too, because the following silence stretches long, as thick as molasses.
How's German going?
He asks quietly. I let my head hang low, listen to his soft, deep chuckle. About as well as my other classes. I'm not good at this stuff.
What stuff?
I gesture vaguely. Pronouncing Foucault? Diving into the marketplace of ideas? Telling apart different waves of feminism? Opining. I shrug. Textual analysis is way harder than logarithmic differentiation. He stares down at me like I'm God. Like I'm cute. I'm not a fan of that patronizing look. At least I shouldn't be. All messed up. Yep, that's me.
Anything I can do?
He offers. I don't know. Do you speak German?
Despite what you Americans believe, Europe is not a single country where everyone speaks.
I quietly flip him off, and he laughs like I handed him the exact thing he wanted. Then there's another silence, smaller, lighter, until he says,
You'll text me, then.
Not a question, but I nod, feeling a warm, pulsating sort of anticipation spread through me. One that has as much to do with the list as with... I'm not sure.
Go, Scarlett. You need to eat breakfast.
Right. Yep. Did I tell him where I was heading? Doesn't matter. I feel the heft of his eyes on me all the way to the dining hall, even after it becomes a physical impossibility. My first synchro practice is that afternoon. I try to play it cool, like it's not a big deal, but last year, while Penn and Victoria placed 6th at the Pac-12 finals, I was home. Probably trimming my toenails. Binge-watching the Great British Bake Off was likely part of it, too. I'm the new kid here, and I'm painfully aware of it as I stand between Penn, Coach Seema, and 2 volunteer coaches who I really wish had not decided to stick around to witness my unavoidable screw-ups. I bet they wish the same, especially 30 minutes and 50 takeoffs later, after Penn and I have been working on matching the simplest of hurdles without the blippiest trace of success. It doesn't help that we've started with dry land and that we cannot look at the 4th portable board without seeing Victoria and her sheared ligaments. I know she asked for space, and I get not wanting to be inundated by condolences while still mourning the loss of her sport. But I can't help wishing she were here to make some snide comments on the futility of carbon-based life forms.
Penn,
Coach Seema says between disapproving sighs.
you're too fast. Your hurdle is about 5 inches too high and ugly to boot. Vandy, you're too...
Slow? Coach rubs his temple.
I'm not even sure what's wrong with your technique. Let's say everything and just start from scratch, okay? Take 10, you two. Have some water. Think about your ancestors and ask yourself whether they'd be proud of your performance today.
Synchro is a scary 3-headed beast. Pairs aren't scored just on the success of the individual dives, but also on how well they harmonize. There are so many ways to lose points, and Penn seems to be thinking the same. We sit side by side on the deck, heads bent over our water bottles, and I want to apologize to her. I want to tell her that I'm a mess and it's my fault, that I'm sorry I'm not Victoria and I'll try harder and to please not hate me. But she's silent and I'm silent too. I try not to stare as she takes out her phone and begins tapping at it, wondering if she's mad at me, wondering if the first few notes of Hot for Teacher fill the air. My snort is so sudden I choke on my sip of water. Everyone turns to give us curious looks, but Penn's eyes are fixed on me, and after a couple of seconds, we're laughing like we haven't just been laid into within an inch of our lives. Coach is not amused, but the weight in my chest feels 1,000 pounds lighter. Chapter 22. It takes me 2 days to go through the list. I'd love to say that it's because some of the items are things I've never heard of and require a large amount of research, but there are only a handful I'm not already familiar with. I may have to spend some time on Google to figure out what shrimping is and come away with no more clarity than when I started. But I've known what a Sibian is since I've figured out how to use the incognito tab on my browser. Sexual deviant and all that. The reason I spend so long on each item is that they require an almost ridiculous amount of introspection. I've never been in the position to be fully sincere about my fantasies, and as a result, I don't yet know what they are. My sex life with Josh was great. He made sure I had all the orgasms I could ever want, helped me feel beautiful and sexy, and we laughed a lot. That time, I was too mortified to tell him outright that I was on my period and used so many euphemisms he thought I had terminal cancer. When he accidentally got Minions novelty condoms. His harrowing screech of pain after I tried to give him a hand job seconds after hand sanitizing. That kind of stuff. But when I asked him to be rougher with me, he suggested that I bring it up in therapy and get my psychologist's take on whether it's a good idea or, something Oedipal that'll fuck you up for the next decade. After that, I tried to pretend I didn't have certain desires, and he half-heartedly slapped my butt a couple of times. So it takes 48 hours, but on Wednesday night, I text Lucas. Done. And, at last, save his name on my phone. We decide to meet up that night. Then the following morning. Then the following night. Every time he cancels at the last minute. The only explanation.
Something urgent.
I see him at practice, which means that he's not ill, injured, or expelled from Stanford for crimes against public decency. I'm starting to suspect he's changed his mind. And then he skips our meeting with Zach and Dr. Smith. He won't be joining us, she tells me. He mentioned something about captain stuff? Not crunch, sadly. God, I haven't had those in a while. She chews her lower lip for a moment, writes, "Bye, Captain Crunch" on one of her Post-its, and then proceeds to slay at cancer biology nonstop for 45 minutes. I don't hear from Lucas until Friday night, after a difficult practice that leaves me in a bad mood. Penn and I are alone in the locker room, and I've been trying to untangle my hair for so long my entire upper body aches. Any plans for tonight? She asks. I shake my head, then say, I have these exercises that my therapist is making me do. Oh? Her eyes catch mine in the mirror. She's putting on foundation, which is an unusual post-practice level of grooming. For what? My most ingrate children. Her brow knits in confusion, so I sigh. My inward dives. Her eyes widen in understanding. I haven't discussed my issues with anyone on the team, but Penn is my synchro partner, and she must have noticed that we haven't practiced a single inward dive. I don't mind. I know she gets it, the way our brains cannot help hiccuping. What are the exercises like? Visualization, mostly. The purpose is to rewire my brain, overwrite the negative feelings I automatically associate with certain dives with more neutral ones. All I need is the most basic, shittiest inward dive. The bar is so low, it's underground with the turnips. Penn puts down her brush. Her hand reaches out to squeeze mine, and I love, love, love that she doesn't say shit like, "You can do it. Believe in yourself. It'll be a piece of cake." Positive thinking. She's just quietly there for me. Green eyes full of understanding and a compassion that's not pity. And that's all I need. I squeeze back. There's something in my throat, and I have to swallow past it before asking, "What about you? Any plans?" Actually, her lips twitch. I'm meeting hot teacher. He's making dinner for me. Vandy, please regain control of your jaw. I try. It's not easy. How was last weekend? Good. Great. We chatted, talked about our lives. We made out. You know, that kind of stuff. I half gasp, half laugh, delighted. You made out. Way to focus on the one single non-PG item on my list. But she's giggling, clearly elated. We both lean our shoulders against the mirror, facing each other. I really, really like being with him, she tells me, low, serious. Her smile dims a little, but she's not sad. I think it was a good choice, breaking up with Lucas. It's my turn to reach for her hand. I'm so glad you're happy. When her phone rings, she frantically gathers her stuff and stops for a short hug, and then she disappears in a burst of energy that's so her I cannot stop smiling even after she's gone. And, once again, I have not told her about Lucas and me. I tried it on Monday, with the list burning in the pocket of my shorts. On Wednesday, when we lingered in front of Avery and exchanged high school diving stories. This morning at breakfast, after I helped her out with orgo homework, while she read through my English essay. Tell her, I order myself. But tell her what? That Lucas and I might be exchanging A4 papers? In order to maybe initiate a sexual relationship, if we are compatible, if it works with our schedules, if he hasn't changed his mind, if he doesn't find someone else. It's all so hypothetical. Talking about it so early in the process just seems like courting trouble. I head home, wondering whether Mariam will do her usual bit if she catches me mid-visualization exercise. Cut 2 cucumber slices and slap them over my closed eyes. The text I receive stops me in the middle of the sidewalk on Stanford Way.
Free?
It's Lucas. My pulse trips, but quickly steadies. I tilt my head and type, Scarlett. In Sweden, when you text, do they charge you by the word? Lucas.
There's an emoji surcharge, but I'll make an exception for you.
Lucas.
Middle finger emoji.
I laugh out loud. A yappy sound that has me glancing around to make sure no one noticed. Lucas.
Are you free tonight, Scarlett Vandermeer?
Scarlett. For someone with proper grammar? Always. Lucas.
Meet me at Green in 10.
Why does he want to meet in the library? Is this for Dr. Smith's project? Am I misunderstanding? When I arrive, he's already leaning against the wall by the elevator, eyes closed, thick neck, incongruous freckles. He's wearing black joggers and a red t-shirt, once again an almost exact replica of the outfit I have on, and he looks tired. Something that lives between curiosity and admiration has me stopping to observe him. Him, and the energy that flows in his surroundings.
That's the guy who won the Olympics, the swimmer.
A boy whispers to a friend. 3 girls walk past him in the opposite direction, sneaking glances that become progressively less covert. I'd love an NCAA title or 2, let alone the Olympics, but I don't think I envy this facet of Lucas's success. Being singled out, generic appreciation from people who remember that swimming exists once every 4 years. Hey, I say. His eyes open slowly, as though whirring to life. For a moment, he looks so exhausted, my instinct is to scream, "Go home, to bed, right now." Then his lips curve, just because I am here, and my heart beats in my belly.
Come on.
I follow him in silence to a study room. It doesn't provide much privacy, not with glass walls. They're all built like that because, I assume, librarians have graduate degrees and better things to do than walk into teenagers groping each other. Or cleaning up used condoms. I linger next to a chair, not yet taking a seat. Watch Lucas pull a folded piece of paper out of his backpack, toss it over the table in my direction, and stand kitty corner from me. I feel instantly very hot. Or cold. "Why the library?" I ask, eyes fixed on the paper.
We could go to my place, but I figured you wouldn't want Kyle and Hassan overhearing.
I nod, trying to come to terms with the fact that his list is right there. I could reach out and pick it up, and no.
Scarlett,
Lucas leans forward, clearly amused.
we talked about this.
About what?
You need to breathe.
I inhale sharply, fill my lungs. Right, yes, I'm fine. What should I?
Before we start, I'd like to know something.
I sneak another glance at the folded paper. Yes?
What happened with your father?
My eyes bounce to his. I feel like he grabbed me by the neck without warning. My father? How is this relevant? An atrocious possibility occurs to me. Please don't tell me that you're looking for some deep-seated past trauma to explain what I like. His eyebrow arches.
I think you can give me a little more credit than that.
Then why?
You don't have to tell me. It's not a deal breaker. But you clearly have triggers, and understanding what happened might help me steer away.
Lucas doesn't need the whole story for that. But he and I have already been so open with each other. I don't mind him knowing. And I have no reason to be embarrassed. So I square my shoulders, hold his eyes, and try to be as factual as possible. Over the years, my dad became increasingly abusive of both me and my stepmother. By the end, he was tracking all our movements, monitoring our interactions, isolating us from the rest of the world and from each other. He'd belittle us, criticize us, yell for no reason. He was financially controlling. I'm not sure how it got so bad, only that it was gradual. Barb and I were both very good at pretending that it was all normal and that Dad was just having a string of bad days. Then, when I was 13, Barb picked me up from school. I began crying and begging her to not take me home, and she decided to put an end to it. She left Dad, managed to get custody, put us both in therapy. Years of terror condensed into a few dozen words. Years in which my sole happy place was diving. I can usually work through my triggers. I don't like raised voices, but it's not a hard limit. And I actually like being handled roughly. Control, discipline, as long as it's within specific contexts. I can tell from his eyes that he understands what I mean. It makes sense in his gut as much as in mine. The one thing Dad did, I look away. Degradation kink is a thing, and I'm never going to judge, but if you want to call me ugly or disgusting or worthless,
Jesus, Scarlett.
then we're probably not going to be able to.
Hey.
He lifts my chin.
Look at me.
I am, I want to say. Except I lowered my gaze to my feet without realizing it.
I'm not interested in demeaning you in any way, okay?
In his eyes, I find no disappointment. Just a promise. He doesn't let go until I nod, and once I'm free, I swallow. Take my phone out of my pocket. Gently, hoping he won't notice my trembling hands, I pop its case off. When he sees the piece of paper lodged inside, he smiles faintly.
Guarding it closely, huh?
I drop it on the table next to his. I'm not sure how to explain the sticky, toe-curling, happiness-creating heat that spreads through my limbs whenever I think about the list being there. All my secrets, all his questions, the potential for this improbable, dizzying, sharp thing between us, never too far from my body. "How do you want to do this?" I ask, a little too breathless to sound businesslike. "Do you want to put them next to each other and compare, or—" He reaches out and grabs mine, stretching it out before I'm even done formulating the thought, eyes scanning horizontally across the page. There's nothing jerky or hurried about his movements, but watching him feels like a natural disaster, something unstoppable that I'm allowed to witness but not interfere with. I rock on my heels as he reads, the little room shrinking around us, the air swelters as hot as my cheeks. Pick his list up, I tell myself, and read it. Even out the playing field. But I can't. It's the same brand of blood-curdling, muscle-freezing paralysis that seizes me when I attempt an inward dive. What if it doesn't work? What if I mess up again? What if I'm being given a chance and I squander it? What if I'm not good enough? I fidget with my hair. I experimented a bit with my ex, but haven't done much of this stuff. He knows. There is a column on the sheet dedicated to that, which I filled. I completed my assignment, yet I power through. There are a couple of things that... They depend on how you want to approach them. I put asterisks next to them. He lowers the paper and stares at me from over it, unsettlingly undecipherable. I shift on my feet. And I couldn't understand what... I don't get to finish that sentence because Lucas Blomqvist takes a long step, pushes me into the wall, and kisses me. Chapter 23. I first feel it in my shoulder blades, suddenly pressed against the wall with too much strength. The back of my head could have suffered the same fate, but Lucas's hand cushioned the impact, one palm wrapped against my nape as the other curls around my jaw. It starts simple enough. Lips crushed together, his chest as flush to me as it can physically be, given the differences in our heights. When his tongue brushes against mine, there's an explosion at the base of my spine. Tentative, testing, gentle. Then, instantly, not at all. All at once, it's filthy, deep, sharp. Lucas's lips are hot. His tongue is hot. His fingers framing my face are hot. My entire body is on fire. He hears the catch of my breath and takes advantage of it, tilting my head farther, an impossible angle that allows him to control the kiss, to lick inside my mouth and leave no place untouched. It's all-consuming. My mind whites out. I loop my arms around his neck, fuzzy-brained and blurry-edged, and he finds a way to pull me even closer. He rumbles something, but it's not in English. So I focus on his hand traveling down my backbone, palm wide, like he wants to use all of it to feel me, won't miss a single inch of flesh. It reaches the place where the hem of my shirt brushes against my lower back, gently lifts it, and his skin finally touches mine. I fist my nails in his shoulder. A whiny sound crawls up my throat. A needy grunt punches out of his. We breathe fast and loud in each other's mouths, and his grip shifts to my hip, rough and demanding, slipping under the waistband of my joggers until noise seeps in from the outside. A cart being pulled, stacks of books falling, hushed apologies. We both freeze, coil-muscled, long enough to regain some common sense. Or at least for me to do that. I unwind my arms from his shoulders, inching back against the wall to put space between us. Lucas seems to have a harder time letting go. Even after his hands leave my waist and my cheeks, he's still unwilling to pull away. He remains there, hulking into me, a cage of bone and muscles and hungry eyes, fists white-knuckled against the wall on either side of my head. His tattoos clench and release. He's trying to get himself under control, but he's not quite there. I reach up to touch the freckles that fill the hollow under his cheekbone, and he exhales a slow laugh, no more than a puff of breath against my temple, stymied and hot. A smile builds inside me in response, and I lift my chin to kiss him again. This time it's a slow thing, even as his heart races against my skin. His lips slip against mine, quiet, almost sweet, and my hand closes in the fabric of his shirt, a silent, reassuring, "I'm here. I've got you." I savor his face buried in my neck, the tickle of his stubble, the rough, throaty groan as he inhales my skin. His warmth and scent and sheer size pressing into me. Odd how this started out frenzied and wild, but evolved into something languid. Just easy. "We need to stop," I say evenly, running a hand through the short hair at the back of his head. When he draws away, his eyes are open and earnest. He pulls a chair back, hair a little tousled. It's an invitation to sit down and give him space. "You okay?" I ask when we're both at the table. His nod is quick. When I smile, he smiles back. Tense, maybe, but sincere. "Do I have to read your list?" I ask, eyeing the still folded sheet. "Can we just skip that part?" His eyebrows knit.
No.
"No, I don't have to read it?"
No, you cannot skip it.
"Says who?"
The rules.
I tilt my head. "Who made the rules?"
Me.
Tilt it more.
I think you're okay with that, Scarlett.
He says, "Tilt it more."
Hard for me to buy that you don't like me taking charge given what I just read.
His words are calm, but my cheeks glow. He's right. In a sense, he might know me better than anyone in the entire world. I'm not sure how to deal with that. You know I'm not some kind of pushover, right? This is about sex. I'm not looking for some kind of 24/7 arrangement. His eyes harden.
Scarlett, you need to read my list. Because the only way we can do this in a healthy and sane way is if we both know what to expect.
His stare is measuring.
What are you afraid of? That there will be things I want and you don't want, and I'll ask you to do them anyway?
I glance away.
The opposite, then.
He sighs, and it's tender, the way his fingers move across the table, knuckles brushing my own. An electric spark, liquid, searing, travels through my nerve endings. I'm convinced he'll take my hand, but he pulls back almost immediately. A wise move, all things considered. Maybe we shouldn't be left alone at all. He leans back in his chair, the line of his shoulders once again uncompromising.
Scarlett, you...
A phone, Lucas's phone, rings. He checks the caller ID and tilts his head back with a muttered, exhausted word. Once again, not English. "Are you okay?" He mutes the call.
I have to go.
Oh. A mix of disappointment and relief flickers in my stomach. On the one hand, respite. On the other, I'm not sure I want to not be with him right now. Anything I can do? He shakes his head, massaging his left eye with the heel of his hand.
18 people were cut from the team this week.
18?
I know, it's a fucking mess. Some of the guys were preferred walk-ons and are not happy about it. The coaches are the bad guys, so they've been talking to us to figure out options.
All his cancellations. Captain stuff. I'm sorry. He nods and leans forward, elbow on the table.
Listen, keep my list. You can take your time, but you're going to have to read it before we...
He doesn't finish. I understand anyway. Okay.
I don't know when the Cuts shit show will clear up, but I need you to know 2 things.
I force myself not to squirm under his gaze.
You say stop, I stop.
I nod. Nice of him to remind me that...
No, Scarlett. There's going to be some trial and error, for sure. But I need you to understand that it doesn't matter how or when. You say stop, I stop.
My mouth is dry.
Repeat it back to me.
He orders. I may have forgotten how to breathe, but still manage to say, when I say stop, you stop. He nods, pleased.
Do you want another safe word?
I think about it, then shake my head. I know safe words tend to be unique, and this may not be best practice, but I'm confident that I won't say stop unless that's what I want from him. What's the second thing? I ask, hiding my trembling hands in my lap. He exhales a small laugh and stands, grip tightening around the strap of his backpack.
The second thing is that I've read your list, and there is not a single thing you want that I don't want more.
He leans into me for a kiss that's at once chaste and clinging. By the time he pulls away, I'm off balance, confounded by his heat and his smell.
No need to repeat this one to me.
I watch him walk away. Something occurs to me only when his hand closes around the door handle. Lucas? He turns. What about Pen? His expression is blank.
What about Pen?
Will she mind?
You do have a terrible memory.
His eyebrow lifts, amused.
Pen and I are no longer together.
I know, but she's also my friend. I need to be sure that she's okay with this. I need her to know that I'm not trying to... This is going to be just sex. I'm not trying to start a serious relationship with my friend's ex. For a moment, I think he will protest. But right as my heart is about to sink, his face an inscrutable mask, he promises,
I'll take care of it.
It's not until much, much later that night, after dinner and my mental exercises and 2 hours spent watching one of those political thriller movies that only middle-aged Republican men and Mariam seem to truly enjoy, that I allow myself to think about Lucas's list again. I lie in my bed, the mint of the toothpaste sweet in my mouth, the day's exhaustion dragging me into sleep, and it's nice being too tired to work myself up to a panic. Shaking the piece of paper open and reading through Lucas's sharp, neat handwriting doesn't seem like a big deal. In fact, it's almost fun. He took my sheet when he left, which means that I cannot stretch the 2 lists side by side and spend hours on an in-depth comparison. But that's not necessary because I remember every single thing I wrote. And Lucas's? It could be the mirror image of mine. What I want done to me, he wants to be the one doing it. Oh, I think. Oh. Suddenly the kiss in the library makes lots of sense. I roll into my pillow, smile, and fall asleep that way. Chapter 24. The highlight of my Saturday morning practice is Coach Seema's applause after my back 3.5 somersault tuck, one of my most difficult dives.
This might be the best goddamn dive I've seen in my collegiate coaching career.
He tells me from the deck while I'm still in the pool, wiping droplets from my eyes. I smile up at him, a burst of the pride I haven't let myself savor in months, neutralizing the too cold water.
Which is nice.
Coach continues.
Since you gotta make up for the line of zeros you'll get for your inward dives.
Wow! I elbow myself out of the water. Can't believe I fell for it.
Me neither, Vandy. Me neither.
He scheduled individual corrections for today, which means that the twins arrive right as I'm leaving Avery. I wonder if Penn's turn will be after theirs, and then get a single text from her. Penelope. We need to talk. The period at the end of the sentence does not sound affable. I must have done something terribly wrong, and it could only be one thing, which happens to be several inches over 6 feet and rhyme with Bucus Lundqvist. I stare at Pipsqueak's pic on my screensaver and forbid myself to spiral. Send me strength, Pip. Pen is sitting on the green despite the drought's grass outside the dining hall eating a red apple. Her sunglasses make her unreadable, but the line of her mouth is somber. Hey! I try for a smile and plop down next to her, canting my face toward the sun. How are you, Vandy? She won't look at me, but her grip on the apple tightens. Her tone is not promising. I'm not sure how to say this without sounding like a total asshole. Shit. I know it's probably unfair of me, but I can't move on until I say my piece. She turns to me. And you owe it to me to listen. Lowers her sunglasses, stone-faced, because she shakes her head, and my heart is so heavy it'll drag me underground, deep down to the center of the earth, where I'll deservedly burn, because Pen, whom I'm starting to consider a dear friend, is grinning. I told you so, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Who told you so? Me, moi, Penelope fucking Diana fucking Ross, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary friends. That's who. She breaks into the most uncoordinated dance I've ever had the displeasure of witnessing. I'm going to kill her. I hate you so much, I hiss, high on relief. No, you don't. You love me. I just lost 12 years of my life. It's for the best. Climate change will ravage the earth, and the machine czars will subjugate us to harvest our toes. Anyway, not to repeat myself, but I told you so. I groan and bury my face in my hands. Did Lucas tell you? Yep. He called me early this morning, said, "You got your drunken wish, Penelope," and guess how I replied? I told you so 73 times? Precisely. I let a cautious smile stretch my lips. Are you really okay with the idea of your ex having sex with your synchro partner? Put like that, it does sound weird. She giggles. Can I be honest with you? Like fully 100% please don't judge me honest? I nod. A new weight threatening to expand in my stomach, but Pen's smile is serene. I was the one who initiated our breakup, and I've been worrying about him. It's hard for him to date freely, but I hate the idea of him pining alone while I'm out there having fun. He's a great guy. When no one else wanted anything to do with me, and I thought that my diving career was over, he stood by me. He's loyal, kind. He's still my best friend. But I have to admit that he's not exactly passionate. It can be hard for someone as cold as he is. But it sounds like you're mostly interested in him for the sex and the stuff you guys like. Her voice lowers. It's hard to romanticize being flogged, right? I blink. Did she just... I love that you two are going to get to be all horny and pervy together. Congrats, my friend. Honestly, she's right. I really like Lucas, and I definitely don't perceive him as cold, but I don't have the emotional bandwidth to catch feelings for him. Not beyond lust, anyway. Anyway, she says, while we're on the matter of horny and pervy, as you know, I too have taken a lover. I wince. Terrible phrasing, right? Since Luke is my best friend, you're the only person I can tell about my sexual skylarking. I savor it, the quiet pleasure of someone wanting to confide in me. And how's that going? She lies back in the grass and I follow. We stare at the sky for a minute, silent, until she rolls over on her elbows. The glare of the sun beats against my eyes and I lift my hand like a visor. When Lucas and I first started having sex, we were young and had no idea what we were doing. There was a learning curve, you know? But with Theo, the hot teacher. Yup, Theo, the hot teacher, she grins. It just kind of fell into place. I really like that he's a little more, she sighs, I really like him. Luke is so overwhelming sometimes, even when he's actively trying not to be. Sometimes he'll just be sitting there doing readings for class and still manage to suck up all the air in the room, and I kind of get lost in it. I forget about myself. I forget to be my own planet and just start orbiting around him. And I think it feels right to him to be this monolith of forbidding energy. But Theo is so much softer, and she bites her lower lip. He calls me honey. Oh, is that a good thing? She shrugs, a little embarrassed. It's trite, I know, but Luke never calls me anything but Penelope. She works in a slight Swedish accent. He's just not naturally affectionate. Theo, the hot teacher, is. And I slept, as in actually slept, at his place. You didn't sleep at Lucas's? Not really. Not if we could help it. We were both fussy sleepers. With Theo, it was nice, though. I nod. I'm happy for her. I'm happy that she got what she wanted. We stare at each other for a while, her elbow brushing my shoulder, the quiet of a Saturday afternoon on campus balmy against our skins. Laughter in the distance, birds, the rustling of trees. And then something occurs to me. I sit up, almost choke on my saliva. Your name is Penelope Diana Ross? Chapter 25. It's a nice Saturday because I have no plans. After lunch with Pen, I go home, shower until I fool my skin and hair into believing that I wasn't spawned inside a puddle of chlorine, and then catch up with laundry and assignments. Herr Karl Heinz, may both sides of his pillow always be cold, and his favorite fan fiction update every night, shed some light on German's obscure sentence structure. I walked out of his office last week feeling in deep shit, but less alone. Look at me, acknowledging my deficiencies, accepting help. It's difficult even for native speakers, he told me. You're a STEM major, right? Try to see the rules as basic laws of biology. Sometimes you just have to accept them. And I can help you. I managed not to burst into tears at the far-reaching existential implications of his words, but decided to make a mental note for future me. Highly susceptible to inspirational messaging, must not join cult. I do my readings for Dr. Carlson's class, finish an English composition essay, expanding my opinion that teachers should be paid more from because yes, duh, to a semi-cogent multi-paragraph argument. Slog through my visualization exercises. By late afternoon, I decide to reward myself with some work on the bio project. It sounds deeply uncool, but there's nothing I'd rather be doing. It'd be nice if Lucas texted, but he's obviously been putting out fires for the past week, and anyway, I haven't had much of a sex life in the last year and a half. I can wait a few more days for whatever comes next. Zach kept his promises, and my student ID grants me access to Dr. Smith's deserted lab. It makes me like her more, that none of her grad students seem to feel like they should be hardcore pipetting on a Saturday afternoon. I move through the benches, remembering the feeling of being in a lab, my favorite part of organic chemistry. Working with compounds, chromatography, synthesizing aspirin. Follow experiment protocols, see what happened. I cannot wait to become a capable, badass, life-changing physician like Barb. But I hope I'll get to do some research on the side. Watching things explode and crystallize will never not be fun. At the back of the lab, I find the computer Zach pointed me to. Before I can power it up, I hear a noise behind me and whirl around. Lucas sits on a stool at the end of a bench, for once looking like he's not coming from, going to, or currently at practice. Hair chlorine-lightened but not tousled. No goggles marks around his eyes. jeans and a dark Henley with no Stanford logo in sight. It's disrupting. He's an athlete, and most of our interactions have in some shape revolved around that. But he's also a person with interests and hobbies and a life, and I know so little about that Lucas. And yet, I feel myself smile. Hi.
Hi.
Where did you come in behind me? He shakes his head. Okay. I'm here to, I point at the computer behind me.
Get the pictures for the input dataset?
I nod. He lifts his left hand, showing me the USB lodged between his thumb and pointer finger. Ah, great. We're going to need to...
Reorient the pics.
And...
Resize them.
He completes my sentences unhurriedly, like finishing my thoughts is a natural thing for him. We assess each other for a silent beat. It feels like a contest, and when my lips curl first, I realize that he won. Maybe Penn has a point, I muse.
I'm sure she has many.
Lucas says.
What's this specific one about?
You are a bit overwhelming. He laughs, low, amused.
Just a bit?
She may have been downplaying it. So I wouldn't run.
She's a great wingwoman, then.
Seems like it. Why does she think you're distant? Why can't I reconcile the Lucas she talks about with the one I know? I ask none of this. Instead, I idly step toward him, slowly glancing around the lab. It's so wide, and we're so alone. What were you going to do with the flash drive?
Check your phone.
I take it out of my pocket and find a text from him, delivered a few minutes ago. Lucas.
Free?
I smile. Is it over? Emotional support duties, I mean?
I hope so. Kyle and Nate took a couple of meetings today.
Right, his co-captains. I move closer, stopping when I notice a photo pinned with a magnet on the upper edge of the bench. Is that you? He follows my gaze to the boy with the wind-blown hair. There are 3 other men in the picture, all tall and strong-limbed, wrapping long arms around each other's shoulders.
Yeah.
And the others?
My brothers.
I grin and push on my toes to study it. Lucas's siblings seem to be very similar to him in height, size, and bone structure, with occasional exceptions. Dark, long hair, a blonde beard, a rounder face and fuller upper lip, lines carved deep around a strong nose. He is undoubtedly the most handsome. I am undoubtedly biased. You have 3?
Yep.
All older?
Quite a bit.
How much?
The second youngest is Jan, born 11 years before me. I was a surprise baby.
Do you get along? Do you miss them? I don't know why I want to gobble up crumbs of Lucas-related information. He seems willing to oblige, though.
They're great. And annoying. Although there's a range. Jan and I are closest. He's the one who got me into swimming. We travel together often. Oscar, the eldest, thinks that I'm still a minor. Gives me a bedtime when I stay at his house. His kids are cute, though, so I forgive him. And Leif once convinced me that I had Dutch elm disease.
He shakes his head when I laugh.
I do miss them. But when I'm with them, I sometimes contemplate violence.
Isn't that what being siblings is about? Not that I would know. How come you get your own bench as an undergrad?
I've been working with Olive for a while. Plus, she recently started out her lab, so she doesn't have many grads.
Are you planning on working with her past graduation? A thought hits me. Did you apply for Stanford Med? He nods.
It's where I hope to end up.
Interview? Another nod. But an Olympic medalist with a high MCAT score and computational biology experience? It's a given. Thank God I don't know his GPA or I'd have to chug down a bottle of mercury. When?
Back in August.
Did you wear a suit?
And a fucking tie.
I laugh, and he seems to enjoy that.
Figuring out what to wear was more labor-intensive than putting on a tech suit.
Aw, did you get a coach to help you? He fights a smile.
That's a lot of cackling from someone who'll go through the same process in heels.
First of all, not cackling. More like gentle chortling. Second, how did it go?
I don't know.
He notices my skeptical gaze and shrugs.
Worrying is pointless. I'll either get in or I won't.
I wish I could be as at peace as he is about anything, really. And if you stay, you'll want to keep on working with Dr. Smith?
If she'll have me. I like her style. She's hands-off, but involved. Trusts us to get shit done.
And I bet you hate being micromanaged.
You have no idea.
He cocks his head and studies me.
I bet you would, too, in the lab.
The subtext, but not everywhere else, is loud, but it leads us into a warm patch of silence. And after that, I'm not sure how it happens. Maybe he's the one pulling me between his thighs. Maybe I step into him. All I know is that I'm in his arms, my face buried in him, his hand splayed wide on my lower back, a soothing caress above my shirt. He inhales deeply, purposefully, looking for something he's already familiar with, revisiting a beaten path. His skin is sandalwood, sun, grass, the faintest trace of chlorine. Where were you today? What did you do?
You read the list?
He asks against the shell of my ear. I nod into his chest. His palm slides up to the top of my spine, a slab of heat and touch, until his thumb finds the pulse at the base of my neck, wipes back and forth over it.
Good girl.
I close my eyes, dissolve into the gratification of knowing that I've done something right, the simple pleasure of pleasing someone. Maybe I'm fucked up, a victim of the sexist power structures that society has imposed on me. If being praised by some guy I barely know gets me going this fast, I must have internalized the same patriarchal shit that I despise outside of the bedroom. Or maybe I just am, and should stop beating myself up about this.
Anything you want to say about that?
I think about it in earnest, but it's like Lucas said. There is nothing he wants that I don't want more. Can you just... I free my arms from between our bodies and loop them around his waist. It might be the most intimate hug I've ever been part of.
Just what?
I swallow. I just want to be told what to do. For once. His fingers slide through the hair at my temple. He pulls back my head, catches my eyes.
Will you do what I ask, then?
I nod eagerly, feeling the slight remodeling of the energy in the lab, an empty heat inside me. A new us. This. It's not who we are when he tells me about his med school applications, when we discuss deep learning, when we wave at each other from across the pool. This is him and me, yes, but a variation on our theme. Outside, very little stitches us together. Here, we couldn't be more perfect for each other.
Can I trust you to say stop if you want me to stop?
He asks. I nod again.
Scarlett.
I know exactly what he's asking for. You can trust me to say stop if I want you to stop. I swallow. My body is a vague haze of arousal, longing, of hot, liquid eagerness. Otherwise, his eyes crease with a smile.
That's lovely of you.
His kiss is light, sweet on my mouth.
In that case, I want you to get on your knees and go down on me.
A scattered thought occurs to me that Lucas might be testing me. Does she really mean it? How far is she willing to go? But it's fleeting and immediately discarded because in this moment only one thing matters. He asked me to do something, and I cannot imagine anything better than to follow his instructions. So I lower myself between the spread of his legs, letting my bare knees prop against the footrest until I'm at the perfect height. I reach for the opening of his jeans, but he stops me, one of his hands closing around both of mine as they work on a button. I freeze. I'm already messing up. But he lifts my chin and pushes back my hair to study my face at his leisure, and after a handful of seconds, murmurs,
You are beautiful, Scarlett.
They don't sound like empty words, more like something he wanted me to know. I smile, and when he frees my hands, I get back to work. One button after the other, the snapping loud in the silent lab, the fabric rustling as I reach inside his boxer briefs. I couldn't be less surprised by the size of him. He's already fully hard, smells like soap and shower and skin, and I'm more turned on than I remember ever being. The seam of my shorts digs against my clit, and it feels nice. It feels good, really, but it doesn't matter. This is the one thing in my life that's not about me. Lucas's hand cups my face, thumb pressing against the corner of my mouth.
Still okay with this?
Another eager nod. Truth is, I don't want him to check in on me. I want to be free of it. I want him to...
You just want to be told exactly what to do, don't you?
He says, quietly, with a small smile, because he truly understands.
Right now, you just want to be a mouth, huh?
I push past the lump in my throat. I think I do. His thumb slips past my lips, large, testing. He leans forward for a kiss that's just tongue, his meeting mine over the place where his finger holds my mouth open, filthy and mind-wipingly good.
We can make that happen, Scarlett.
He straightens back up. When he looks down at me, I think of Nordic deities and sky-sent mandates.
Open up.
Lucas wants to be in control, and I get to do very little about it. He takes the base of his straining cock, flattens the underside against my mouth, brushes the head across my lips. He grunts as he starts feeding me the first inch, and the second, and...
Oh, fuck.
His palm is around my jaw, controlling every movement. All I can do is keep myself open and soft for him.
I need a minute to...
He pulls out. Another groan. A deep inhale. He caresses my cheek gently, sweetly, like his cock is not dripping pre-cum on the side of my mouth.
I'm going to teach you the way I like it. You want to learn, don't you?
It's my purpose in life. It won't be 1 hour from now, and I had no clue I cared 20 minutes ago, but now I want nothing as intensely as this. Fuck diving, fuck med school, fuck being a productive member of society. Please. He lets out a half-cursed, hushed word. I'm ready to do whatever he asks of me, but he hesitates, takes a moment to push back the dark locks falling on my cheek, his touch kind and almost reverential.
You're so fucking...
What? I ask. My lips brush against his foreskin. He exhales.
I don't even know.
His eyes are amused, but his voice is hoarse and hungry, and then his fingers are knotting in my hair and I'm sucking around his length, an easy rhythm completely guided by him, the speed and depth his choice alone. A brief moment of adjustment as I get used to his size, to the way his hands give directions, to how easy it would be to choke on him.
Eyes up here, Scarlett.
My mind is a buoyant, soft space. My underwear so sticky it'll have to be peeled off. It's everything I asked for. Maybe not out loud, but I doubt I could ever fully explain how much I enjoy discovering what he likes. Lucas gets it, though. His gaze flicks between my lips and my eyes, and he understands everything about what's happening here.
You're doing so well.
His accent is thicker, as hefty as the wet slide of his cock on my tongue.
I thought about this a lot, and it was a great mental image, but Christ!
One finger traces my cheek, the imprint he creates from within my mouth. He mutters something in Swedish, raspy and furious and definitely filthy, desperate enough to annihilate the language barrier.
You love this, don't you?
His hold slackens just enough to allow a verbal response. I do. His thighs tense under my hands, as though he wanted to hear it as badly as I wanted to say it. My jaw is a little sore, but I can barely feel it when he says,
That's good, because you look fantastic with my cock in your mouth.
He pulls me back to it, and maybe it's my one true calling, because he's rougher now, the strokes deeper and not as restrained. He's too big to do anything pornographic with, but he's willing to try and to let me do the same. The head of his cock bumps against the inside of my cheek, then moves farther inside, a nudge, just the edge of it trying to make its way down my throat.
Don't worry, we're going to, work on this. You're doing great. So good to me.
He reassures me when I don't have enough experience to make myself lax. Like this is precisely what he wanted. Me, trying. And I do try. A slight push, like I can fit him inside just by will, and it must catch him off guard. There are more Swedish words and an unsteady quality to his grip on my nape, and then he's on the edge of coming.
Fuck, Scarlett.
For a second, I'm sure he'll hold my gaze throughout. Then, just before his orgasm tears through him, his eyes close, his head tips back, and his lost expression has me moaning around his flesh. His grip strengthens around both sides of my face, and I'm convinced that there is a universe in which I could come just from this, from how much he's enjoying it, from knowing that I did this for him, the lightness of being in my body and not in my head. I do my best to swallow, work convulsively, but there's too much. The positioning's wrong, and Lucas has to use his thumb to press what's left of his cum in my mouth. He's slow and patient and thorough, glassy eyes and flushed freckles, and every time I suck on the pad of his finger, he lets out silent groans and something foreign that could be perfect. I'm high-strung, floating, burning up. He lifts me like I weigh less than a feather, settles me on the edge of the bench. I'm almost aware of my surroundings. The pungent chemical smells of the lab, Lucas's biceps, steel around me, the loud tempo of his breathing. I once learned that the fastest sprinters don't bother taking a single breath across the entire pool. Something about the head rotations being inefficient and the oxygen not having enough time to reach the muscles. They go totally anaerobic for 20 seconds, which means that their lung capacity must be a work of art. And Lucas Bloomqvist, the fastest person to ever swim 50 meters, is panting against the curve of my throat like there isn't enough air in the universe to fill him up. And it takes him a while to recover, before he's able to cup the back of my head again, his tongue in my mouth almost obscenely deep. He's still hard against my stomach. My arms are wedged between our torsos as though he wants to burrow me into him.
You did really well, Scarlett.
He sounds shaken but steady, slowly regaining control. His fingers slide down my flanks, travel down to my thighs, and the hem of my shorts comes up so high it's easy for him to slide one hand underneath and meet the elastic of my cotton panties. I gasp. He smiles.
And you know what girls who did good get?
His thumb, the same that was in my mouth moments ago, taps faintly against my clit through my soaked underwear. I'm so swollen, so oversensitive, my whine echoes throughout the lab.
You're really wet, Scarlett, aren't you?
I hide my moan in his neck, but he pulls me back, forcing me to meet his gaze. I know that my face is red and blotchy. I felt the tears sliding down the corners of my eyes as he came. I am mortified, also trembling with want, and he knows it.
You did so well. You deserve to come. I would love to make you come. I would pay a not insignificant amount of money to go down on you. Though you could probably come just from this.
Another slow stroke, this time against the drenched seam of my underwear. I lean in, whimper, sink my teeth into the hard muscles of his lats, but he doesn't mind. His palm cradles the back of my head, gathering me into his skin.
The problem is, I'm not sure you want it enough yet.
I shut my eyes and barely stop myself from begging. I'm not sure I've earned the right to do that yet.
Come on.
He pulls me down from the bench, adjusts my shorts, straightens my tank top, pausing to swipe a finger over my hard nipple where it sticks out against the ribbed cotton. When my breath hitches, he presses a kiss to my cheek.
So sweet.
He murmurs, and then,
Let's go.
Where? I have to clear my throat. Where are we going? He smiles and takes the USB out of his pocket.
Did you forget? We have a project to work on.
Chapter 26. I am fawn-legged as we walk down the main quad, wobblier than after a week with the flu. The fresh air does little to clear out the haze or to ease the throbbing between my legs. I lift my chin, trying to look like I'm not still processing the ins and outs of what just happened, like it wasn't a bit of a religious existence-defining experience. Scenes. That's what people call what we did. Pockets of time in which power is exchanged. They have a beginning and an end. They can be broken with safe words. They can be structured and formalized as much as their participants like. In my case, not too much, at least for now. Words like dom and sub feel a little cumbersome, unwieldy. I wrote on my list that at this stage I'd rather explore than constrain, and Lucas seemed eager. For now, we're just two kinky people checking in with each other and figuring it out. I wonder if something like this birthed the expression, fuck around and find out. I take deep breaths, squinting at the glare of the late afternoon sun, until a pair of sunglasses is pushed up the bridge of my nose. Lucas looks formidable against the suddenly dark sky, but his eyes are very much bare. You...
That way.
He instructs, tapping my nape and taking a right turn. My lips are tender and pouty. Earlier, in the elevator, he traced them with his thumb over and over, the soft hint of a pleased smile obvious in the creases at the corners of his eyes. He took my hand and held it, out of the lab, the hallway, the building, until I wiggled free. It's disarming how a 5-minute walk through campus results in several eyeballs slipping in his direction. But Stanford is the alma mater of dozens of Olympians, many of whom end up medaling, and Lucas is by no means unique. Basically a public figure, Penn said, and maybe she wasn't wrong. Do you mind? I ask him. I am slowly winding down, not quite steady yet.
Mind what?
Just, the people, the attention. He gives me an empty look.
What attention and what people?
A laugh bubbles out of me, and I picture bringing this up with Penn. He doesn't realize. I told you, constantly unfazed.
You still doing okay?
He checks in, and I nod. I feel used, deliciously so. But not like one might use a thing only to discard it. I feel precious, something able to bring pleasure, a product of enthusiasm and instructions well carried out. And that really is the crux of it. When I'm following commands, my shoulders are bare of any weight. I'm sure there are many reasons people like what I like, but for me, this is it. The quiet, the grind stopped. Knowing that for a brief moment, someone else has me. No decisions, no responsibilities. When that's over, though, reality seeps back in. Classes, practice, projects. I've been working on the pooling layers for the neural network. I tell Lucas.
You said max pooling, right?
Zach did.
Ah. What do you think?
I pause, chew my lower lip. Zach is a grad student. I'm just an undergrad.
Uh-huh. And you can still disagree with him?
The average value would be better. I glance up at him, sideways. What do you think?
I think you're better than me or Zach at this.
I don't strictly need Lucas to tell me that I'm good at something, especially when I already know that, but it's still nice. A quiet warmth. My knees no longer shake, but I'm empty, electrified. Love the trust.
It's a hell of a drug.
We exchange a knowing look.
I'm going to write a script to prepare the training dataset for the model.
Can you? His eyebrow quirks.
Are you doubting my coding ability?
No, I'd rather do it, though.
Why?
Well, I don't know what coding languages you know, for one.
And?
I'm concerned that you'll say, I don't know MATLAB. He scoffs.
MATLAB.
Your indignation is a relief. I catch the twitch of his lips as he nudges me into a left turn. We're slowly heading toward the outskirts of campus. Maybe another library I don't know about. You may write the script.
How generous of you. How's German going, troll?
I glare at his smug, self-satisfied face. Okay, first, troll, and that was low.
But warranted. MATLAB.
Uh-huh. Next thing you're gonna ask me about my inward dives.
Which ones are those?
I halt in the middle of the sidewalk.
What?
He asks. Do you not know what an inward dive is? He shrugs.
I get them mixed up.
But, Penn. He stares at me like I should elaborate. Your ex is a diving prodigy. More blank stares. You can tell different dive groups apart, right?
Well, I did notice the difference between the short, bouncy board and the tall, stiff board.
You mean the platform?
Is that what it's called?
I cover my mouth with both hands to prevent a clamor of harpies from slipping out of my trachea and attacking him, and then realize he's messing with me. I hate you. He smiles and reaches out, pushing a strand behind my ear, then tugs me till I resume walking.
I do get the diving groups confused. I couldn't pick out an inward dive.
Unacceptable. Maybe if you did, she wouldn't. I stop myself mid-mumble and cast about for a not wound-salting way of ending the sentence. But Lucas is already grinning.
Have dumped me?
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I could memorize every item in the diving book by degree of difficulty, and it would change nothing.
Are you sure? It's a bit of a red flaggy deadbeat boyfriend move, not knowing the basics of your girlfriend's sport. Maybe she feels neglected? He chuckles.
Sufficiently supporting each other was the one issue we did not have, Scarlett.
Then continues, more serious.
Penn and I got together when we both needed someone outside of our disciplines. Knowing little about each other's sports was part of the draw.
I guess it's not too outlandish. Josh once said that splashier dives were prettier because they reminded him of fountains and that judges should score them higher.
Josh?
My ex. We take another turn. Lucas's arm brushes against mine, his elbow grazing my shoulder.
The one you experimented with?
The one and only. I huff a laugh. Quite literally, the only.
Is he here?
You mean at Stanford? Nope, he's at Wash U St. Louis.
Is that where you're from?
Where my stepmom's from. He nods.
Did you break it off because of the distance?
It's more questions than Lucas has produced in the entirety of our acquaintance, all in the space of about 10 seconds. Maybe he's sussing out whether I'm a weirdo. The opposite, actually. He broke up with me. Lucas's forehead curls into a scowl. What's that face? The scowl remains.
Nothing.
It wasn't because it wasn't a sex thing, I reassure him. Lucas seems baffled.
I never assumed it was.
I'm not convinced. If anything, it's more because of the way I am.
The way you are?
Just my personality. Overachiever, obsessive with wanting things to go my way, hyper-controlled, distant sometimes. Basically, I know I come across as a stone-cold bitch, but he laughs. Lucas straight up outright laughs. A rumbling, deep sound that's louder than anything I've heard from him. I'm not sure what to do except keep walking and stare, perplexed. What? I ask. He shakes his head.
You're not cold, Scarlett.
He says.
You're soft.
I'm not soft.
You are with me.
His eyes meet mine. A dark, unflinching look that sands layer upon layer off me.
Maybe I make you soft.
Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I force my gaze away, down to our shoes. His legs that are so much longer than mine. He must be matching our paces, or I'd have run out of breath a while ago. Josh met someone he liked better. The truth is not the sucker punch it used to be, back when just hearing his name made me feel alone and unwanted. But he wasn't really like us. We weren't well matched in that sense. He stops in front of a white Spanish colonial house just outside campus. I do the same, trying not to be intimidated by the serious way he's studying me.
Are you still in love with him?
He asks quietly. The question takes me by surprise. So does the ease of my reply. No, I haven't been pining for him. It's been 1,000,000 years, and...
1,000,000.
I roll my eyes, smile. 1.5 years. It's a more helpful answer than the one he gave me when I asked if he still had feelings for Penn. Do you, Lucas?
And there hasn't been anyone else?
I shake my head. Not because I'm hung up on Josh. It has more to do with being pre-med and practice schedules. Plus, with my luck, I'd swipe right on someone who stormed the Capitol and hates routine vaccinations. So, yeah, just Josh. And now you. Pulsates sweetly between us. I want to squirm against it, this heat in my stomach he left burning, this frustrating but pleasant reminder that Lucas is like me. I shrug, chew on my lower lip before finding the courage to ask, "What about you?"
Me what?
He gives me an expectant look, a Norse god granting an audience to his subject. It's more than a slight turn-on because I'm twisted like that. Has there been anyone else aside from Penn? He hesitates, then tilts his head, gesturing toward the entrance of the house, and says,
It's complicated. We can discuss it inside the house.
Chapter 27. Asking whether I should take off my shoes before stepping in seems like a fairly normal question, and I don't understand why Lucas recoils as though I offered to smear badger turds all over his guest bathroom.
Is there an alternative?
He asks, like there is a right answer, before shaking his head and mouthing something under his breath. Americans, I believe it is. I cannot help laughing as I follow him down an uncannily spotless hallway. Sadly, my perfectionism never quite extended to cleanliness. Mariam and I have quarterly household meetings that share a tried-and-true agenda. We start by blaming each other for the pigsty-like quality of our place, continue with some superficial stress cleaning that temporarily assuages the heft of our shame, and conclude by swearing on what's dearest to us. My dog, her Cthulhu Funko Pop, that will procure coasters and never again let entropy conquer us. Pipsqueak and Cthulhu are fucked. Your house is so much tidier than mine, I say, hating the awe in my voice. Lucas looks at me over his shoulder, a little judgmental.
That's our closet.
He points at a wooden door.
You may borrow cleaning supplies.
I snort. You're officially never coming over.
Fine by me.
He guides me into the kitchen, which looks like something a realtor might show to clients in the hope that they'll buy the house in cash. Lucas, when do you even find the time to—
Mate, I didn't know Penn was— Oh.
Hassan appears under an arch and stops in his tracks, eyes settling on me.
Hey, Vandy.
Hassan, I say. He's British, tall and broad and deep-voiced, and while I've never seen him be anything but kind, I instinctively shuffle closer to Lucas. My flank meets his heat, and I find that he's already done the same.
Sorry, I heard a female voice and assumed you were Penn.
I glance at Lucas, waiting for him to explain to his roommate why I'm here. But he's busy selecting a Fuji apple from the most pleasingly arranged bowl of fruit I've seen outside of a 19th century still life painting. The burden of half-truthing must fall upon me. Lucas and I are working on a project together.
Ah.
He smiles in something that looks a bit like relief. His expression clears.
You done with rehab?
Last year, we'd often be in the PT room at the same time. Yeah, and your right knee?
Good. It was just some MCL strain.
Your breaststroke, right?
Yup.
We exchange a smile. I already feel more comfortable. Tilly adds,
That was a bad injury. Yours, I mean.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
It wasn't just a tear, right? There was other stuff?
Oh, concussion, some lung stuff, sprains. I shrug, tense. I doubt Hassan notices. Lucas, though.
Why did you tell me not to ask you about inward dives?
His voice takes me by surprise. I turn to him, admiring the way he's nonchalantly peeling the apple with a knife. A perfect, continuous spiral. Like it's easy when I've tried a million times and always mess it up. Then his question falls into place. I didn't say that.
Close enough.
Not really.
You said next you're going to ask me about my inward dives.
He finishes peeling, eyes never letting mine go. Ugh. They're just hard.
Ah.
Hassan nods knowingly.
Like mini Mac sets with double-ups?
Exactly. No idea what that is, but I nod, relieved. Lucas's eyes on me are still sharper than I'd like. I glance around the kitchen, desperate for a change of topic. By the way, I love your pristine, and I can only assume weekly pasteurized home. Hassan grimaces.
We've got a bit of a regime situation going on.
He shoots a heavily insinuating stare at Lucas, who settles apple wedges on a plate, unbothered.
A full-on dictatorship, some would say.
Hassan adds. I drum my fingers over the immaculate counter. That's not very collegial of you, Lucas.
We are adult men.
He simply says, sliding the plate toward me. Did he make me a snack? Is it a thank you for the—
Adulthood is not necessarily incompatible with the occasional crumb in the sink.
Hassan says.
And Kyle's or your head are not necessarily incompatible with the toilet.
Lucas counters benignly. I nearly choke on my apple and ask, Was that a threat?
I don't know.
Lucas's eyes remain on Hassan, serene and challenging.
Would you like to test me? Dictatorship.
Hassan mouths at me.
Regime.
Is it a Swedish thing? I mock whisper at Hassan, biting into another slice. Sweet and crispy. Perfect.
He also cooks extremely healthy meals, does laundry every weekend at the same time, and probably uses a protractor to fold his underwear. Maybe it is a Swedish thing. It's not a man-child thing.
Lucas counters. He hasn't eaten any apple yet. Is this just for me? How long have you two been living here together?
Since sophomore year.
Hassan explains.
Caleb moved out last year after he graduated. Kyle took over.
Is Kyle as enthusiastic a cleaner as you are?
He's as terrified of Lucas and susceptible to his authority as I am, yes. Is he home?
Lucas asks casually, as though we're not discussing his most despotic personality traits.
Upstairs, I think.
He nods and turns to me.
Want more?
I must have been hungry because I scarfed down the entire apple. No, thank you. Want to go work on that project? He nods.
I have a desktop computer upstairs.
Awesome. I smile my goodbyes at Hassan, chuckle silently when he mouths tyrant, and then follow Lucas up the stairs. His room is on the eastern corner. Must be nice, especially in the summer when sunrise and practice come about at the same time. I'm still not sure why he brought me here instead of the library, but a strong hand shoves me inside his room, and a second later, when I'm about to trip over my own feet, an equally strong arm catches me around the waist and pulls me back to his chest. The door closes behind us. Lucas's face buries in my throat with a long, sharp inhale.
You always smell so fucking good.
He murmurs against my neck, and my heart breaks into a race. The bed is not close to the door, but it doesn't matter. Lucas is twice as big as me, 1,000,000 times stronger, and it does a lot for me, I guess, the way he picks me up with no difficulty, like I'm a doll, a pet. When he lands me on his mattress, I feel like I do after failing a dive with several twists. Disoriented, out of breath, lost. He gives me no time to get my bearings. His fingers hook into the elastic of my shorts and pull them down my legs, together with my underwear. I must offer no resistance at all because a moment later he's there, on his knees, next to his low bed, staring down at what he uncovered. My bare cunt. He's not much for preambles. And maybe he doesn't want to make me suffer more than I already have, because he touches me without hesitation. His thumb is a gentle, firm pressure against my sticky slit, teasing me apart. Starting just below my clit and swiping down, once, twice, until on the third pass it hooks inside of my opening. I gasp. He doesn't. He stares at the place where a small part of him is barely inside me, and I think he's unaffected, as in control as I could never be. But when he speaks...
Do you want to know a secret?
His voice is like nothing I've heard. A low hum, hard-edged, foreign. I nod.
I dreamt about fucking you.
I swallow. His thumb moves up again, and this time he lets it graze my clit. I arch up, biting a moan into my lower lip.
Several times. Too many, probably.
I feel myself clench around nothing.
The first was about 2 years ago.
My heart pounds. I'm right on the verge of something, but his thumb is gone. I could come so hard if he only touched me. Anywhere, with anything. But he doesn't, and it's not outside the realm of possibilities that I might burst into tears.
Scarlett.
Yes, I didn't think I'd be capable of speaking, but his voice is that authoritative.
If you want me to stop, what do you do?
I say stop. I can say it. I know I can, and he will. I've just never wanted anything less.
You are even wetter than in the lab. Is it because I didn't let you come? Because I'm in charge.
It seems to be a genuine question, something he needs to know for sure. I nod, desperate, flutter greedily around air.
You want to be ordered around by someone you trust, is that it? You want rules, to be told what's good for you.
It's so patronizing, and I nod like my life depends on it, half ashamed of the loud moan that slips out of my throat.
Hey, baby.
One of his hands comes up, fingers brushing against my lips, circling my jaw.
Kyle's room is just down the hallway. You're going to have to be quiet. Can you be quiet?
I'm lost for a second, unable to fully grasp the magnitude of this. The way he talks to me, his grip, the mix of violence and control and tenderness. So close to what I've always wanted and never managed to ask for. It's hard to believe it's not a fantasy.
Scarlett, can you be good?
I nod against his hand while the other pins my wrists to my belly. His pleased smile works me up that much higher.
If you can't, just bite,
he says, his palm right by my lips, his long fingers caging my cheeks, and I want to tell him that it's okay, that I can be good for him, that he doesn't need to worry, but it turns out to be a lie. The first time, it takes him less than 10 seconds to make me come. It's just his tongue on my clit, flat, relentless, and when my orgasm rushes over, Lucas grunts like it's happening to him. I thought I could be quiet. Instead, I keen into the fleshy part of his hand.
You are so fucking good,
he tells me. I'm not sure how, but a handful of moments later, I come again.
Already? You are perfect, huh?
He continues to suck and lick and hum against my clit, eating at me like I'm made of air and water. Quickly, the pleasure shifts from something to chase to an avalanche that I want to run from. Tears slide hotly down the corners of my eyes. Lucas, My voice breaks into a sob. I arch again, head tilted back, convulsing. It's too much, too intense, too new to be defined by something as uncomplicated as good. It is, however, thought annihilating. My bouncy mind and my racing anxiety sit still as though Lucas knows exactly how to bend them to his will. I squirm away from his mouth, but he knows it's not what I need.
Shh, it's okay. You're doing great.
My heels push against the muscles in his upper back. He presses my wrists more firmly against my stomach, avoids the hypersensitive, over-touch parts of my cunt, and still manages to make me come again.
More?
He asks after I float down. Like the past 10 minutes have not just been a glorious assortment of mores. Like I don't twitch every time his breath puffs against my flesh. I'm hot, heavy, made of sparks. I watch him watch my clenching hole on display for him. My throat is raw, scraped from the inside. His palm marked with my teeth. It's not up to me. I say it because we're both thinking it anyway.
You sweet thing. You were made for this, weren't you?
His hand leaves my face and comes down to spread my legs, pin my right knee to the bed. When his teeth bite into my inner thigh, my whole body jerks. It hurts a little, more than that, but I'm cross-wired, neurally confused, and the pain and pleasure are impossible to tease apart.
You're so right.
I wonder if I'm going to get used to his strength. The rational part of me knows that his physique is a simple product of training, discipline, and questionable priorities. The other part, the one that just wants a minute of rest, loves the ease with which he flips me around until I'm all the way on the bed, belly down on the covers, my cheek pressed against a pillow that smells so much like him. I cannot help grabbing 2 fistfuls. Mine.
I really want to fuck you,
he says from behind me. I'm still quivering, wearing nothing but a white tank top that has long ridden up to my ribcage. Lucas is on his knees, my thighs trapped in the spread of his. He must be looking at my ass. And if this was anyone else, I'd be fretting over it. Am I pretty enough? Have I disappointed him with my body? Except he's the one who gets to decide what happens. And if he didn't like me, he simply wouldn't continue. My worries quiet down, and I smile into the comforter. I could live here, in the quiet of this moment, forever.
You'd let me, right?
His hand comes up to the valley between my shoulder blades, pushes down. My head has little range of movement, but I try to nod.
That's so sweet of you.
He leans forward, kisses the first vertebra of my spine, slow and patient.
Then again, I really don't want to fuck you with a condom.
His voice pierces through the dense fog in my brain. I recall the list. On birth control to avoid periods, scribbled in the margins of mine.
If you're up for it, let's both get tested and exchange results.
He wrote. I sent mine. He got busy and didn't send his.
We'll have to do something else.
He says. I groan into the mattress. Please. He licks the trails of my tears. The stubble on his jaw brushes deliciously against my ear, and he lets out something that resembles a regretful, strained laugh.
You're pretty when you beg.
Another kiss on my cheek.
You always are.
I let out a second frustrated groan, but he's unbuttoning his jeans, pushing layers of fabric down his hips, his weight infinite as he lowers himself against my back, presses my legs together with his knees, and... Oh my God! He grunts. I gasp. The first glide of his cock between my thighs is choppy, too rough, unlubricated. But then his thrust slides up where he made me plenty wet just a minute ago.
Jesus, you feel...
His hips find a steady rhythm, and it all works like a dream. And that's when I realize he is fucking me. Not the way I want him to, maybe, but his head bumps my clit on every push. I can feel the hot length of him against my folds, and it's good enough for me to beg for it.
It's like I made you up in my head, Scarlett.
I'm babbling, wild and inappropriate, and he has to shush me again. He laughs once, a little rough.
You just can't be quiet, can you?
This time, it's the palm of his hand wrapped against the lower side of my face, and biting into it is not an option. I shouldn't moan this loudly. I should be able to choke these sounds back. But I'm not, and it's okay, because for once the responsibility is not on me. This time, Lucas decided, and I don't get to be heard. Fresh air is hard to come by. His fingers span my entire jaw, and I wholly forget the burden of being myself for a few moments.
Next time.
He promises in my ear, heavy and urgent and raspy.
I'm going to fuck you properly.
I nod and roll my spine, trying to get closer to him, failing. I have no control over this, and I hear myself whine, high-pitched and reedy.
What am I gonna do next time? Come on, Scarlett. Say it.
He's not unreasonable. Kind, really. His hand on my mouth loosens just enough to allow me to speak. Cool air fills my lungs. I open my mouth to whisper, shaky. Next time, you're going to... A silent hitch when the head of his cock hits a perfect spot. I gasp, a hairbreadth from coming. If only he was to do it again, just once. Even stay there. But he knows, and pulls back right before I slip over the edge.
Not until you say it. Come on.
I am so close, so close. You're going to fuck me properly.
It's a promise, Scarlett.
He resumes thrusting, and I'm so wet now that the sounds are filthy, the slapping of his body against mine faster, and the noises I make. His palm seals against my mouth, a tight grip that I never want to lose. His movements stop.
And you'll fucking take it.
He bites a deep, guttural groan in the tender flesh of my shoulder. And when I feel the thick ropes of his cum painting my cunt, I start convulsing against him. For long moments, I'm just pleasure and sensation, no awareness of anything else. When I can breathe and think and be again, Lucas has shifted us so that he's spooning me, held to his chest with both arms. At once precious cargo and a flight risk.
Okay?
He asks. His voice is so shaken, I wonder if that should be my line. I turn a little and lift my hand, letting it run through the soft hair at the side of his head where it's shorter than the top. He leans into it like a pet, still trying to catch his breath. Yeah. You? He doesn't say yes. What he does say is,
fuck.
Which means nothing and everything at once. I nod in agreement, because, yeah. Fuck. We're really doing this. Fuck, your roommates are here, and I'm sure I lost consciousness at some point, and I hope they had headphones on. Fuck, I thought it would be good, and it still felt so much better than it should have.
God, you are so...
Lucas pants, but never finishes the sentence. He presses sweet, open-mouthed, almost involuntary kisses to my neck and temple and collarbone. He licks my tears dry. His hands are, well, still strong, but his grip is nothing like before. He caresses me like I'm crystal, follows the line of my arm and my hips and my belly, a little desperate, a little hungry, a little incredulous, a little satisfied.
I'm going to clean you up in a minute. Just let me. I just want to touch you. Okay?
I nod with a happy, sated smile. And a handful of seconds later, I fall asleep. Chapter 28. When I wake up, the room is dark and Lucas's hold on me is as tight as in my last memory, which must have been several hours ago. My phone reads 9:39 p.m. when I manage to wriggle myself free and retrieve my shorts. I have a single text from Mariam asking me whether I stole her jasmine rice. I did, months ago, and forgot to replace it. I'll never hear the end of this. Lucas is a heavy sleeper. He never stirs, not even when I elbow his nightstand while putting my clothes back on. I'm much cleaner than I'd have expected, which tells me that he must have followed through with his promise, and that I must be as heavy a sleeper as he is. I smile fondly, try to sneak one last glance at him as I step out, but the hallway lights are out too. I listen for noises, not wanting to get caught leaving, but when I walk past the kitchen, all I can hear is the whirring of the refrigerator. Hassan and Kyle must be either out or asleep. Student-athletes love both resting and partying, so I guess it's 50-50. Campus is by no means deserted. I walk back to my place, body still buzzing with sleep and orgasms. I grin as I let myself into my apartment. My own bed feels small, weirdly soft. It was good. Really good. Lucas is exactly... When I say I wanted, the list was just a bunch of words, but the way he... Perfect, and... My cheeks are hot. I brush my teeth and get ready for bed, and then it occurs to me that I should probably tell Lucas that I'm not the victim of a UFO kidnapping. Scarlett, sorry I snuck out. You look like you needed the rest. I fall asleep wondering what his reply will look like tomorrow morning. As it turns out, I shouldn't have bothered. Chapter 29. He left a mark on me. Several, in fact. The largest, the one I believe was intentional, but how can I know for certain, is on my inner thigh, close to the place where the leg meets the abdomen. It aches and hums just below my skin, a slight discomfort that reminds and promises, and I spend my Sunday alternating between studying and pressing into it, just to reassure myself that yes, it happened. The other marks I don't find until Monday after practice. Peeling off my suit in a corner that's reflected by the mirror reveals thumb-sized bruises on both sides of my waistline, angled toward my spine. They look perfectly symmetrical. A depraved twist on angel wings. I do not remember pain. I do, however, remember Lucas gripping my waist and holding me still as he... Why has he not contacted me? "Everything okay?" Bree asks. "You seem distracted." "Oh, yeah, I just have a test this week." "For what?" "Psych." "Oh, right. Let me tell you what my questions were like last year." Pen is out, sick with some virus that's been making her puke my soul out, which means that it's just me and the twins, which means, in turn, lots of one-on-one time with Coach Seema, corrections, dry land. "How are your exercises going, Scarlett?" Sam asks on Wednesday. "Honestly, I think they're helping," I say. Not honestly. Because I may have been rewriting neural pathways, but I'm no closer to inward diving, and that's pretty fucking crucial. "Do you think, is there any chance that I'll just be able to, do my dives at our first dual meet?" She cocks her head. "What's a dual meet?" "When two universities compete against each other during the preseason. It's informal, but good practice." "And when is yours?" 2 weekends from now." "I see. Maybe what I really need to get over my block is to be put on the spot?" I swallow. "Maybe if I just have to do it, my brain will bypass the fear." She just looks. Not dismissive, but measuring. "Fear of what, Scarlett? You have not answered my question." "What are you afraid of?" I curb the urge to roll my eyes. This needling psychoanalytic digging is not helping. "I need to be able to do an inward dive in 10 days, I nearly scream. "Can we focus on that?" On the upside, I get a whole last 7 out of 10 on my next German assignment.
Ich bin so stolz auf dich, Schachla.
Herr Karl-Heinz writes. It requires some Googling to figure out that he's proud of me, but once I do, I'm a bit teary-eyed. I do my conditioning. I call Barb and ask her to put Pipsqueak on the phone. I bring Pen a batch of homemade soup, watch comfort rom-coms with her, and hug her when she comes back on Friday, looking pale but whole. I restart my med school essays. I fight with Mariam, eat plenty of lean proteins, and by the following weekend, when it looks like the bruises Lucas left behind might fade, I press hard into them, biting my tongue, hoping the trick will make them last. I always wear one pieces for training, mostly out of an irrational terror that a bikini top will come off. I could keep these marks forever and no one would see. Not even Lucas, because as it becomes obvious by Friday, he has no interest in further contact with me. I text him once more over the weekend, short and to the point. Let me know if you'd like to meet this weekend. And the reply I receive is,
I will.
That's it. He has dropped the perfectly processed input dataset on Dr. Smith's server for me, and I find out only because Zach emails me. All signs point to, leave me the fuck alone, Scarlett. I guess I have failed at sex. It's nothing new. My first blowjob to Josh ended with us debating whether I should drive him to the ER. Tragically, this time, I failed at the kind of sex I hope to be good at. Since I'm also failing, ranging from moderately to spectacularly at diving, school, applying to med school, and hanging out with my dog as much as I'd like, I should be used to it. But I have failed at that, too. After Saturday practice, I let out a half-miserable, half-amused laugh into the jet of the shower. It gets me puzzled looks from 2 freshman swimmers, and I summon my most "nothing to see here" smile. I used to define myself by how well I could perform. I used to flail myself alive when I got less than 9s for my dives or wasn't first in my class. Now, I'd just like to not crash and burn. It doesn't help that I see Lucas around all the time, a painful reminder that I should be different. Because Lucas is not dead, not kidnapped, not too swamped. I catch sight of him around Avery, in the dining hall with Johan and other people I don't recognize. In the weight room as he hands Penn his water bottle, busy with a thick, low conversation that ends in laughter. Part of me wants to feel the rage of having been used and discarded and bedpost notched, but it doesn't add up. Lucas is not the kind of asshole who'd leave me on red out of boredom. I could confront him, but I don't. And it stems from more than my well-cultivated conflict avoidance. Stuff like what we did, the potential to hurt the other person goes both ways. Boundaries are important. So I quietly step out of Lucas's way whenever it looks like we might be thrown together. It works so well, I have to wonder if he's doing the same. By Sunday night, I'm knee-deep in the cognitive restructuring of what happened. A manna-like one-time event that confirms something about myself. I'd been wondering if I'd like the real thing as much as the fantasies of it, and it was the best sex of my life. And it did what I hoped it would. Gathered my scattered thoughts. Stilled me. Quieted my mind for a few hours. It doesn't make Lucas's rejection less painful, but it's at least worth it. He's probably pining after Penn anyway, I tell myself. It was never going to be anything serious. I do my best to shrug it off and re-download my old dating apps, as well as a couple more sex-forward ones.
Want me to start with the good news or the bad?
Coach Seema asks Penn and me on Monday at synchro practice. My bad fully overlaps with Penn's good. We burst into laughter.
Glad to see y'all are having a jolly time, since your dives clearly are not.
Penn fights a smile. I pretend to look for my chamois.
Today's practice wasn't as bad as last week's.
Coach wags his finger in our direction.
But it better be heaps worse than the next.
Penn bats her eyes. No need to spare our feelings, Coach.
Hush! You!
He points at Penn.
Splashed like the fountain on Trevi, and your arm circle looked like a parallelogram, and...
He turns to me.
You came out of that pike position way too late, and did you hear that ta-tum?
Do the synchro judges even listen for that?
Are you serious? The judge's only purpose on this overheated rock of a planet is to take points off for the inanest reason. You think, oh, our hurdles didn't match, but we caught up in the air, they won't mind.
His impression of me is high-pitched and a little breathy. Do I sound like that?
They are drooling for every little point-ducking splatter.
Doesn't sound paranoid at all, Penn mutters, which earns her a tundra-blazing glare. Want to try the backward pike again? I ask her.
I tell you what to do next.
Coach grunts.
Go try that backward pike again.
Penn and I exchange a grin. It's fun, bearing together the brunt of Coach Seema's grumpiness. I'm going to try to get my hurdle a bit higher, I tell her, walking by her side. Can you? Honestly, changing the fulcrum.
Actually,
Coach yells after us.
Since your dives are hopeless, you may as well come back here.
We turn, and my heart trips in my chest. Coach is pointing at Victoria, who stands next to him and glances around wide-eyed, as though, while she was gone, the pool went through a full remodeling. On her foot, I spot a cast. My first instinct is to run to her for a hug, but I stop myself because I'm wet, and because we never really did that before her injury. Do I even have the right? I quickly glance at Penn. I know they've been in contact the entire time, but she seems surprised to see her here. Vic! She smiles, dragging me back. She forces Victoria into something that looks like a chokehold, clearly aiming for maximum dripping on her dry clothes. When she pulls away, Victoria is staring at me, a small smile on her lips. So, you stole my spot. My heart sinks, but I point at Coach. Please direct your complaints to HR. She motions me closer like she really, truly wants a hug, and I'm so happy you're here, I whisper in her ear. I wish to go back to before she got hurt. A simpler, more balanced time. Me too, Vandy. We move back at the same time. She glances between Penn and me, sighs dramatically, and says, "You two really suck at synchro." I flinch. Ouch, Penn says. Here's the deal. I'm never going to dive competitively again, synchro or individual, and it's fucking horrible. And I've spent the last 2 weeks sobbing into the get-well-soon hedgehog stuffy my cousin Cece sent me. But I cock my head. The magnitude of which you both suck is larger than I ever suspected, and it's my civic duty to reduce it. And there is an open volunteer coach position. I'm nodding, desperately. Next to me, Penn seems to be tearing up. God, please, save us from ourselves. Then it's settled. I mean, she shrugs. It's not like you could have said no after a fucking 3-centimeter gap between crash mats ravaged my lifelong hopes and dreams. Victoria widens her arms, and Penn and I walk into what could very well be the first 3-way hug of my life. And hey, she mumbles into my hair. Or Penn's. Maybe I'll get a Nobel Prize or something. If I help create the world in which you two suck a bit less. Chapter 30. Our first dual meet of the season is at home against UT Austin. It's a huge relief. Traveling is fun in theory, but exhausting in practice, and usually requires us to skip classes. I'm too much of a type A dictator freak, Mariam's words, probably the truth, to rely on other people's notes. And too much of an antisocial turd monkey, also Mariam's words, certainly the truth, to have made reliable friends within my major, which makes every absence a huge hassle. In preparation for the meet, practice has been ramping up, and I'm pleased with how much my body has recuperated and its ability to produce clean dives and controlled entries. Still, it's hard to be optimistic when I know that an inward dive will be required, and that my failures will reflect on Penn during synchro. Did you discuss it with her directly? Barb asks me when we FaceTime. Yeah, well, kind of. Penn has been nothing but great, and I feel even more guilty for dragging her down like a giant anvil wrapped around her neck. It's just pre-season, Vandy. Dual meets don't mean that much. The last thing I want is for you to feel like you're disappointing me. I had this idea, I tell Barb. You know how people who suffer from insomnia are told not to toss and turn, and instead to get out of bed, to avoid forming negative associations with it? I did not know that. You're a doctor. Must not have come up in my orthopedic surgery residency. Well, I've decided to stop trying to force my inward dives for a few days. Avoid negative associations with the platform. Might help, like a factory reset. What does your therapist say about this? She's not against it. Because she doesn't know. In fact, I had to cancel our session because of a lab this week and never bothered rescheduling. I'm doing to my therapist what Lucas is doing to me. I'm just not sure Sam and I are going anywhere. I've always hated this preseason malaise, Penn says on Tuesday night in the dining hall. The constant reminder that we're about to start something. Like a pimple that's ripe but cannot be popped yet. What delightful imagery. Victoria drops her fork into her mashed potatoes. What I'm saying is I'm ready to squeeze that white goo out of my body, and I'm glad UT's coming. I beg you, less pimple-popping philosophy and higher hurdles, okay? Pen's right, though. Exhaustion and anticipation are in the air. Everybody's training harder, and Avery is full of wincing steps, athletes guzzling post-workout coconut water, overworked PTs. I'm not immune. My shoulder is holding up, but my back seems to be in a May-December relationship with the rest of my body. Cold baths help, but they're hell in liquid form, and I can only stomach them if they're followed by hot ones. Bree and I usually take them together, but the more strenuous training gets, the more I find myself lingering afterward. I'm pruning, she tells me on Wednesday morning, stepping out of the Epsom salt tub. You're really staying longer? Are you sure you're not going to deliquesce? I laugh. How's that chemistry class going? Like shit. Did I use that word right? Almost. She sticks her tongue out, and I'm left alone in the recovery room. The tub is a medium-sized, rectangular sunken pool. I turn, leaning my elbows on the deck and leaving the lower 2/3 of my body submerged. I put on my AirPods and spend about 10 minutes looking through the PowerPoint for my psych lecture. Once I'm done, I turn off the music, roll around, and nearly drop my phone in the water.
Vandy!
Kyle's loud voice freezes my blood.
Haven't seen you in a while.
I glance around. The landscape of the tub has changed, vastly. It's me, Kyle, Hunter, and 4 more male swimmers. Jared, one of them, was in my freshman math class. He waves at me. I try to wave back, but I'm overwhelmed. It's a lot of men. And me.
What's up?
Breathe. Not much,
We've been calling you.
another swimmer says. I'm certain I've never talked to him in my life. I didn't hear you. I point at my earbuds.
Makes sense. We thought you were ignoring us. Yeah, like, what did we do to piss Vandy off?
Their laughter echoes off the walls. It's just, there's 6 of them, and they take up a lot of space, and they're between me and the ladder, and I'm low-key terrified. I'm sorry. I try for a smile, but my cheeks won't behave. Calm down. I better go,
Nah, stay.
Kyle says.
Some company would be nice.
Jared adds.
Kinda bored with these losers. Asshole, who did you call a loser? Shut up. Vandy, stay in my Mojo Dojo Epsom tub.
In the steaming heat, I shiver. That's lovely, but I have class.
What class?
Shit. What class? It's no class. Think. Psych.
Wait,
One of the guys scowls.
is there a psych class on Wednesday afternoons? My advisor told me that... Come on.
A deep voice says from behind me. 2 strong hands slide under my armpits. I clutch my phone, and for a second I'm suspended in the air, a toddler in floaties plucked out of a pool. My feet touch the floor, but I don't turn around to see who my rescuer is. It's not a touch I could ever forget.
Sweetie,
Hunter frowns.
did you just, steal her from us? You okay?
Lucas asks me. When I nod, he adds, louder,
We have to go. We're working on something. Yeah,
Kyle nods wisely.
that physics project. Bio.
Lucas corrects.
Same difference.
Next thing I know, Lucas is ordering his teammates to behave and pushing me out of the room, his hand hot on my lower back, not too far from where the bruises have started to fade, no matter my deranged attempts at keeping them alive. In the hallway, his fingers close around my shoulder. He turns me around.
You okay?
He asks again. I'm really, really relieved to not be in the tub anymore. So much so, I don't care if it's a bit awkward, seeing him after nearly 2 weeks, wearing joggers and nothing else, smelling like soap and him. He looks at once like Lucas Blomqvist, Penn's ex, the greatest swimmer in the world, or whatever, and like my Lucas, who printed out a checklist and peels apples and hates rhetorical figures. And it's all confusing. I shushed the odd pang in my chest. Thank you. I was feeling a bit overwhelmed there. Not that Kyle and company would have done anything, but my gut isn't always aware.
I'm going to talk to Kyle.
Lucas says. His mouth is a straight, displeased line. What?
He needs to give you space.
There's no need.
I won't tell him why. He's not a bad guy, but he has no idea how he comes across. He, Hunter, and a few of the others move in a pack. It'll be good for him to know.
I want to tell him not to bother, but why not? It'll be a 10-second conversation between them. Saves future unpleasantness. Okay, thank you. I gave Lucas one last smile and turn around to leave. He stops me with a hand around my wrist.
Where are you going?
Oh, I squeeze out one more smile, and that's it. I'm all out for the day. I appreciate your help, but I'd rather not make this weird. His eyes close like he's gathering the strength of a dozen Valkyries. He slowly exhales from his nostrils and says,
Scarlet.
It's fine. I'm not...
Scarlet.
He repeats. It's a harsh, frustrated command. I'm lost as to what he might want from me. Lucas, I'm not sure what the protocol is. I'm unable and frankly unwilling to be anything but honest. We had sex, or whatever, and you didn't call me back. I'm trying to take my cues from you, and I think you want to pretend it never happened? I shrug one shoulder, the one not attached to the arm he's still holding. This is baby's first ghosting. I'm going to need some direction, I add, just to lighten the mood. Lucas's mood, though, is nothing but dark. The more I speak, the angrier he looks. Always unfazed, Penn said. She was wrong, but I can't pinpoint the object of this rage. Unless there was a breakdown in communication? I hate the hopeful little spark that lights up my chest. Is that an inaccurate read of what happened between us?
No.
He finally lets go of me.
It isn't.
That impatience, though, is still there. The set of his shoulders, the lines in his brow. Is there a good reason you didn't contact me? He looks away, jaw clenching, then back to me.
No.
Irritation pops through me. Then
Lucas!
A man calls. He's walking toward us, at once familiar and unknown. His eyes settle on me, inquisitive. And when I notice the unique blue of his eyes, something clicks in my brain. Jan, right? I ask. Lucas's brother? I immediately regret it. Is it pathetic that I recognized him after one single photo? Does Lucas think that I've been sequestered in my room, drawing his genealogical tree, making collages out of used Q-tips pilfered from his trash can? Hard to beat myself up about it with Jan grinning at me.
I am flattered.
He throws an arm around his brother's shoulders, delighted. He has the body of a retired athlete, big frame softened by time and real life. There may be over a decade between them, but with Lucas having put off shaving for a while and Jan's full beard, they look like they could be twins.
Does he talk about me all the time? Scrapbook about our imaginary lives together?
I only ever saw one picture, but it was prominently displayed on his lab bench.
I know it. It's not a giant picture of your ugly face.
Lucas says flatly. The tension of whatever was happening between us has relaxed.
This is Scarlet, Jan. Do leave her alone. Swimmer?
Almost, I reply. I don't feel intimidated by Jan, probably because of his similarity to Lucas. Diver.
Wow, those things you guys jump off of, they terrify me.
Me too. I keep my laughter as non-bitter as possible. Were you a swimmer?
Almost.
He winks at me.
I came to the U.S. on a water polo scholarship back when you weren't even born. Jan, she's 21. Or conceived. Jan?
Not even an idea in God's beautiful mind.
A deep sigh.
Scarlett, you do not have to listen to this.
Of course she does. Hey!
Jan turns to me.
Did he mention that I taught him everything he knows about swimming? He taught me to play dead in the pool to scare the lifeguard.
And it was hilarious.
Scarlett, do you hike?
I blink at the abrupt change of topic. Yeah?
Have you ever hiked around this area?
Oh, yes, several times. I'm happy to give you some recs if...
Nah, we know where we're going. Would love for you to come with us, though.
Oh. Oh, thank you. That's really lovely, but does he think I'm Lucas's girlfriend?
But?
Say that you have class, a date. Say something about being allergic to the sun. But when I sneak a glance at Lucas and find him staring, all I feel is a frisson of annoyance that he's not the one put in the unpleasant position of lying to his kind brother. And what comes out of my mouth is, I doubt Lucas wants me to go with you guys. It's at least the truth, which is why I'm taken aback by the deep laughter that pops out of Jan.
I'm no mind reader, but I know my brother, and he very much wants you to come. And even if he didn't...
His smile is a bottomless pool of charm.
I want you to come. That's what matters.
Chapter 31. Lucas's name sounds different in his brother's mouth. Jan's English is more accented, the grammar a bit stiffer, as though he began learning it too late to hit the perfect window of opportunity. I listen to their bickering.
You're a reckless driver. I'm not, Jan. Scarlett, is he not a reckless driver? I'm just glad he didn't get a vanity plate.
And don't bother hiding my smile. Every once in a while, when they're talking about practical matters that don't involve me, they break into Swedish. It's lovely to hear. Pitchy, melodic, an interesting combination of pillows and sharp edges. Sounds I could never reproduce, not even if I took daily classes on tongue positioning for the rest of my life. Peaks and dips, song-like and calm. The difference between Jan's, Lucas, and mine is mostly in the U and S, and it makes me almost morbidly eager to find out how Lucas pronounces his own name. Is it weird, the way we all twist it into something else? What's it like, living in a second language? Maybe I'll ask if it ever comes up, if we ever talk again. And perhaps we will. Because as awkward as being here is, he seems genuinely happy to have me along for the ride. It's nice to be off campus in the middle of the week, in a place that's never been touched by chlorine. On Wednesdays, I usually catch up on schoolwork, but the rolling hills and chaparral of the City of Palo Alto Parks Department couldn't care less about my outstanding MCAT scores and inward dives. I needed this break, a moment to recalibrate my perspective. I used to come here all the time as a freshman. When did I stop? Turn back! I order from the bottom of a hill. Jan and Lucas do. Two almost identical, handsome, sweaty, freckled faces. And I snap a pic with my phone. I'll send it and you can forward it to the rest of your family. Lucas snorts.
You think Dad's gonna cry, Jan?
Jan laughs.
He's gonna send us a 4-paragraph auto-corrected wall of text about how proud he is of us. Because we went for a walk.
He sounds nice, I say, hurrying behind them. When a misstep almost has me tripping, Lucas's fingers are suddenly under my arm. They stay long after I've regained my footing.
Dad's great.
Jan agrees. His eyes stay on Lucas's hand, and I hastily free myself.
But,
I ask.
We think he read too many parenting books.
Lucas explains. He trails right after me, as if keeping tabs, making sure I don't slip again.
Especially too many stressing the importance of praising your children for their smallest accomplishments. And doting on all of them equally. Oscar's a woodcutter, and Leif's a human rights lawyer. Dad performs the same enthusiasm for a finished Adirondack chair and a granted asylum. We should really have a talk with him.
Jan scoffs.
Not until you win another Olympic medal and he equates it to me publishing a blog post.
During the drive, he explained that he's a Victorianist. He's visiting Lucas after attending a conference down in LA, and tomorrow will return to Paris, where he lives with his partner and 4 cats. How many of you are based in Sweden? I ask.
Only Oscar. Source of big pain for Dad.
Lucas adds.
Big pain, but he'll never admit it.
Lucas nods.
If you love something, set it free.
He sounds kinda perfect.
He is.
Jan says. We stop at the top of the hill and turn around. The dish is there, ready to be plucked.
Decent and caring. None of us will ever measure up. Might as well not even try.
Lucas adds, wiping his brow with the side of his t-shirt. When he drops it, it's wet and nearly see-through. Sorry, the weather is so unseasonably warm while you visit, I tell Jan. The heat is rough.
Oh, not at all. We're Swedish. There's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothes.
He and Lucas finish together. They exchange a grin above my head. After, Jan insists on buying us food. We can have dinner for free at the cafeteria later, I point out. But he waves me off and leads us to a quaint coffee shop.
Let him pay.
Lucas tells me.
He still owes me 6,000 kroner from when he broke my Xbox in a fit of rage. That was like 8 years ago. Good point.
Lucas pulls back a chair and waits patiently until I lower myself into it.
I'll calculate the accrued interest while you buy us coffee.
Lucas and I are briefly left alone. I take my phone out of my pocket and pretend to check my messages as I brainstorm a topic of conversation with a low landmine density. Jan returns with 3 coffees and an assortment of pastries.
Are you divers the kind of athletes who need tens of thousands of calories per day?
He asks. I laugh. I'm not sure anyone is.
This one eats as much as all of Luxembourg.
He points at Lucas with his thumb.
We have this tradition in Sweden. Every afternoon we sit down for coffee and snacks. We relax.
Oh, yes, fika, right? I flush the instant the words are out, because I'm probably butchering the pronunciation and because... Jan turns to his brother.
Did you teach her? I don't believe so.
Lucas sits back in his chair and casually drapes a long arm around the back of mine, somehow managing not to touch me. He stares over the rim of his cup like he caught me with a hand in the stocking jar.
She must have learned about it all by herself.
I lower my gaze to my lap, trying to look less mortified than I feel. But why? Why should I be mortified? Maybe I did open up Google and look up Swedish customs. Maybe I turned on the closed captions and watched a couple of YouTube videos while brushing my teeth. Maybe I discovered that Swedish people have real ice hotels, and their cheesecake is completely different from ours. I lift my chin and meet Lucas's eyes, a little combative. Maybe I thought about you after what we did. Maybe I find you interesting. Maybe I like you without being liked back. I refuse to be ashamed.
Fika is usually with sweet things.
Jan says, oblivious to the two-sided argument inside my head.
But Lucas...
So Scandinavian.
...refuses to eat sweets, so...
He gestures toward a pretzel.
I don't refuse to eat them.
Lucas counters, tearing off a piece.
I don't like them.
Jan's psh is very older brotherly.
He does like them. He just lies to himself about it.
Lucas rolls his eyes.
Not this again.
Please, Jan. I prop my chin over my palm. Tell me everything about his self-deception.
Well, I'm sure you already know how good he is at denying himself. The more he wants something, the less he'll let himself have it.
My curiosity must come through because he continues.
Like when he was 12 and he slept on the wooden floor for 3 months.
I glance at Lucas, who's drinking his coffee with a put-upon air. Why?
No reason whatsoever.
Jan throws a hand up.
He'd gotten a new bed, and it was really comfortable, and he liked sleeping in it, and he needed to prove to himself that he could do without it. When he was 11, only cold showers for a whole year.
Lucas sighs.
Jan, could you tone it down with the whole grandma pulling out a photo album bit? I doubt Scarlett cares.
Oh, Scarlett cares, I counter.
See? She's a rapt audience. For 2 whole years, he didn't season his food, not even salt. Before that, he would wake up an hour earlier than he needed to. Jan?
Lucas warns.
It's his thing. His way of feeling in control. But it's foolish. We are humans. We are not in control. Self-determination is a myth.
An icy, heavy weight sinks to the bottom of my stomach. I turn to Lucas. Do you still do that? I ask, as if from a distance.
Well,
Jan interjects.
by now he's successfully proven that he is capable of divesting himself of all worldly attachments.
Lucas snaps something in Swedish. It doesn't sound melodic or soft, and it has Jan falling silent, then replying in the same language. A short back and forth ensues, but Jan's eyes remain calm, and he looks at Lucas with something that can only be affection. When Jan turns to me again, his voice is kind and the topic is over.
Eat up.
He tells me. I don't put a single bite in my mouth. Chapter 32. Later. After Jan hugs me, gives me his email, and makes me promise to stay in touch. After Lucas drops him off at his hotel. After it is agreed upon, without any conversation, that he'll drive me home. After I tell him my address and ask, should I type it into the GPS? After he shakes his head and remains silent for several minutes. After he kills the engine in front of my apartment building, unbuckles his seatbelt, unbuckles mine, and then sits back half against the door so that he can look at me. After he patiently waits for me to speak for a long stretch of silence that seems to claw at my throat and expand within my body, I ask, how long? He knows what I mean. How long were you going to deny yourself this time? How long till you plan to reach out to me again?
15 days.
There is no shame in his voice. And maybe there shouldn't be. He was on track to make it after all. I nod. Just a few more then. His arms cross on his chest. I wish I could read his expression, but his face is blank. When he finally talks a million moments later, it's to me. But I'm not sure it's for me.
The first day, the Sunday, I almost called you a dozen times. It was difficult. Last week, Penn mentioned that you two were having lunch together, and I went to the dining hall just to... I don't fucking know. Look.
He shrugs, detached. It's like he's reporting the results of an experiment. On me. On himself.
On day 7, Jan arrived. He's good at taking up every free second of a person's day with no regard for their schedule.
How nice of him.
I thought the same.
I bite the inside of my cheek. Did you consider that I'm not a bed or a condiment? I'm not hot water? I try to sound as disengaged as he seems to be, but I doubt I'm succeeding. Did you consider that I might be the type to hold a grudge? Or self-respecting enough to pick up the phone on the 15th day and say, fuck off? He nods, like I'm being nothing but reasonable. The quiet, impersonal civility of this conversation is devastating, actually.
I think part of me hoped you would.
Why? It takes him a while to answer. When he does, he's not looking at me.
Because sometimes I can't breathe when you're around.
Well, I shake my head, huff bitterly. I'm sorry. He laughs, silent.
It's not a bad feeling, actually. Just overwhelming.
He shakes his head as if to get rid of bad thoughts.
I had no frame of reference for how much
I can fill in the blanks. I liked it more than I thought I would, and it scared me. He bites the inside of his lip.
I'm not sure I enjoy it, not being in control.
Welcome to the club, Lucas. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I doubt it has anything to do with me. I'm just the first not vanilla girl you've ever been with. A long, icy stare. He doesn't reply. The thing is, Lucas, I understand how you feel. I really do. And I don't blame you, but I'm silent for so long, trying to put my thoughts together, feeling the clammy weight of this press down on me. Lucas never rushes me. And at last, I have my words. Even if it's just sex, it's not a good idea for me to be with someone who resents wanting me. It's just for a blip. A gaping, voracious, rioting moment that I can see a hint of how he really feels about this. But it lasts so little, I'm not even sure. Whether he cares, whether he's happy to be free of me, whether he heard what I'm saying. I swallow around the off-kilter heartbeat in my throat, and then I reach out to squeeze his hand one last time. The marks of my teeth, I notice, are still there. Like those two weren't allowed to fade. Bye, Lucas, I say. He doesn't try to stop me, and I never look back. Chapter 33. As I once explained to Barb, dual meets are official and regulated by the NCAA, but not like too much. What you just said makes absolutely no sense, she pointed out. And she was right. The most important swimming and diving competitions are clustered in the spring. That's when our regional conference, the Pac-12, happens, when the NCAA trials and finals happen, and in a year like this one, when we fight it out to see who'll get to go to the Olympic Games. Preseason meets are much smaller in size, and it's understood that no athlete is expected to be in tip-top shape yet. Records or personal bests are unlikely. They are not televised, and the atmosphere more convivial. If we win, good. If we lose, see you in March.
No synchro for you on this meet. You're just not good enough yet.
Coach tells Penn and me on Friday night, sounding ready to combat our counter-arguments. Penn and I, though, both slump in relief. You're right, she says. No need for public humiliation. I nod. We should definitely spare the Texans our shame. Someone could even TiVo us and post us somewhere. I scrunch my nose. Penn faux shudders, and we leave a perplexed Coach Seema behind. Basically, this meet is no big deal. It might even be a small deal, if not for two reasons. One, this is my first time competing since my injury, and the thought has been making every cell in my body want to puke since I woke up. Two is, of course, the inward issue. It's normal to be nervous, Penn says, holding my eyes in the mirror as I part my hair to French braid it. I half exhale a laugh. Is it that obvious? Just to me, she smiles, because I know you. She does. Maybe our relationship started as circumstantial, but lately we've been together so often it'd be hard not to describe what we have as friendship. Even for someone like me who strives to avoid overestimating her emotional significance in other people's lives. I just need to get through the first dive, I think. Then I'll calm down. She lays her head on my shoulder. I'll be there, Vandy, if you need anything. We march out of the locker room with the women's swimming team, and there's so many of them, all so powerfully upbeat, it's hard not to be infected with their enthusiasm. Last night, in preparation for UT's arrival, someone put up a bunch of Meet the Athlete posters. They're plastered on the hallway leading out to the exhibition pool, and I pass by a few familiar faces. Kyle, Nico, Rachel, Cherry, Hassan, Lucas. He's the only unsmiling swimmer, and boy is it fitting. I stare at his picture, unsurprised by the stomach squeeze that hits me. An odd mix of wistfulness, anger, sadness, and irritation at myself. In the last few days, he tried to call me twice, then texted me once. I forgot that Lucas is trying 200 freestyle too, Bree says, tapping at his poster. Penn nods. Sweden's head coach told him that they don't have anyone fast at it on the Olympic team. Is he just, Bella shrugs. Against anyone else meddling? Oh, shit, Penn winces. I forgot that 200 freestyle is Devin's and Dale's main too. But don't worry, it's not going to be one of Lucas's NCAA events. Oh, yeah, Bree snorts, because otherwise Devin and Dale were totally going to win that race. Hey, I'm just trying to be realistic about who we're dating, Bella. Bree sighs. See, the difference between me and you, that's how you know that clear-sightedness is not genetic. Then basic human decency must not be either. Excuse me? They're so scary when they argue, I whisper at Penn, hurrying outside ahead of them. They grew up together and are basically the same person. They know how to strike the chakra that'll hurt the most. You make an excellent argument for lifelong solitude. One of UT's most recent recruits is Sunny, a girl I trained with back in St. Louis. I can't believe I'm in my first college competition, she tells me on the deck, hugging me once and then again. And you're in it too. You've always been goals for me. Yeah, sure about that? I don't let myself say. I smile, pretending to be excited and not full of worms crawling over my internal organs, and go sit next to Penn to begin the time-consuming process of putting on wrist guards and taping my joints. In the pool across the diving well, the swimmers are warming up. Lucas is there, speaking with his coach and Rachel as he stretches, and I recall his text. Lucas.
I owe you an apology.
Penn? Yep. Can I ask you something about Lucas? You mean my ex whom you're currently doing? Sure. Not currently. The other day, I met his brother and... What brother? Her eyes widen. Jan. Wait, which one is Jan? The next youngest. With kids? The lawyer? Those would be Oscar and Leif, the two oldest. Right, she shrugs. What about Luke? You know how he tries to prove to himself he's above wanting things? She gives me a baffled look, like I just announced that I'm moving to a farm in Vermont to tend to pygmy goats. Lucas Bloomqvist? Are you sure? Holy shit! Penn slaps my forearm, staring somewhere into the stands. What happened? He's here. I squint into the distance, looking for a non-otherwise specified he. Who? Theo, teacher? The teacher I'm hot for. I gape. Is he here to see you? Maybe? Did you invite him? No? I mentioned in passing that I had a meet, and now he's over there. Penn sinks her obviously delighted smile into her knees, and I bite my lower lip to avoid laughing. My first competing dive after my forced hiatus is a thing of beauty, and the judges agree. I get 8.5s and a 9, and for a moment, a beautiful, brilliant, blooming moment, I allow myself to cradle the hope that I might be back. That was the most elegant reverse 2.5 somersault tuck I've ever seen, one of the UT coaches tells me while I stare up at the scoreboard from under the shower. Austin tried to recruit me, and she and I met when I visited their campus. Thank you, I say, feeling, wow, I might actually be proud of myself. What a concept. Hope to see many more from you. Penn goes after me, but her entry is not the cleanest. Sunny's good, but her degree of difficulty is low, which reflects on the score. The twins don't compete from the platform, which means that with the UT divers, there's 7 of us overall. The second round, forward 3.5, goes even better. as do my twist, my arm stand, and my backward dives. By the time the 5th round is done, I'm second on the board, trailing Penn by just 2 points, but am 15 ahead of Haley, a UT sophomore. And this is where I get fucked, I mutter, trying to keep my shoulder warmed up. Nope. Penn steps in front of me. This is diving, Vandy. Negative thinking is how you get fucked. I take a deep breath, force myself to nod. You're right. I'm always right. And listen, she takes both my hands. Taking a break from trying inward dives was a great strategy. You're gonna go up and get that inward pike done because you are amazing. And if you don't, I'm going to, I don't know, beat you up? So you better. I laugh, accept her hug. When the referee gestures at me to start climbing the tower, I do that, lingering halfway, waiting for the 2 girls before me to complete their dives. When I hear the second splash, I dry whatever droplets are left on my skin, throw down my chamois, and walk toward the end of the platform. It always feels momentous, stepping toward that edge. Throwing one's body off a cliff can never be a light decision. But today, the 10 meters between me and the water are absolutely life-changing. I visualize, not the dive this time, but the way I'll feel after I manage an inward pike. Waking up tomorrow morning and leaving what plagued me in the past few months firmly behind. Going to practice without being defined by the one thing I cannot do. Once again among peers, instead of an intruder. Returning to St. Louis for the holidays and not having to skulk around in the hope I won't meet any of my former teammates, or even worse, Coach Kumar. Feeling whole again. I visualize all the good things that will come from me flying through these 10 meters in the right way, and none of what will happen if I don't. Because Penn is right, and a defeatist mentality has no place in diving. My eyes slide to Coach Seema, Penn, Victoria, the twins, all rooting for me. A few thousand miles away, so are Barb and Pipsqueak. On the far end of the pool, leaning one arm against the wall, a towering, cap-tousled figure in sunglasses stares up at me. 1 minute, the referee yells. A time warning, but it's okay. I'm fucking ready to bury the last 2 years of my life. I turn around, close my eyes, bend my knees, lift my arms, press my back into the shape I learned as a kid, take a single deep breath, and go. Divers are in the air for less than a second, but sometimes the process of twisting our muscles and angling our body is so arduous, it seems to stretch for years. Today, that's not the case. My waist bends easily into a pike that's as much second nature as photosynthesis is for plants. And the rest? It just works. I'm not sure how or why, but it does. I'm in the water sooner than I can worry about failing, and before I reemerge, I take a moment, squeeze my eyes shut, savor the relief. Then I burst out, barely holding back a grin, wipe the water from my eyes, and I don't even need to see the scoreboard. Penn's frown tells me everything I need to know. I may have done a pike, and maybe it was a good one, but I did not manage an inward dive. Chapter 34. I'm on watered-down drink number 2 or 3, or whatever the fuck imaginary complex real rational integer when it occurs to me that I should probably let the UT guy who's been trying to pick me up for the last 20 minutes know that I'm not going to consent to making out, having sex, or exchanging physical contact of any kind with him. Travis, is nice. And as far as men go, I don't find him particularly threatening, but that might be the most positive thing I can say about him. His square, handsome face does nothing for me, and his monologue on his silver at the Pan Am Games needs some serious workshopping.
You don't live in this house, do you?
He asks. I have a headache. Or maybe he's a headache. Nope. In fact, I have no idea where we are. Some swimmer's living room, probably. There's always some kind of celebration after a duel to show our guests that Stanford has a fantastic party scene. It might be true. I wouldn't know.
Too bad. Would be nice if your bed was nearby.
I want to leave. I want to no longer have his muzzle this close to mine. But Penn left a while ago to go meet with teacher, and upon a cursory glance around the crowded room, I cannot spot any friendly faces. It means that if I leave Trevor and this couch, I'll be all alone. And if I'm alone, I'll think about the things everyone said to me after my dive. The pitying looks, the slimy layers of disappointments coating my stomach. Next time, Barb. Vandy, you placed 3rd out of 7 even with a failed dive. You're fucking amazing. Penn. OMG, it sucks. It happened to me too once. Got the twisties, did the wrong dive. It's just a brain glitch. Sonny.
It's okay, kid.
An upsettingly conciliatory Coach Seema, whose uncharacteristic kindness made me feel even worse. A silent hug. Bree and Bella. What I need is more alcohol. Once I'm drunk, my neurons will be too drenched in ethanol to process their own firing. The Ouroboros of defeat that is my life will fade into the great unknown.
You know,
Trevor says.
my ex was a diver.
Were they? I look around, hoping to locate a primary source of rum and coke.
She only kind of was my ex. She was more into me than I was into her.
Upon further consideration, alone with my thoughts is better than with this guy. Anywhere would be, including the back of a refuse collection vehicle, or a falling Sumerian city-state. Poor girl, I say flatly.
Yeah, it was sad. I'm sensitive. Hate saying no to people.
I bet.
But we still had fun. That's just to say, I know how you divers are, and...
He trails off, and for that I credit the vehemence with which I picture sticking toothpicks into his eye sockets. I've unlocked a hitherto forgotten power. It might even look good on med school applications. But no. Even in the dim fairy lights, Trevor's eyes shine as he tilts his head up.
Holy shit! Lucas fucking Blomqvist! Hey, man!
He holds out a hand. Lucas ignores it and takes a seat in front of us on a wooden coffee table that looks way too tired for this shit. I'm certain it's going to break. I should probably record it for Sweden's Funniest Home Videos.
Are you okay, Scarlett?
He asks, ignoring his fan bro's excitement. Yep. He studies me, silent, probing, like what I say cannot be taken at face value, and has deeper meanings that can only be discovered under the layers of my skin. Meanwhile...
Man, I cannot tell you how amazing it was racing next to you today.
Trevor fawns, which leads me to the shocking discovery that I am, in fact, able to find him even less attractive. Lucas tilts his head toward him.
You want him to stick around?
Hell yeah, she wants me around. We're having fun. Aren't you having fun?
Not really, I say. Alcohol, the ultimate truth serum. Trevor's face crunches into a hurt crumple and... shit. But it's not wholly because of you. I just had a crappy diving day.
Aww.
He clearly finds my athletic failures cute, like a capybara bathing, or a child who says aminal. He scoots closer, one hand wrapping around my bare knee, and yikes, it's an unpleasant too-tight heat that has me nauseated until Lucas leans forward, grips Trevor's wrist, and forcibly moves it back to his lap. Trevor gives him a confused look.
Am I overstepping here? Are you too?
No. I shift away. I can't take him touching me again.
Why do you care then?
He's asking Lucas, who informs him.
She's my sister.
I almost choke on my spit.
What?
Trevor blinks at me.
For real?
I must be a terrible person, because I nod.
But isn't your last name...
Half-sister, I improvise. Lucas nods.
Different dad.
Seriously? I had no idea. Is it pretty well known, or...
I shrug. It's not a secret.
Right. You guys must be pretty close in age.
Yeah, I inspect my nails. Not to slut-shame, but our mom got around. Lucas tries to hide a smile, fails, hangs his head.
Oh, wow.
Trevor sounds impressed.
My mom's kind of a slut, too. Had an affair with one of her colleagues out of revenge for my dad fucking her cousin. So petty.
Lucas and I freeze, exchange a bewildered look.
Thank you for sharing this powerful autobiographical story.
He tells Trevor, finally sparing him a crumb of attention.
Could you go get my sister a glass of water?
Oh.
Trevor scratches the back of his head.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, man.
Lucas focuses on me. I sit back, trying not to squirm under the weight of his stare, and once Trevor's far enough, I say, I'm not drinking a drop of anything coming from that guy. He holds out the red Solo cup in his hand. I take it, bring it to my nose, briefly consider pretending that I don't trust him either. I take a sip, though. It's water, and I only realize how thirsty I was after I down the entire thing.
Are you drunk?
He asks, accepting the cup back. I sigh. Not nearly as much as I'd like.
Don't go anywhere with McKee.
Who's Mick? Oh. What's his name, by the way?
Trevor.
He frowns into the distance.
Travis, I don't fucking know.
I snort. He was right, though.
I doubt that asshole has ever been right about a single thing.
Last week I learned a German proverb. Even a blind chicken finds a piece of corn every once in a while. Or something. I shrug. And Trevor did ask a fair question.
Which is?
Why do you care? Lucas doesn't answer, doesn't tense up, doesn't show a single ounce of discomfort. Typical. By process of elimination, I lift my index finger. You're not warning him off out of jealousy, because that's not a feeling you are capable of entertaining. He watches me, unknowable. It's not because you want to get laid. I mean, you have other options. You won, 4, 5 races today? His lack of reply tells me it might be more. Whatever. Middle finger up. You contributed more to Stanford winning the meet than the entire diving team. Maybe, for competition purposes, you should be considered an institution. Get a .org domain. Save on taxes.
Scarlett.
He says simply, like he wants me to stop rambling. But not because he finds me annoying. It is, I think, because he wants to say,
I'm sorry.
I cock my head. How novel, I think. In my personal experience, men rarely apologize.
You and I...
He continues.
Agreed to trust each other. Did one of the most intimate things two people like us can...
Wasn't that big a deal. It was just sex.
Scarlett.
He waits until I'm looking him in the eye.
I'm sorry. I couldn't immediately process what happened. I felt out of control and panicked. I acted like an asshole. I put my own fear before your feelings, and that's the most fucked up thing I've ever done, without a doubt.
My plan was to write him off. Still is. Except having him acknowledge how bad he screwed up is blowing a bit of a hole in that.
None of this is an excuse.
He continues, disarmingly earnest.
But what Jan said was true. When I'd felt out of control before, it was always...
His Adam's apple moves. I get the sense that this is hard for him, not because he hates admitting his guilt, but because he has disappointed himself.
It was never with another person involved.
What about Penn? Is on the tip of my tongue, itching to burst out, but I won't let it. It's not my business. You don't owe me anything, I start, but he's already shaking his head.
I owe you respect. I owe you care. And I owe you the truth. You, on the other hand, do not owe me forgiveness. But if you ever enter this kind of relationship with someone else...
His jaw grinds, tense. I don't think he likes the idea.
These are the things you should demand.
I look down into my lap, gathering his apology, my feelings, the fear and eagerness, all mixed up at the bottom of my belly. It's okay, I say at last. This time it's a decision, not an automatic response. I mean it. I'm also not the best with... I make an all-encompassing, hyper-vague gesture before letting my hand drop on my knee.
With?
Emotions. Mine or otherwise. His laugh is huffed out, like he shares the pain.
Everything I say about McKee remains true. He doesn't deserve to be within a 5-mile radius of you.
I'm deeply hurt that you'd think I'd go for him.
You seem to be considering it.
I was not. I take stock of my body and my brain. I'm mostly sober, clear thinking. Tired, but when am I not? I had a shit day, and he was there.
A shit day?
It occurs to me that, from his standpoint, I did well. I meddled, after all. He doesn't know about my issues, and I'll keep it that way. I've had my fill of pity. No reason. But he was taking my mind off stuff. As good as anything.
I'm sure you can find something better.
I have heard great things about being stuck in traffic.
Vacuuming is excellent too.
I laugh. Sadly, I don't have a car, or, and you're not going to like this, a vacuum cleaner. He looks genuinely worried.
What conditions do you live in?
My point is, I don't have other options available to me. My heart races. Slow down, I order, trying to breathe around the heavy thump. Unless you have other ideas. He must have expected to have to work much harder for my forgiveness, because it takes a long while to get the gist of what I'm offering. Once he does, though, there's no hesitation. He nods, tosses the solo cup in the closest bin, and takes my hand to lead me outside. Chapter 35. Lucas's room is still immaculate. I inspect it after he turns on the bedside lamp and study the military neatness, unsurprised to note the presence of a headboard and the lack of navy sheets. He sits at his desk, and I ponder shuffling his books out of alphabetical order just to make a forehead vein twitch. So, is the bed here just for the sex, or do you actually sleep on it? He pulls me into his lap, unamused. I notice that he has turned on his desktop. Are we working on the bio project? I ask, angling my knees into his spread legs. His lips twitch, but he doesn't reply. Instead, he strokes up and down my thigh, presses one soft kiss and a less than soft bite into my throat. And when I shiver, he takes his hands away and begins typing. His healthcare portal is the same as mine. He clicks through a handful of lab results, and I lean toward the screen.
Okay.
He asks once I'm done. Okay, I reply. I want it to be like last time, my mind wiped and my body on fire. Lucas takes my chin between his index and thumb.
After.
He starts.
Don't just leave.
My brow wrinkles.
Wake me up if you need to, but don't leave without saying anything.
There are so many objections I could raise. None seems important, though. Okay, I say, and after that I hold my breath, ready to be once again reminded of how in control he can be.
You're so good at doing what I ask you, aren't you?
I nod eagerly, bracing. But Lucas just kisses me lightly on the mouth, so sweet and gentle.